unmuted myself. Whoa, that needs to be. Hold on a sec. Let me turn down the gain here on my mic. That's a little bit excessive.
Turning down for what?
Turn down for what? Okay. Ty, give me a little talking.
Tyro, 5-drop EX backup apprentice. I didn't even know he was an apprentice, honestly. When Tyro enters the field, you may search for one forward and add it to your hand. If Tyro is on your field, Tyro can produce CP of any element. Damage 5, tap, choose one forward, gains
Okay,
2,000
that's
power
good.
to end of turn.
Not to cut you off, but you're good. I just wanted to edit audio levels and stuff.
There you go. I'm saving up the championship decks.
Sweet. Okay. Do do do. Let's see here.
Live 1.
Yeah, it was supposed to be an exclamation point. Don't at me. Also, I found out the vent in my office doesn't close, so I had to open my window to prevent myself from suffocating in here.
Mhm.
So, yep. Okay, so let me turn off the slideshow and this, pop this window up, and I believe we are good to start.
Good start.
All right. So, this first deck, as we were talking about a minute ago, this is one that's been posted quite a few times in the channel for Fix It Friday submissions. And so we're gonna see what we have to give input on here. I know that this has been kind of actively tweaked and played around with over time. I've played against it as well over webcam. Like think through 4 or 5 games. And it
Wait,
does
we're
monk.
talking about the monks. Okay.
Yeah. And it does the monk thing. It
Mhm.
does what it says on the tin. But you know, if there's any feedback we can give, I think now's the time for it. So my immediate thoughts are I'm kind
A lot
of
of one-ofs.
there's a lot of one-ofs.
Mhm.
And the first thing that comes to mind is that Roble should probably go
Mhm.
from the main deck. Actually, here,
Yeah.
let me copy this and start editing.
I have to admit, my first thought when I looked at this deck is like, wow, Sophie should be at 3.
Yeah, if only that was legal,
uh,
right?
yeah, if I didn't laugh, I would cry.
Yeah. So
But
first thing I'm gonna
still,
do is remove Roble.
mhm. Like because I still remember one of the issues with this deck is that even from back in the day, is your forward monk lineup isn't very good.
You're always gonna be a
Um,
little limited with that. That's one of
yeah.
the tough things.
Because monks, as opposed to dragoons, for example,
Mm-hmm.
have this issue very much so, very very much so.
Yeah.
I play one job monk. All right, so copy. Oh wait, this is the copy. All right, put that aside. Yeah. All right,
So
monk
let me reread Luso real
6.
quick. I wish they would replace the
That's
sample version on here. Lucio deals
yeah.
damage to a forward, break it. So he gets Death Strike, or Death Touch. When Lucio deals damage to your opponent, select up to 2 of the 2 following actions. Choose a forward, deal 3k. Choose one character in your break zone, add it to your hand. Um, yeah, it's not bad. Suzu Isa, I know does work.
Mhm.
Um, oh hey, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're always. I mean, the reason we do this live is so we can chat with people as we do their decks. So yeah, by all means,
Yeah.
just poke and prod and give feedback. Um, yeah, I just gotta
Oh,
reread some of these
ShantottoCast
cards
is
here.
live.
Kator Bashtar.
But yeah, I agree there. Butt in if you want. I'm trying to let's see. So I looked up every single monk in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very surprised that not a lot have come out since
Yeah.
Ursula.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like obviously you mandatory run 4 of
Mm-hmm.
4-drop Ursula, right? Are running 3 of the wall. Choose one Earth forward you control the whole one of turn.
Is
spoke
your internet
confident, which
okay?
is good for Ursula. It
Because
should
your
be,
your
yeah.
audio your audio keeps coming through real garbled.
Huh.
Like every so often, it just freaks out.
Yeah, no, fully. Yeah, connected via Ethernet. My internet's been fine all day.
Chat, you guys hearing that? Ty went robot mode for about 2 seconds there.
Let's see.
I think you should turn down some of the Discord auto settings and be more explicit with let's troubleshoot Ty's audio issues live, everybody.
Yeah, it's actually giving me Discord's giving me issues.
Yeah, beep
That's
boop.
weird. I was on Discord with Evans earlier and it was fine. Uh,
Yeah, turn your
it may
input
sound
sensitivity down so that it catches you easier. Don't put it auto. And turn your noise suppression off.
let's see. Voice isolation.
Robo Ty. Yeah, Warren. He's yeah, Ty's a robot sometimes. It happens.
I finally I've finally given in to the roboticization.
Yeah.
Kirby Planet Robot. All right. Hopefully this helps. Because according to Discord, it is network.
Also,
Okay, now it's a.
yeah, also
Okay,
try
now it's
going
fine.
all the way to the bottom of your audio, well, not all the way to the bottom, but close to the bottom. And you see the setting for bypass system audio input? Yeah, turn that on.
That I don't see, unless it's in the advanced settings.
Is your input profile on custom?
It's on Studio. If I switch to custom bypass, turn that off.
Yeah, don't turn it on.
Oh, it
You
is.
want to bypass other stuff. Just feed the audio directly into Discord.
Yeah, it has been on.
Okay, so that's good at least.
Okay, cool.
Turn off automatic gain control.
Off. Yep.
Okay, so here you talk for a sec.
Yep. Fossil excavation map. Choose one. Search your deck for an unidentified fossil card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand. Then shuffle
Jeez,
your deck.
you are quiet now. 1 sec. Let me see if I can turn you up. Is there a personal audio? Where's the personal audio thing? What the? Oh, you know what? I have to do this. Okay, I have you at maximum volume. So here, go back into your settings, and where is your input volume option? Oh, turn off automatic gain control, and then you should be able to raise a slider there.
Yeah, I'll turn the input volume up. I turned it down to 80% to test.
Oh no, keep it at 100.
Okay, it's at 100.
All right, how's Ty sound, chat? Is he like decent?
What's up, chat? When in doubt, turn it off and back. Yeah, honestly. Let's see. Just looking through this list. I'm just upset that there's not more monks. Like for some reason, I thought that we've gotten at least a couple. You know.
Yeah, there's I think it's this Prish that I'm thinking of. This one, the Opus 17 Legend Prish, I always come back to.
17.
And I like it, but it's not like a guaranteed requirement for these kinds of decks. I just think it's a very useful, powerful card.
Yeah.
So, here, let me do this.
Honestly, looking at the backup lineup, no notes. Backup lineup's actually perfect.
Yeah, backup line is pretty much fine. I have no issue with that. Is there a yeah, the Crystal Monk I could probably get rid of. Let me pull up the monk backups. Let me filter by backup type. Okay, here we go. So the new one I do like a lot, but that's already here. I gotta compare real quick. Is it which ones do we have here? Yeah, this one's not. Yeah, okay, this one. I think it's yeah, it's one of the self-popping ones, but you don't need to Is it was 17? Yeah, I think this one I'd rather have over the crystal one. Um, yeah, honestly, it does. Yeah, the new one does replace the Opus 2 one. Like Opus 2 is just outdated. This one is meh, because this one was power crept by Opus 2. Then Opus 2 got power crept by Opus 8. And then we just kind of slid forward from there. That being said, without Robo Akbel, I don't think you need the crystal. Um, like there's just no, I don't think there's any output for it, right? Um, yeah,
Dang.
so yeah.
I
Uh,
think
let me
I think
think.
there's a monk that
So
I'm missing. I could have remembered that when I ran this deck way back when, there was at least one other monk. Now you're running the really good backup monk. You're running Ursula. You're running the other good backup monk.
let me do math real
Let's
quick.
see.
So everything down to 2 for the card draw. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Um, let me
Oh, that's
think.
funny.
So
I
this
just
is
realized that one
that's
of the
that
newer
Ursula.
monks is just a
Yeah.
power crept older monk.
Mm-hmm. So remove 7 there. Yeah, duh. That makes sense. Use Shantotto. All the rest are
Shut up
gone.
for it.
What if you use 3 of these? Then you do. Okay, so I'm gonna suggest, based on just general math here, um, Lightning LB, the light Lightning LB,
Mhm.
which is here, just because, that card, it just, I mean, you can theoretically. The tough part is that you'd have to take out a Mott or a Yang, and I think I'm gonna take a Yang out just because it's so expensive. Um, Value is good on it, but I don't see you casting all 3 in one game. Um, Lightning though, it's just a secret extra forward that just exists, and if you play it right, then you go for the hasty. And then you just that could be your final kill. That can be your final hit that they weren't expecting. Um, I love putting that card in decks just for that sneaky punch. Um, I love this wall being in here. The 3-drop Warrior of Light Monk. I think he's super solid. Um, I mean, like we said, the backup lineup is good. Um, the summon lineup is about where I'd put it. I gotta reread this Titan because I haven't actually encountered this one yet. So during your turn, you can duel 2 active Earth forwards you control instead of paying the cost. Choose a forward you control and one opponent. Okay, so it's just a punch. Um, it's a mono-directional punch. Um, I think that's fine. I think there's no issue with that. I do think you
Yeah,
should
I.
reverse the ratios of these Titans just for the 3-drop being the three of, with the 4-drop being even with the discount, right? Like
mm,
I still think it should be a little bit cheaper or less of them. Um, I have no issue with the Aerith, although that's a card that does feel low priority, so I might suggest removing it if we're tight. Same can be
mm.
said for Luso. Um, Luso is fine, but the one cost 3Ks are the few cards where I actually care about removal, and I'm like, okay, look, this is too easy to remove. Um, so that one's like at risk of being chopped here. It's
I'm wondering.
the Guido
One
is
sec. Let me
cool,
read.
but I don't know how much value that provides. I know it does work, but
Mhm.
against other matchups than I've played with rather, um, you know.
Yeah. Also, I'm honestly wondering when it enters, you may choose one for first. You control to my hand on the field. I'm
Luso's
honestly
fun with
wondering
wall.
if we run wall 4 in this.
I don't think so. I
Um,
don't think Leo with Wolf 4 I think it's just straying too much from the strategy.
Well, here's my pitch, right? So you're already running Hugh, Yerg, and Qatar Beshkar, who already have really good targets within Sophie.
Mm-hmm.
Leo lets you run Sophie easier, or lets you play Sophie easier. There's a lot of one-ofs in this list that I feel like you could probably cut. You hit backups pretty fast because you're running the monks, but also specifically you have the LB Yang, which
Mm-hmm.
is enters the field. You may play one forward cost equal to or less than the amount of job monks
Mm.
that you control. Like that's the thing is if you have three monk backups, let's say you have to Shintoto early and you play a Tyro, so
Yeah.
you have three monk backups. Yang enters ETB, put wall onto the field.
Mm-hmm.
You just have easy ways to just put wall into the field. Outside of that, you're already running things to search both pieces. He's running three of Ignis. Very good call. You're running. If he wants to keep Hugh in, it's really good for that. Katara Bashkar gets it back as well as once again gets grabs
Mm-hmm.
Sophie. Um, like I
I
don't
mean,
know. I
let's
think
put
it
it
could
this
work.
way. If we're gonna put the four cost wall and Leo in,
Mhm.
then I'm gonna cut Ignis. Because as much as I like that one, it's just not always gonna do the job, and breaking backups isn't always preferable either.
Give me a sec. I'm actually gonna log
Depending.
into my old log into my FF Decks account. I want to see if there's like an old monks build that I had because there's like a monk card that I feel like we're missing. There's an old monk card that I was just like, there's something missing here. Like I remember running this card. I remember it being good, but I don't remember
Hmm.
why.
Yeah. So, in chat, wall or the monk wall and Luso are fun. Which is completely that is cheeky. Um, it does seem like really fun removal. Um, like that. It's unfortunately though a combo you have to set up. That isn't just board state based. Um, and Yeah, I mean, a lot of the things that are nice about war about the monks is that they just kind of explode. They just go
Yeah.
wide really easily if you get the option. If you survive that one or two turns from aggro, right? Then you can just kind of go ham.
Okay. Yeah, I think the deck used to run the 3-drop and 5-drop monk. At least the
Yeah, the
pure monk
five drop
build
one that gets
used
cheaper
to.
is always I always like that one. That's kind of like the dragoon that does the same.
Yeah.
Biggest issue with the deck is burning resources to buff Ursula before burning more resources to kill things with her. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean that's one of the reasons I like Prish, is because on ETB and Swing there's a fight and you can discard a card or another Prish specifically to buff her for that. And that doesn't hurt as much as popping a backup all the time. I mean, at damage 5, you have the Tyro buff as well. Um, and that's kind of why, I mean, Aerith gets extra value here too. Yeah, so that's nice. Um, so, that's why there's discussion around that Legend Prish. Um, and Aerith does also buff Sophie, yeah. Because
Oh,
what's the word? She's an Anthem and she's an Earth forward. So that's nice. There's a lot of potential and punch there, which is I mean, Sophie's at one for a reason, limited for a reason.
no, she's
Um,
not. Free her.
Free Sophie.
She's fine.
Yeah,
She's
sure,
fine.
Ty.
Let the monk players have fun. She's fine.
I mean, we did just get cards off the ban list, and she wasn't in that list of stuff off the ban list. So,
Yeah.
um, yeah, the Guido I think might be a little. It's a good card to fall back on if you're like if the game is kind of stalling. But I think if you're trying to push toward the goal like early game, you just rather never see him. So I think Guido can get cut, but I could also
Mm.
reverse course on that 100% depending on how things go.
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
I don't really want to use this Prish, but taking away a Prish, like we'd have to put this one at 3, pop the 2-drop. And it does fool around with our curve a bit at this point. We have a lot of 3-drops and 2-drops still. Um, Guido's there to
Yeah, those are
profit when
just
you break with Ursula. Yeah, I mean that's the nice thing is though if you if you just do other ways of killing, I think you don't have to worry about it as much. You don't have to sacrifice as much of your own stuff, and that gives you a
he's
bit
also
more flexibility.
he's
But
also not bad with the combat monk because if you
mhm,
trade with the combat monk,
yeah. No, the
then
Ursula does play a 2-drop monk, which is super nice. In my experience with monks, and this was like 5, 6 sets ago when I like seriously played monks for a little while, just to take a break from 13.
mhm,
Um, I used that Ursula exclusively for Sophie and Aerith. I
yeah.
cared about playing no other forwards off of her. Um, so.
Because I
Well, I know
remember
Aerith wasn't
when I
one
had
because she's
my
not a monk, but you get the
yeah.
idea.
'Cause I do remember Ursula was just a backup machine back in the day, where she was just a lot
Mhm.
of because it's choose in your break zone. So you would grab Sophie. Mind you, you were running Sophie at 3 at this point, but you would grab Sophie if you could. Um, Otherwise, you grabbed a backup. She was just to help you power up backups faster.
Mm.
And then also just as a big girl to just like break through boards.
Yeah.
Um, but that was usually just to push for game. Um, Which is once again why I'm wondering why not run like the Warrior of Light. You could reasonably play it off of Leo. It also buffs Sophie by 4K just by existing, untaps your resources. I don't know.
6 or 7 sets ago, Viridian? No, well, because Opus. Oh yeah, you're right. We're on Opus 27 at this point. So no, it was Opus 20 when I was. Yeah, it would. Oh shit, Jesus Christ, time flies fast. Yeah, because everybody in locals was complaining that I was just running so much 13. I was like, all right, fine, I'll take a break. I'll play other stuff. And then
And then I
I
was whispering in your ear like, no, keep playing 13.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was raging against you. I was salty I was losing to you, and I was still just like, you gotta keep playing that deck, dude.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, because I was trying to think of what other decks I was playing at the time because it was monks. I goofed around with Soiree again. Um,
Oh, soiree.
oh, bad 6-7 bit. Oh, that one
Oh,
it didn't even clock with me. That's funny. Um, but
6-7.
yeah,
Oh, I'm so
I
excited
heard
for
so
Christmas
much
before I
six
hear
seven
that.
last night at Thanksgiving while I was getting
Oh,
my
I'm sure.
for some reason the kids decided to at Kim's family stuff. The kids were pulling my socks off and just spouting memes and jokes and stuff, and I was just like, "What the hell?
Uh,
why,
that's what
why,
kids
why are we
do.
doing this?" But kids be kids. They're not my kids, so whatever. People brought 13 at Mike's last week. I
Yeah.
wish I could have been
Kale,
there.
I don't know if I told you, Kale won with it.
Good. Cool. I won some
I,
locals with new 13
yeah.
stuff. It really depends. Like in my case, it was matchup dependent. But
Mhm.
anyway, we're getting off track. Monks.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm at 53 cards in deck here. I do still like Suzuisa. It's a really useful utility, especially off of Hugh. Luso.
To
I
go one of
see the value in Luso. I just I haven't seen I want to see the deck with and without it to see what the difference is in like, like say 10 reps with each.
yeah.
Um, what's the world's deck tech to win? Uh, yeah, TBD. If I was going, I'd just play all the 13 stuff I have and then figure out the other deck. Um, I don't think my 13 deck is optimal yet, but I uh I haven't been able to play the game much in the last 6 months. So I'm a rusty, washed up old hack. Biggest idea with
Bro,
Luso and the Robo was being able to reobtain things as soon as you break them. Yeah, no, that's fair. what I'm going for is least amount of pieces required for combo, or like least amount of combo required for benefit, like personal
Mm.
push or benefit. So I'm just trying to maximize like 1 2 card combos instead of like set all this stuff up, wait a turn, hope something lives. Try to take targets off of like take a target off of 1 or 2 characters and just make everything the opponent's problem. Maybe that's an ass backward way of building a deck like this, but frankly, I'm trying to. There's a lot of moving pieces with all the different potential combos, so just simplifying it, I think helps the deck out a bit. Um, yeah, that's the thing though, is it like without a 2K buff, the Enna Crow is cool, just like any of the anthems, but she provides a or wait, does she provide a 2K buff? I don't think so.
1K.
Yeah, it's 1K. Yeah, okay. I was like,
I
don't tell me I'm
remember.
misremembering the Opus 1 anthems.
I remember way back when there were a couple people who were playing Enocro
Mhm.
just to mess up math,
Yeah.
and just to like kind of mess with that stuff. But I don't
I
remember.
don't know if it's worth it these days because there's so many things that
Yeah.
just say kill things of cost blank. Like Ixion exists. A whole bunch of stuff kills a 2 drop or a 3 drop. It's kind of yeah. So like I don't think the Enna Crow doesn't benefit Selfie as much or Sophie as much. Um, because you have to have that additional 1K there to get her over that threshold. So um I think all of your anthems for wherever they are should worry about the Sophie and the Prish and
Mhm.
pretty much not really much else. Um so yeah, rip Doga, right? Yeah, you know what? We
Yeah.
should build a Doga Mashiri
That was.
Sophie deck and we'll just put a
Yeah.
shitload of summons in there. That's a great
Mhm.
strategy.
Oh, release Doga too. You know what? Like I already
Oh
said, let's
god.
get Sophie off the ban list completely. Let's get Doga. He wasn't that big of a problem, right?
You wish he wasn't that bad of a problem.
Discard
Um,
3, draw 3 isn't what? How can that be good? You dig through your deck. You're milling yourself.
exactly.
Obviously.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, I'm just trying to simplify everything as much as possible. So,
Yeah.
like,
I think honestly, I think the deck's already pretty solid. Like
yeah,
literally
it's
the
really solid.
only.
It's hard to criticize anything in here.
Yeah.
Doga and Chark. Ooh, that could be something. That could be crazy depending on how you build it. Just
I mean, didn't Dogi see the beginning of Chark? I could have swore that's part of the reason he got banned too.
what set did Chark come out in? Well, let's at least look at the arc. It's Opus 19. So no, it was way that was after the fact because Doga got banned in like Opus what 15, 16, 14 even maybe. I don't know. Doga. Let's see here. Yeah, he's Opus 13. He got banned within a couple sets. So yeah,
Mhm.
I don't think he ever saw 11 drop chaos around, which there you are. Yeah, he was Opus 16. So I don't think Doga. I think they might have done that preemptively
Mhm.
because that would have been pretty powerful. Siren would have only
Yeah.
made it worse. Um, yeah, yeah. Safe to say, Doga is gone for a reason, or three. Um, yeah. Because you got to keep the Yang at 3. Prish, I think, deserves to be at 3 here. The Wall you have to keep. Ursula you have to keep. Ingus
I
could
don't know about.
probably. Ingus is nice. It's really nice. I think it can be a 2 of. That might be blasphemy. I don't. Ty, but you play Mono Earth. What, like, is that, is that,
Amon Earth isn't. Oh, Ingus.
is
I
that a
thought you were
sin
saying
to put it at 2 instead of 3? Am I just committing a heinous crime here?
you're reducing your EX count, and he's one of the best EXs
I
in Earth,
know.
in my opinion, or at least in Mono
Yeah, I
Earth.
know.
Is the other thing.
Mm.
I don't know. I'm also debating whether or not I want to run Mont Leonis, but I don't think the deck has room for it. Because being able to Mont into Yang into
Yeah,
Ursula
Mont
into
would be a
something
really
else
good
is
one
really
also.
nice.
Well, like, so
But
here's the bigger question, right? So let's just for to consider the option, put the Mont here. Um, so cut the Luso and Hugh. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was feeling. Like, the question I have to ask, right, is, let's say we're not optimizing this deck purely for like making the absolute best deck possible. Like, how much in theme are we making it? Do you want to stay with that kind of combo, like combo options heavy deck, or would you like to just purely optimize all these other options in the deck while still keeping the monks like front and center? Because if we do too much to this deck, we just start cutting the monks, and then we made a really weird mono earth deck that would, like, at that point, just make mono earth plus Leo and Warrior of Light, and that's just net decking at this point because we've seen that deck and we've seen it do work. So like, how far is the poster? So happy, like so comfortable with us moving away from the original deck.
All right, I think my version is done.
Focuses mainly Ursula, Sophie, and 3-cost Yang is the fave combo. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
we just gotta
playing
bump
three
Sophie up to
6 CP
3.
backup Leo and some Hugh for yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fair.
How
So if
desperately I want to bump Sophie
keep
up
those
to
three. Okay,
3.
so if you keep those monks, you're gold. Yeah, so that's the thing is you want to build around those, right? You want to make sure that you always have the ability to play those. And you kind of want to make sure that you have the monks there because they kind of facilitate each other. Um, and again, too many things we remove from this. It's not a monks deck anymore. But if you are comfortable making it more of like a bastard mono earth, um, that kind of is a less optimal pure mono earth, but still got some monks in it, then then we could definitely play around with that.
Well, I
Like
mean, one
like
of the aspects of that is, or the difference between a monks deck and a mono earth deck is that, especially with monks, part of your game plan is just cashing out last turn,
yeah.
where you have Ursula out, you buffer, and then you just have her start just fighting everything, or just aura blasting everything. Because ideally, you will have 5 backups, one Tyro or one Shantotto. You have 4 monk backups. You swing with a monk, you power up Ursula, you just knock a bunch of stuff down, and then you push for game from there.
Yeah.
Uh, because ideally, you just want to set up a large. You want to take like 1 damage
Mm-hmm.
to turn on Yang, and then you want to Yang into Ursula into Sophie, and then you want to just start swinging. You want to take a turn and then just start swinging out and just start dealing damage or just protecting Sophie. Which is actually why a card that I threw in, I reduced 4-drop Titan to 1, and I'm running 1 Fenrir,
Mm-hmm.
which this is a card that I'm very fond of. It's a card that I miss playing, and I played it a bunch in monks, and I loved it because the whole thing is it's put Sophie onto field, and then break a backup,
Mm-hmm.
or what's more relevant now is put Sophie onto field, break a monster.
Yeah. Also,
And
Viridian
5 is a
brought up a
little
good
expensive,
point that
but
we can change some cards in the LB since we have Shantotto and Tyro in the backup line.
yeah,
Um, we could also throw a
yeah,
Cloud in there, which I think is pretty cheeky. I like that.
actually,
I'm always a fan of throwing a Cloud in there if you can color fix it, especially if you have Leo. Um,
yeah.
that'd be cool. Um,
I mean, you could easily put Robble in, but I don't know. I just
oh,
don't
with
think
the
Robble like.
LB roll.
Yeah, 7 mana ETB kill something, but you need to
Yeah.
have 5 backups. Though, if you are running water, you do have the other Warrior of Light. Uh, search for, yeah, just puts a backup onto the field for 7, and then you draw a card, discard a card. Hmm.
Cloud does throw off the math for the lightning a little bit, but it's not like terminally dangerous. Bosch is good too because you could damage yourself to 1 for Yang. Ooh. Now we're getting a little creative. Now we're getting creative. Gotta have that Tyro out. Gotta have that ready. I feel like by the time you get that Bosch out though, um, you'll already be at damage 1, depending on your opponent. Um, but I guess it also depends on the matchup too, right? Like if you're both playing pretty slow, even pace, then it's not obviously that's fine. But if you're playing against aggro, you'd never see this anyway. You never play again. You never want to get it, deal with it, or at least not at the stage of the game where it would be helpful. Um, it's definitely a card to keep on the table. I think I like that option. I like that. Um, yeah. So if we okay, so cancel your wall from the phone. Have the Sopfo monk. I think it's Ash. Oh, let me double check on Ash.
I remember
And
correctly,
oh,
he's
here we
not
go.
great. Because I
Gain
remember I read him
Crystal. When he
early.
blocks or is blocked, he gains 3k. I mean, a 2-drop 8k with Brave is not bad. Um, but he has to
Hmm.
block or be blocked. Um, so he still dies pretty easily to summons and stuff, which is fine. Um, oh, that's true. You could pitch the wall, yeah, the wall four for what's his name, for Bosch. Yeah, that's
Hmm.
a good point. I got tunnel visioned about that one. Um,
Especially if his Bosch can search the Yang too. Hmm.
yeah, Bosch can search the Yang. Man, we're still on the. This is the first deck of the night. We've already been live for. Let's see. Where's OBS? 40 minutes. So, phew. um, yeah. So if we're let me think. I'm trying to think of what stuff to cut right now from my from my options because I kind of like keeping a lot of this. What direction do I want to suggest to go in? Ty, what are you doing? Like, what's your leaning
Uh,
right now?
I saved mine, but
Okay.
basically I'm kind of using it as a toolbox. You're keeping the Leo Ingus Warrior of Light. I'm keeping Qatar. I do think Botch is spicy, and you have a lot of ways to pay for it. Warrior of Light. Oh, that's the other thing is Warrior of Light lets you naturally play Sophie as well.
Hmm.
You have to pay 3 for her, but you're playing her. I don't know. Give it a peek.
Okay. So this other Ash, um, says Brave. All forwards that you have other than Ash with Brave gain 3k, which only some of the forwards have. And then when he enters the field, choose a character that breaks zone. If you control 2 or more Sopfo characters, add it to your hand.
Suppo
Um,
forwards.
yeah, that's the tough part. What else? Is
And
there anything here, Sopfo? I don't. Yeah, no. This is all everything else.
he does like single-handedly turn on Sophie, I think, or no, he puts her just short of it because you tap her, give her Brave, that puts her to she gets 2k from having Ash, that puts her to 9k as opposed to 10.
Hmm. Yeah, just by himself. But yeah, if you're damage 3 with Yang, then she's good. She's good to go with Ash. Might be more cards than you want to play in one turn. All that just to burn one. Um, at damage 3 plus.
Yeah, yeah, I think I'm pretty comfortable in saying that. I think I have the build of it that I want. God, I wish Qatar was a monk. That would make the deck a lot smoother. I just wish there were more monks. Like that's the I've been having a blast playing Dragoons, and
Yeah,
thinking on it, it's just like why doesn't monks have some of these cards?
yeah. No, that's the
I suppose
problem.
they
That's the one I'm struggling with here is just like I don't know how far from monks, like pure monks, I want to take it.
hmm,
Um, but I think there's a lot of tech you could play with in Earth here, and that's what's making it kind of a dangerous discussion. Is like, oh crap, I see 30 options. Chat is suggesting all these good options or like really fun tech that might not be the world's best, but oh boy, is it fun. Um,
hmm.
so. Yeah, I think I think I want to suggest leaning into I I have 53 cards. Let me double check and see what other monks we have. Let me put a pin in this ash. I'll just throw it there. Let me go back to let me reset this job monk. And we'll do color earth, omit multicolor, go. Okay, so there's the newest Ursula from 25. Um, she only searches off of ability or summon playing her out. Um, Ursula attacks, choose a form. Okay, they fight. So you can smack something for 5 if you're not buffing her at all. That can go either way. I would like more Prish to be able to buff her extra. Um, the Water Warrior of Light is good. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. From the LB, I can see that doing some work if you have a lot of the standard unit forward monks. Um, yeah, there's just not enough monks in the game to do crazy stuff with monks. I mean, there's options. But let me. Yeah, why did I clear the filter there? 5-drop that becomes cheaper for every job monk you control. 1-drop 8K is cool. But the name clash is just so brutal. And yeah, you're right. That is where Dragoons feel a lot better. It's like, yeah, Kane is a name conflict, but your Freya name conflicts are specials.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's why I
Oh,
wish
the
that we could almost run the Opus 3 Yang. Because he does free play in Ursula. Um,
oh,
but that's
I
the
have a
thing is
4-cost
his special
wall.
only deals
What is
5k to
22?
everything, which isn't nothing to sneeze at, but it's not great.
Uh,
He does have Brave, so you
oh,
swing with him and you do it.
23. Oh, this one. There we go. Search for standard unit at your hand. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. This was one of the key cards in Chocobo Joe's mono water wall 7 deck. Um that he gave me a good slapping with a couple years ago. I remember this. Um yeah, if there was enough water in the deck without Leo, without this Warrior of Light, obviously. Um Tyro, you can't always lean on the Tyro, right? Um, Earth Warrior of Light would be better. This one here, um, that just kind of does a little more work.
Mhm.
So yeah, yeah, I think I'm gonna cut Hugh and Luso, and do I cut the Leo and the wall? I think I cut the Leo and the wall, and then we're at 47, so I think I just buff like so for the numbers. Um, because your backups are pretty good. You don't have to worry too much about those. They're all really low curve, which is nice. Minus obviously the big costing ones. Um, your forwards all seem pretty effective. I almost want to cut the Ash for something else. Um, but yeah, because this is just a fight. That's kind of rough. Um,
Also, I misread 4-drop Warrior of Light because for some odd reason I thought he added the standard units to hand.
oh no, he just
And
plays
I'm
them.
like, oh, that's crazy. No, he puts them
Oh,
in
prison
break
break
zone.
zone. My bad. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And then you can pay to play them out. So you're thinning your deck. I don't know.
Chat
Yeah, no,
suggested
my build's.
also the old Opus 5 Earth Wall, which, man, I remember when
Oh,
this
God.
card was hot. Um, Mr. I'm Ty. I'm gonna lick a booster pack and pull a foil Warrior of Light that's worth $70.
Oh, yeah. Oh, which Warrior of Light is
Opus
this again?
5.
Opus 5.
Opus 5
Oh, the 6
Legend, the
mana?
the modular one.
Opus 5. Wall. I
Yeah.
thought you were still talking about Warrior Blade. I was just like,
No,
ugh.
wall.
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah.
funny. I mean, especially remember because everyone was looking for it, and we had one pre-release kit left. And I was like, everyone, shut up! I'm buying that. No one gets to interrupt me.
Yep.
That's where I
Then you
sold.
licked a booster pack, and that was the
Yeah,
card that came out of it.
yeah,
That's
that was
the
awesome.
yeah. Good times, good times.
Yeah,
I don't hate this one for this. Um, Downside is it's so my only gripe with this card is that it doesn't help you if you play it if you like say you draw off of something and then main phase 2 you want to play it. Like you just there's no utility for playing this main phase 2.
hmm.
Um and I don't know. That's a really low it's a low pick like nitpick, I guess, really weak nitpick, but I don't know. I just don't think it's I mean it's nice cuz you can special the 3 drop with it.
Yeah,
Um
but
but
I'm not sure if that's worth it,
I
especially
don't think
because
it's worth it.
the specials just kind of. One sec, let me reread it. 'Cause I'm wondering if I'm missing
Like
something
you
about
need to
it.
have yeah, I just don't think the special is really worth it. The light Cecil though just got a
Yeah.
suggestion in chat. Interesting. Double check Cecil. So it's one of the ones revealed at Nats. Choose four other than Cecil to
Yippee.
turn again a yeah, get reduction. Discard one light card, Cecil gains 10k.
Mm.
And you get Earth Cecil that worth cat 4. So that's the other problem is that Rosa is gone. So you can't just throw the Cecil out there
Mm.
um, with the Rosa. Or I should say the Earth Cecil with Rosa. You can use Cecil and not need to sack an extra monk per turn for Ursula.
Mm.
Ursula is cat 4. That is true. Yup, confirm.
The
Hmm.
only problem is you don't have a lot of Cat Force synergies in Earth.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing is like if we like there's other ways to do this, but it would require us dipping into like a bunch of different colors.
Yeah,
Like
at that point you're getting super freaky just to take down some consistency. Like you up some consistencies and then like lower a lot of the rest. Um, it's fully earth water, so you could use the water seal to protect Ursula. Yeah, that's fair. Um, but then you have to have the crystals, and I don't think this deck benefits enough from crystals unless you're doing that full like transition there. Um, there's no like there's no water monks as far as I'm aware. That's a purely earth thing, minus Sophie, of course, who's half and half. She's multicultural. You want to keep it mono earth? Probably wouldn't be. Yeah, that's the thing is I don't want to deviate too much from mono earth because I think a lot of the benefit of monks being, mono earth is that they're so easy to. It's so easy to play the whole package. Um, Oh, 21 monk backup. It did, yeah, and we took that out earlier. Um, Hashmal does make everything a monk, but that's Hashmal is. Oh man, I love that card, and I always get talked out of playing it by
the
multiple people.
the real secret is that you Hosh Maul to make everything a monk, and then you sack it all to Ursula.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Just make her 30k. Hey, wait a second. Isn't there a card that does that already? Daisy. Just special the Daisy. She gains 30k. Make her a monk. That'd be really funny. Not worth it, but funny. Um, unless someone else is seeing something I am not. Um, but no, yeah, there's not a lot of notes I have on this deck. I think for the most part, you're probably pretty good with it, as is. Um, Hashmal named Samurai, then cast a Samurai dude for an OTK. Oh,
Yeah,
what's his name? Hien? What we're talking about this guy? LB Tenzin? Yeah, there you go. Now we're getting purely into the memes. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, now we're getting into real shitpost territory. That
I'm
would be
worried
funny
that
though.
I'm worried that if we take every suggestion, it won't be this. It won't. It'll have like no cards or something.
That happened to Worlds last year. Was I not? Maybe did I miss that one? Or am I just forgetting that entirely? Hien? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
No.
yeah.
Wait. No. I do remember that. I do remember someone was. Someone did do something weird like that because I remember we were reading it like, "What do you mean he ends here?"
I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not doable, but I also think it's not as likely to work out in single deck format. That's just me though. Um, so Ursula can now only play Sophie or a backup. Look, when I was playing monks, that's how I used to play it. It was purely a Sophie target or monk target, and it for me was a good recovery tool. It's a good way to at least play stuff out. I also used to run the 5-drop Fenrir, if I could spell the card right. Fenrir. I used to run this one, the modular guy. Um, if the backup line is full and Sophie is MIA, RFG, or just, in the deck still, whatever, does the lack of free value matter? Yeah, so that's the tough part, right? I think that's where the struggle begins. Um, so let's look at other 2-drop monks to play with just to see if there's anything else worth having. Oh, and let's filter by forwards here. Um, and 2 drops. We are left with Ursula, Yang, and Monk. Um, if we take away the forward restriction, we don't have a lot to play with here. Um, but like that's kind of the struggle of Ursula, right? Like that's keeping her fair is targeting monks only. I mean, she can't get Aerith back. She can't grab Suzu back. So, you know, it just kind of, yeah, it just kind of is what it is. I mean, that's kind of the, oh, that's right, Job Monk. You're right. You're right. Also add Job Monk. Um,
I
Monkey.
checked that earlier. There's not too much.
Yeah. So now you go to a Prish, right? And she's reliant on doing damage to your opponent. Um, so a lot of their options are Ash or Ursula herself, and that's a name conflict. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that again, that's kind of still the struggle of Ursula is just sometimes she's just better for the backup ramp, honestly. She is not the linchpin of the deck like she once wanted to be when Sophie was a three of, a legal three of at least. So, yeah, a lot of your strength from monks comes from other monks doing stuff. Um, the backup sack just has to be worth the push. Could pivot to Fire Splash for Garland. Opus 14, draw for each backup you sack. Also true. Introducing more moving parts though. Um, Honestly, at this rate, I feel like we've accidentally developed like 6 different versions of the deck,
Yeah.
all of which are worth talking about and trying out. But as it stands, if we're gonna keep it to just purely mono Earth, um,
Yeah.
this is where my build lies. So I'm gonna save that here. Um, and then I'm gonna go to the decks and show off ties.
Let me. All right. Just saved. Again.
And Ty, walk me through yours in case there's anything else here
Yeah.
that is
I'm waiting for
that I
stream to
yeah that
catch
we
up.
I mean we talked about a lot of this already in the chat and
Yeah.
whatnot, right? A lot of this is just existing tech from the previous version.
Yeah. Like that's the thing is I just wanted to make the previous version just a little bit more concise. Um so I put in the 3 Leo, 3 Warrior of Light because I feel like having access to multiple elements helps this deck out a lot. Um by having an easy way to play Sophie, an easy way to play Bosch
Yeah.
is quite nice. You could arguably cut the Bosch or even buff it up if you really want. I kept the 3-drop monk because the fighting is surprisingly relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously the Yang just free plays Ursula, which free plays something else.
Mm-hmm.
Like ideally, the ideal turn for this deck, and this is something that I did back when I played monks, was Yang, Ursula, Sophie,
Mm-hmm.
because Sophie's already immediately right then and there 8K.
Yeah.
Like she's already a lot stronger. Then you basically need any other forward to push her to 10. Then you already have that turned on, and you have other forms of you have protection via Mist Dragon. You have other ways to protect it.
Yeah.
And then I'm also running the 5-drop Fenrir, another card from that era, where you revive Sophie. You
Mm-hmm.
revive. I'm still running the Guido because I do like that idea of just like, I do like that idea of Ursula break a backup, Guido draw two.
Yeah.
Um, and Fenrir being another way to play Guido if you want to pitch Guido early. Fenrir being an easy way to play Prish. Like Fenrir's backup breaking is relevant in control matchups. It's also the monster breaking is relevant in monster backups. Like there's multiple angles that Fenrir takes, and obviously people are still running light and dark forwards. So another another use of Fenrir.
Yeah, no, that's 100% valid in my opinion. Like I said, I used to run this in my monks, and I don't think I've edited the deck for a while, so it's probably still in. I think I probably still have a copy or two in that deck,
Yeah,
wherever it is on my shelf. But yeah, no, I mean I think all of that is pretty good logic.
yeah.
We just have
Also,
our
just
two
Qatar
different
Qatar
philosophies of the
having
deck, I guess.
Qatar having access to Leo, Suzuki's, and Sophie's is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
I almost wish Ursula was 1K less just to, because honestly, if you could Qatar into Ursula into Yang into something, or Qatar into Ursula into a backup, or Qatar
Mm-hmm.
into Ursula into Sophie would be bonkers.
Yeah. Yeah.
But all right, we good to move on to the next one?
Yeah, I sure am. Let's go back into the
Testing
Discord and pull up the next deck. So,
we're
I'm on the
testing
wrong
Zach.
channel. Okay, so after we did, all right, so that's this one, or was that one? Okay, so next is from October 21st. We have Shabab's deck that he posted. Okay, so I have Testin Zach is the title of this one. It's a mono fire.
Yeah. At the beginning of your attack phase during each. I'm rereading Ferris because having a Ferris with no Lena target and an unuseful EX is annoying. At the beginning of attack phases during each of your turns, you may play one fire or water forward if cost equal to the number of backups you control from hand on the field. So ideally, you hit 5 backups soon.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's copy. Oh wait, this is the copy. Whoops. Um, Also, I'm not sure about playing the war. Like, there's some warrior stuff here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I almost wish
I
the
think
Zach was a
Warriors would be
warrior.
a little bit I think you're pushing it. I don't think you're gonna really
Yeah, it
get
might be a
the
little
benefits off
wide.
that a lot. First,
Yeah,
whoops, no, I don't want to buy it right now. So first thing I want to do is bump this Terra down and put in the new Terra. Because the new Terra is pretty good.
the backup Terra.
Um, Add a fire and wind or lightning card. So you get one at least off the top, and then when you cast a wind or okay, actually,
Yeah,
maybe not.
Terra's
Maybe
Terra's
not.
mandatory
Hold
and
on.
multi-element.
I
That's the thing is,
misread. I misremembered.
4 mana draw one is okay, but ooh,
Oh,
yeah, if you're
infinite
running other
turn deck. It's a
colors,
shame it'll never have. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I did manage to make Sin use Giga Graviton. Okay, Brian Garrity would love that deck. He because Giga Graviton is that's a yeah that's Sin. So
that's his favorite way of winning the game.
yeah, that the dark 9-drop, right? Well, the older one.
Yeah,
Yeah, this one right here. Yeah, just for what it's worth. Yeah, that's a deck I want to see whether I tweak it or not. That sounds hilarious. Um, but wipe that. Yeah, so Terra, I think Terra is fine at like 2 or 3. Cloud is pretty good.
Cloud
Let me
solid. I'm
double
just
check. I
wondering
just
what
want to
this
look
deck
at some of the
does.
new stuff from Opus 27 here.
Hmm.
Um,
Zach's nice because he's just a board wipe. Ferris plays the Zach for
mhm.
free.
What
Ferris
is
just plays
my
everything in your
set?
deck for free, sans Jet and Ifrit, but ideally Jet will be free. Let's see. Wu Clement, if you control 7 more, gains. Running 3 Ami, 3 Ifrit. That's solid.
Hey,
I'm honestly
Materia
having
Hunter,
trouble
where's Opus
finding
27?
anything. I think the only thing I really want to change in this deck is the backup lineup. I don't think Tifa needs to be there.
I don't think Tifa needs to be there either. Um,
I think she's cute, but
mhm.
like I just don't think it does much for the deck. I'd rather just run like 3 Elwyn, or if you want
Right.
to keep the EXs up, run a Selfie or Saz. I'm also not entirely sure. Terra's good. 3 drop good, or 3 of them the good. ETB uh get an Ifrit that still costs 1, or 5 mana get an Ami that costs 1 till end of turn, or Bahamut. Like Bahamut's nice, 1 mana. But like
I think what
I
this
don't
is
know.
missing is Caius.
Kai's.
Caius, from Opus 23, the legend that searches a Bahamut, and then
Yeah,
you
but you're only
reduce its
running
cost by 5.
Yeah, but you're only
Um,
running 1 Bahamut.
well, that's why you add more Bahamuts. So I think,
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we have the person who made the deck in here?
I mean, it's Shabab, so no.
Okay, it should go. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Um, I will potentially see him on Sunday, Sunday evening if depending on how that goes. But I think yeah.
Here, 1 sec. I'm going
Let me
to
double
send
check some
a
stuff
link
here.
to the Discord into chat for this one for Erebos player.
Okay, so you're not the right job.
And you could feel free to throw it into deck tech discussion
Hmm.
as opposed to Fix It Friday submissions. Yeah, like I have to. God, I wish I could talk to Shabab about this, because like the only thing I want to do is mess with ratios, right?
Yeah,
Like the only thing I'm really not 100% on is Ferris. And it's entirely because of the like Ferris ETB seems really good. 5 mana play 5k, you know?
yeah.
Like or a 5 mana play another 5 drop, or 5 mana Cloud, 5 mana Ferris, 5 mana Terra. Like that is really nice, but I'm just not sure if it's
Hmm.
not sure if it's there. I haven't messed with Mono Fire control that much since the last set. I've been trying to play last set I was trying to play Ice more. And then I hard turned into Mono Water Monsters and Dragoons.
Mm.
Let's see. I'm trying to think.
Is the new
So I'm also
Zandy
not
around yet? Hold on, let me see the. Let me double
opposed
check
to
the
the
new
Terra
Zandy.
either.
So this
Let's say this
Zandy from the
LB.
latest set. There's a field, choose
Yeah,
one job.
LB's
Yeah, and
perfect.
then attack phase, choose four different at 9k. Discard a card. Discard a Zandy by oh yeah, that's definitely worth having in here,
3 of human.
especially off the
Yeah.
searcher. You can search
One
the
mod.
backup or with the
2.
backup rather.
Yeah.
Let me also look at the. Oh, Zeromus needs to be in here absolutely. The new Zeromus. I knew I
I'm
was
also
forgetting a card from the latest
I'm also
set.
wondering if you're on the new Zand, you know. And, the only thing I'm mad about the new Zand is that the new Zand doesn't interact with Ferris very well, because if you Ferris plays Zand, you miss the trigger. Um
Yeah.
Also Zand, I don't know. Because I'm also wondering if you run like just a toolbox, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that new Zeramus would be pretty spicy in here. Give everything Ward 4.
Oh yeah, Mutski and Miyu. Yeah, no, 100% those. Yeah, those are just ramp.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's not running the
Yeah,
backup ramp, is he? But I'm wondering what you
helps
cut
dispel
for
cards,
it.
right?
I've never been a big fan of Zaz in the list. Like Zaz searching Amaterasu, you're just kind of telling the person like, by the way, I have Amaterasu in hand.
Well, I think that's worth it though. To have the
Is.
Ami and like tell them, hey, don't try to do a thing. I mean, sure they can bait it, but then they're spending resources to bait it.
Yeah.
So,
Though also he like obviously Ferris is only at
oh
two,
shit,
but
Shabab's
it's
in chat.
oh okay cool. Hi, what's up? So yeah, we're just one card I never put in was for X was in 1 3 Mew may as well. So your deck plus one less, yeah. Um but what's up? So we're thinking about redoing at the very least I'm thinking about redoing the backup lineup. My question to you is how much do you care about Ferris? I think she's pretty good. I like the fact that she free plays stuff, but I'm not sure how good that is. At the same time, it's a card that if they don't deal with it, she kind of steals the game, right? Because you're just playing a free thing every turn. Um, hmm. But I do definitely want to rework the backup line.
Yeah, backups. I'm sitting here considering options and trying to figure out
Yeah.
like what I want to do with
Also,
that.
I did realize he is running the backup Zand, which you could discard off of Zand to get
Yeah.
the extra
Yep.
9K,
Yep. Yep.
but I'm not sure if that would be worth it.
I think it is. I think it's totally worth it. I think there's just too many. I mean, like you're trying. There's a lot of concern for like for name conflicts, I guess. So there's a lot of different
Yeah.
names here, but
I mean,
I'm not too
yeah.
worried about it.
But something that Nick D and I have talked about a lot, because we've been playing Bonfire for ages, is like that it's just such a tight list, right? Like
Yeah, the
there's
Montleone
so
escape. Well, no, that's
much.
that's why we're saying we got that you got a ramp. Um,
Mhm.
so that's why the Mutski and Miyu is here. So Mutski
Yeah.
slams, searches Miyu, play that out. Okay, cool. Play one more backup, and then you just slam Culinarians, and you're good. You're at 5. And you can always Mont pops backups, right? So or does it just depend on the backups?
He pops one of your own backups
Yeah, so you can always
as
play
cost.
something new
You also
out.
you do have to
Um,
be at 5.
yeah, Idolus always is an option. Light Lena, yeah, I mean that's is that worth running here though? Just for the just off the Ferris? Uh,
Not sure.
this one. Lena has a field. Choose it. Put in a rise counter on Lena for each backup you control, so you can get 4 or 5 of them. Backup enters your field. Place one counter on her. Okay, fair enough. Remove them. Choose a forward in your break zone. Play it on the field for cost X. Yeah, I don't. I think that's too slow, even for this control deck. Um,
Because like that's the other thing is if you could do that twice or 3 times, it'd be very good. But
mhm,
she doesn't. She does it once. She's basically out of counters at that point.
yeah.
Here, give me 1 minute. I have to run to the bathroom.
Yep.
But just know, at least for now, my main changes are uh, running Miwu, Karla Mitsuki.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, that's right, Carla. I
um,
forgot about Carla.
yeah,
Carla.
she's not your best, but the thing is, if you draw an early Mitsuki, you don't want a dead
Mhm.
Miyu because Miyu
Yeah,
can
for
just still
sure.
search Miyu, but ideally you get another backup.
Mhm.
Also wondering what else you cut. I'm wondering if you cut up. Well, no, you're already at 7. Well, I'm at 17 backups, but I'm wondering you probably cut a selfie. Selfie's fine at 1. But all right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be
Yep.
back in a minute.
Yep. Would Adelard be good to buff Zach? I don't, that's the thing. I don't even know if I care to keep Zach. I'm kind of I'm pretty comfortable cutting the Zach entirely. Um, so let me, for the sake of discussion, Adelard, um, power cannot be reduced by the damage. Okay, pitch, pay 2 fire, double it. Which is cool. It can help Ward, it can help Minwoo, obviously. Um, but I think Wook Lamont already helps a lot. And I think it just has more general on-field value for it. Because it enters field or attacks. deal 7k, well 9k ideally. Um, Adelard, you have to use the special and a cost for that. So, I just don't think that's worth it. I think Adelard's a little underpowered for the situation for the call there. Um, I think the Zeromus is good protection. The Caius is because here's the other thing, right? Look at this curve. This curve is we're getting a little steep here. The 7 drop obviously is the Ifrit. The Ject doesn't count. That's always going to be super cheap. Um, but yeah, I don't even know if I keep the Ferris, honestly. I don't know if I keep the Ferris. Um, yeah, the Bahamut is definitely worth it with the Caius, I think, or the Moody, or the Zaz. Ami and Ifrit, of course, keep. Your backup ramp is solid. It's just a question of like the variety here. There's a lot of one ofs, but a lot of these you want at one. Um, the Zandy I want to buff up, but then you have to lower something else. Um, mm, so it's yeah, it's tough. Mono fire in general is tough, and I know the a title of the deck is testing Zach, but man, I hate to say it, I don't care for this Zach. At least not right now. Like he only gains haste if your opponent controls forwards, not you. And when he enters the field, like enters the field or attacks, you deal 5,000 at most. Um, so I don't know if I don't know Zach. Zach doesn't feel like he's it. The LB Zach is fine and good. But yeah, I'm not sold on the forward one. I'm not sold on him being I mean, he's a starter card, which is effectively a legend, but I don't know. I almost like some of the older Zacks more. We got one person saying dump Zandy. That's the problem though. Um, I think this card has potential, like a pretty good amount of it. Um, it's not on attack, it's attack phase transition, which is nice. You can multi-trigger the effect by discarding a second Zandy. Um, and you draw a card off of it if you want to. Um, card, yeah, there's a lot of ways to play with that one.
And I'm
Um,
back.
downside is he's an 8K, so he's amiable. Um, but yeah, paying 5 for a Zac and then you having to pop the goblin for it there's a lot of steps there that just say, hey, kill the Zac. Um, because I mean, yeah, he's a 9K, which is cool. That's also good. Is he's over curve being a 5 drop 9K, um,
Yeah.
with potentially haste and the 5K pings.
His the Zac is really nice specifically with the goblins entirely because
Mm-hmm.
you play Zac, let's say you get Christmas Land, you give him haste. But let's say you don't have 5 backups. So you swing, you're at like 4 backups, you play him, you swing, you deal 4K to everything. Every goblin makes that 4K 7K. Which is nice. If you could hit the 5K, like that's also nice.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually just so interesting because I'm not entirely sure how useful it is. I think I want to cut the Ferris because the more I read the Ferris, the more I'm just like,
Mm-hmm.
eh. Tifa was there because I was missing some cards, i.e. the Type Zero chain, but ideally, yes, I'd run it, made a list
Mm-hmm.
before Forwards End was spoiled. Hmm.
Also use Rain so you can get Goblin back by discarding a card for Zac. Because you can get Goblin by discarding a card for Zac. Get a Goblin from Break Zone. Yeah. And also Red 13 was an older suggestion in chat from before. I don't dislike that. Although I think with the Zandy backup being there, um, I think it's kind of redundant. Um, but you know, still, where let me see rain here. Which rain are we talking about? Was it this one? No, hold on, because these
Oh, also,
goblins are not correct. It would be.
Huklamat with Zac is also really
Oh, here we
nice.
go. Backup rain. Hmm. You can pop her. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I completely forgot about this backup. 100%. I did not even remember this card got printed.
Which card? Oh, Rain.
Yeah, the backup from Opus 21.
Yeah.
That I did not even know this card existed. Completely forgot it.
Eh, yeah.
Yeah, the arguments are fair for dropping Zandy. I just think the card has potential, and the backup
Mm.
kind of helps a little bit. Um, and I mean, taking the damage is optional too. You don't have to take the 7K or to deal the 7K. You can search later. Being able to search is nice, but also Elwyn exists. Raises the curve by playing more of him, less Zandy, but at the same time, you're looking for other stuff.
Also, I'm going to use a lifeline. No,
Okay.
I think he's at a wedding. I was gonna message Nick D and ask
Oh
him because
yeah.
I know he was testing with Ferris quite a bit, and I don't think he landed on anything for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he ended up not running it. One sec. I'm also gonna look into some other mono fire lists
Yeah, I haven't
because
run
I know
Opus
one
Fire in a
did
lot, or
somewhat
Opus Fire,
recently. Opus Fire.
Mono Fire in Opus Fire, Mono Fire in a long time. Um, but I've seen a
Because
lot of
I
Mono
know,
Fire
yes,
lists, and
here it was.
I can never settle on like how to take inspiration from them.
Yeah,
I
someone ran it in the European Championship and got first with it,
oh,
and then also someone got second with a Warriors build.
mm-hmm.
Um, but looking specifically at it, like that's the thing is, oh, this person's running one of me Miwu. That was something that I took a mental note to do.
One
Minwu, I love
Mimu.
Minwu. Minwu is one of my favorite cards in the game.
Oh, Minwu.
You rarely need it at 2 or 3. It's fine
Okay.
at 1. It wins you the game by itself at 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's very useful at 1. You won't need it at 3. Let me see what else. We're running the 3 Clive 3 Ifrit. This person was running 3 of Salamander. I think is a way to deal with you no, Yuna was banned at this point, wasn't she?
Yeah,
Hmm.
Una was not a concern after I think like
Yeah.
June. Yeah. Salamander's also like that's a card. Totally worth using or having in some cases.
Yeah. Because the other reason you run Salamander is for Terra, right? Terra grabs back Salamander.
Mm-hmm.
Salamander deals 7K to something, and then 5K to something else. You have other targets for it. The person's also running 3 Jet, which I don't think is a terrible idea.
I don't mind that. I mean, 2 is fine, 3 is finer probably.
Yeah.
Um, Cloud is fine at 2. Like that's the problem is there's too many good options and
Yeah.
that's Mono Fire's struggle for a while is like what are the best options?
Yeah.
And how do you not like how like Clive is also like just Clive having to include Clive and Ifrit like just a mandatory six card
Mhm.
package is takes away some options. Of course, the
Yeah.
locals 4 round, I counted it refunded over me 20 CP for Mutski. Oh yeah, no, that's totally fair. Like Mutski actually does work.
Yeah. Wondering.
I wonder, do I cut the Moody just to make sure we keep saws? But like the backups, I have 17, so like it's a normal number.
Actually, let me see. Yeah, Nick's not online. I'm 99. I think he has a wedding or something today. I just saw him post pictures from it, so I'm just like,
Was it yesterday or today? Is the big question.
Yeah, let me check. Nick D. Thank
Yeah,
God I'm not
it's
showing my screen because I would have just doxed him live.
While we're at it, let's check the LB here. So we have Amaranth as the newest inclusion from the last set, which is perfectly playable. Mont Leonis, of course. I think Mont should be at 1. I don't think you're ever going to play the second one.
You can. It's similar to Titus in that way,
Yeah.
where you will run into times where going Mont into Mont do your Mont shenanigans, then you Mont again.
Mm-hmm.
I have had that as someone who's played a lot of Modifier. That has happened to me. Um, and that's the thing is if you play your Machina or if you play like Vinny or Amaranth, you just flip the other Mont.
Yeah.
So you always have access to a Mont. So I think it's worth it personally.
Mm-hmm.
It
Also,
does take up that space, but also Monofire admittedly doesn't have great LBs. Like obviously Vinny, you can't run it more than 2. Amarat
mhm.
you can, but he's 7 mana, kill something. Dice Tommy.
Yeah. um, Mon is easy, far easier to use twice. Yeah, that's totally fair. I don't know. I don't play Mono Fire these days. I
Yeah.
probably could and should. Kucha spell. I don't think that's really worth it these
Mm.
days. You don't have to worry about it too much. That's just
Some
one of
people
those
run
cards
it
where like
as an out
it's a cool idea,
to
but
people run it as a counter to the Knights matchup, just
yeah.
to deal with Corilla. But that's
hmm It's
that's
so
about
niche and
it.
narrow, and there's so many things you can do to deal with it. Like you
Yeah.
just have Bahamut, so meh. You also have the Ifrit that deals 5k twice, so that's fine. Um, and all your other stuff just deals enough damage to kill most nights. Um, if you don't run Bahamut Inject, then yeah,
Yeah.
you have to, for sure. Um, yeah, I mean, at this point, I think the Moody is worth running. I agree with chat. Saz, I like keeping because it's a burst and it's a good. I mean, Search or Summon, that's a pretty good burst in my opinion. Um,
Yeah.
You know, like if you're dealing with knights, you have an Ami you can use. You can slam Caius and get a Bahamut and just auto kill something. Clive Ifrit, Jekt, Zandy exists. Like there's a lot of ways to kill a whole bunch of small crap or big crap, and for that matter, that's what fire does. Fire just says, "Hey, nuke it from orbit." Um, Not quite a Valagarmonda nuke from orbit, but still pretty good. Um, I think Zeromus is worth having at 1 or 2. Um, just a
God, I really
solid
wish you could
card.
run Bakul Jaja. I'm so mad that Bakul Jaja is such a cool card that does nothing.
Oh man, fair. Um, yeah. I'm torn on what to reduce the numbers of, right? The ratios are like everything is so tight. It's so close.
Yeah.
Um, and you want to ramp, so I can't take the Culinarians out because while they don't provide any utility other than being backups, they're free backups.
Yeah.
So, ah, Post of the
Oh,
Sin
goddamn.
and Infinite
Let
Turns
me
in the
bring.
Friday. Fix it Friday. Oh, yeah, no, I appreciate it. I maybe deck tech discussion because I don't think we'll ever get to like tweaking it tonight if there's anything to tweak. I mean, if you already have an infinite in there that you can pull off, then like we can't help you anymore. Like you only get so good. Um, I guess I bumped the Bahamut down to 2 maybe. Or do I just dump Phoenix? Like I'm at
I don't know.
53
Phoenix is
cards.
pretty good.
Phoenix is
Phoenix
really
is
good.
pretty nice. I'm at
Um,
51.
Zeromus, I
I've
guess
been
at
slipping the
1.
forward lineup.
I guess Zeromus at 1. Um,
I don't think you need Zoromus at 2 or 3. All right, I think I can say I can lock mine in.
mhm.
Like it still keeps Zach. I think the Goblin synergies with Zach's really nice. You're running Cloud, so you have your break zone removal. I did see the guy who won with Monofire was running, of all things, Kadaj, Dark Kadaj.
Oh, Dark Kadaj, yeah, throwback.
Yeah,
That's a
which
what, Opus 11 or 10?
yeah, but I mean, it
9?
just the choose two cards from the break zone removed from
Mhm.
game is still really nice even today. That's an
Yeah,
effect that will only get better and has only gotten better. They're also running a one of Jin, which is really funny.
like the Monster Gin,
Yeah,
DJINN, yeah.
yeah,
This is a card that I think is also really cheeky. Because that just puts Ward at 8k. It puts Minwoo at 11k, which is nice to kind of crest that little extra hill.
yeah.
Um, I think if Cloud deals 9k, Zandy would deal 9 or 10k.
Mhm.
Jekt, uh,
Trades into 10k. Ifrit deals 11, which is a little
yeah, like
overkill,
it
but
all it
still
all
good.
pushes up and goes nice. It's just not an easily searchable summon or monster unless you have that
Mhm.
rain to goof around with. Going back to that from Opus 21, but it requires it to be in the break zone, not the deck. So like, there's no search or free play from hand. Um, like it gets wonky. So I don't know. I'm just gonna remove 2 cards and settle here. I think the ward can be at 2. Um, or is it? Oh, right. Rain goes for Waff. That's right. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I forgot the WAF restriction. No, wait. No, it doesn't. Yeah, range choose a monster of 3 or less. And then the Jin is a 2-drop. So yeah, this is a valid target. Yeah.
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 But all right, my build's done.
So cool. I have to cut one more card. Uh what do I cut here? I think, man, this is tough. Um God, Elwyn is just so good. Elwyn is so good. Man, do I cut a human? I think I cut a human.
For his eps.
Yeah, I think I just cut a human. Cool. Save mine there. Go to decks. Click ties. All right. So you did keep
So
the Zac. You kept the Zac with the
yeah,
Gobos.
I wanted to keep the Zach only because like obviously he's testing Zach. I was kind of viewing that as like the central theme in a way. And
Mm-hmm.
also just the idea
Brunhilde.
of Zach swing 5k to everything and then just being able to pick stuff off with goblins or something like that, in my
Yeah.
opinion, is really good. Let me see. I'm looking at the changes. Minwu to 1. I kept Wook at 2. I haven't had time to mess with her. However, the idea of if you have all backups and then 2 forwards, everything dealing 2k more is really, really nice, especially off of that Zach. That Zach
Mm-hmm.
dealing, 7 on swing. Um, Obviously Clive and Effort's kind of a mandatory. I only put Zero Miss at 1. It is we've I've been pretty liberal about using this term. It's a 4 mana do nothing.
Yeah.
It enters, it has that interesting reaction of like, hey, it's a hard card to deal with. It's a hard card, or it makes well, it's a card that is it's weird. So, have you had any experience playing against Aziramis yet?
Yes.
How did you feel about it?
So keep in mind, I was playing 13.
Uh-huh.
So Vanille Special exists.
Yeah.
That's all I need to say about it from
Yeah, because
my narrow experience.
yeah, because to brag a little bit,
Hmm.
to push my glasses up my nose. Something that I did, I was playing Mono Water Monsters,
Hmm.
and I think Nate slammed it against me as
Hmm.
this like, ooh, what are you gonna do now? Because it's like, oh,
Yeah.
which costs 4 now, and like that costs 4 now, and like if I want to target him with, a 6-drop Leviathan, it costs 4 now. Like there was a lot of counterplay to or there was a lot of like, oh, what am I gonna do? And then I just animated a blue worm and I swung with it and I broke a Marlboro and I dealt with his entire board.
Oh, brutal.
Like that was just it. Or like a 5, yeah, sure, a 5 mana coup
Yeah.
sucks. But
Hmm.
yeah.
No, that's fair. Also, okay, put the deck in deck tech discussion. Added a card to my Hythlodeus OTK deck before Euros and suddenly hit infinite power without realizing off a double Renault flip and had 36 in hand. Let's go. Oh, man. One of my favorite out of the
So,
box. So, speaking of outside the box stuff, that reminds me of like back in Opus, I think, what, 12, 13, 14, we were doing these.
mhm,
Um, was it Dan Walters who submitted the bouncing Lonnie deck? Um,
I
or was
think
it somebody?
so.
Or was it Tom? It might have been Tom. Back when Tom was participating in these. I don't even know if he's still
Mhm,
in the game anymore, but was making a lot of like really janky, weird decks. Thomas. One of those guys threw it in there, and man, that was a wonky one.
mhm.
But good stuff, good stuff. I love those infinite combo decks. Those are hilarious. But yeah, we good to move on to the next one?
I think we are.
We have a
There's
mon.
not much else. Like I consolidated the backup or the forward lineup a little bit
Hmm.
more. I switched a lot of the stuff to two ofs as opposed to three ofs.
Yeah. So we have
I think the
Warren.
deck it's a very straightforward deck. It's good.
Yeah. So we got Warren's
Uh,
deck.
Zodiac in the water.
No, Mono Lightning.
Oh wait, a sec. Did I miss that?
Yeah, you went. We're not in the thread yet. His is under Shabab's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mono Lightning stuff. Need more tweaks, but I like the idea of taunting. So here we are looking at a very interesting Mono Lightning with a splash of fire. Um, and the Ifrit is the taunt that he was speaking of. Um, the Ramu is an option here that is there. Hey Warren, what up? Um, the Arden exists, and I think you need the first thing I want to suggest is the character Lightning, the starter card. Um, so let's produce that deck. Jack Garland
Mhm.
is the taunt. Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right,
Force
because
block.
Ifrit is yeah when it is blocked or chosen. But yeah, okay, gotcha. Yep, my bad. I completely missed that Jack Garland was there. Yeah.
Let's see. Jack Ireland, Dion Bahamut. Also, just make sure that the backup lineup looks fine.
Mm-hmm.
Riccardi's good for that. You will never. I will be extremely surprised if you ever whiff on Ricard.
Yeah.
Yogg is
Weaver is
here.
fine.
Backups
Honestly, if
highlighted
you
in
want to be
Yogg.
super efficient with your backups, you should do the Turk line. Um, so
Oh, where
President
you're running
Shinra
President
into
Shinra,
yeah,
Reno
President
Root.
Shinra into any of the Turk backups of the Turks. Backup, go. You have Reno Rude. That's if you just want to be super efficient. Don't get me wrong. You don't have to run that. It just helps, especially with Weaver. I think mid is one of those. Mid is nice. I don't think you need her at 3 though. It's good for curve, I suppose.
It's not terrible
Um,
for curve.
Yogg Rosh is a good play. I like that one. The Guardian is fine. Um, the Guardian is fine. You draw off of it, and then you also get to dull stuff.
Yeah, you
Um,
just push for game.
yeah, because like here's the thing:
Uh,
if you want to dull forwards, a little bit more efficiently, you have a VV, from where is it? Which one is it? Am I dumb? Am I misremembering? Yeah, yeah, VV dull stuff, or dull thing. You could also though do um, oh, it's from Cat 8. Hold on, let me do backup. Lightning Cat 8. There it is. Estar Shoulder. Oh no, not that one. Hold on. Wrong one. My God, I'm blanking. 2-drop lightning backup. It's old. I'm gonna find it. Where are you? Do. You are from like a bazillion sets ago. I'm blanking here. I mean, you also have this Kuja, which is nice because it breaks a 2-drop, and then you can dull it to or break it to dull something. Where is the dang backup that I'm thinking of though? Um,
I realized something very funny about this deck. It does not work. Do not listen to me. But because it's running 3 weavers, Zeralja turns on if you have all of your weavers out.
wait, what? Oh, Al Cid. Here we
Zeralja,
go. The Al Cid. If you
the
want to
three
dull
drop
stuff.
forward. If you control 4 more cat 14 forwards, he gets 2K in haste. Then attack or break
Oh,
something.
the characters. Yeah, so you need all
Yeah.
3 and then him. That's funny. Yeah.
But
So yeah,
looking through
backups. We
here,
can we can talk about backups. I appreciate the Valagarmanda include. The Rama is nice. Um, although
I
I think
don't.
you're better off with Odin's. Different
I'm also
Odin's
not
though,
feeling Ixion.
because like
Rama, yeah.
Odin's work best off of There's a lot of ways to make Odin's work, but I think the best ones are the burst Odins. Um,
Yeah, because obviously there's the 9 drop Odin. 9 drop Odin's good, especially for running this much lightning in
yeah,
your deck.
five
You're
drop
not
Odin is
using your
also really
break
good. The
zone.
burst.
You're not using your break zone very much outside of Barley,
Yeah.
and Sidolphus.
Mid
And
and
then obviously
Vivian just
we,
to interact with some other secondary stuff. Yeah, that's fair. Priming Ramu. Yeah, I mean that's perfectly fair. I just think you have a lot of good options there, and this Odin is probably better. Um, like it, yeah, Ramu searches, so that's fine, that's fair. Um, just things. Behemoth K is I think something that's always in the back of my mind for like a summon heavy or for a mono lightning deck. Um, it's how do I put it? I'm always hesitating though. Just because it costs 5, it can be a little expensive. Um, and it doesn't really have an ETB. It requires to attack, so it can be kind of awkward. Um, it's when it's chosen by an ability break the forward, so it can get wonky. Um, always worth considering, but it doesn't feel like as big of a beast as it used to. Um, so yeah, I think you should also run. Um, it's nice that I'm so torn on the Clive. He costs
yeah,
so much to prime, but like his text is pretty good.
yeah, because like that's the thing about this Clive is I don't think you really prime him. Like he's, like I've seen people prime him. Priming for 5 is a lot.
Yeah.
Like because ideally you play him, you exile something, you draw a card, so he immediately gets you a 1 CP back,
Yeah.
and then you Clive special into or you prime into Arden. However, also just playing the Clive's a little rough because
Hmm.
Vivian doesn't cheat him in.
Yeah.
You need to Vivian does not have the Torgal text, unfortunately. So you do need some source of red just to play him.
Hmm. I mean,
Hmm.
yeah. The
Actually, does make
downside
it
of
harder than I
Azul is
thought.
that generating crystals is a pain. Like, yeah, you have Jack Garland. But you're relying on a lot of there's a lot of forced stuff that's supposed to happen here. Um,
Mhm.
and I think there's a lot of situations in which your opponent just kills Jack Garland.
Yeah.
Um, so it's tough. Mono Lightning, especially like Mono Lightning control, is powerful but narrow.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to make a lot of things happen with it. Um, but I want to see it work. Um, so I'm with you there. Uh, take a lightning card out of your hand. Yeah, I mean the chance that you have 9 chances to whiff on this Arden, which sucks. Um, which is kind
God,
of
I wish I had a way to give Behemoth K haste outside of the really bad red mage backup.
yeah. I
Because I'm
mean,
looking
well,
at it, it's like
actually,
that would have
well,
been really fun
no.
for this deck, specifically off of Jack Garland. Because it's really hard to block a 14k
Hmm.
that automatically deals your opponent a point of damage.
Yeah,
But not having haste.
yeah. And this
I also
Ramu
wonder.
isn't the same one as the primal Ramu. Because if that had
So
the
what's that
similar effect,
one?
it'd be really strong and totally abusable. But
What's Icon's the wrong job for it.
is
What
it
was it?
primal?
Primal. That's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
yeah. Puppets for a control deck. Oh,
Because
Avjang
Ravana,
and
Ravana would be
Nejing,
so
Nejing,
funny.
however you pronounce it. That was Opus 17, and New Arden will give you a card back off of each special. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point though. Aphmau, and then I can find the spellings of those guys. So yeah, because you play this one, search for one of each, and then um you do Ovjong. So you find what is it? This one? Yeah. Yeah, and then you dispel them and then just kill. Yeah. I don't know if that's worth it these days, just because like this decks like this can just kill stuff. Odin just says die. Valagamanda says, fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Um, and then Bahamut's good. You can also Zeta Flare and break stuff, so that's kind of nice. Um, you can't run summons with it though because you use backups for ammo. Yeah, and like if you want to run the Ramu priming, you kind of have to run the summons because otherwise the value is just gone. Um, so I think you want to get the value off of the Ramu here, and the Sidolphus. Um,
Yeah, because Warren commented like Clive Ifrit's a bit of a brick now that I
mhm.
need more fire to play him. Yeah, I do wish that, like for 5 mana, Vivian should have Toriel text,
Yeah,
but she doesn't, unfortunately. Like it's
yeah, she's tough. Or it's tough rather. Like the Clive and Ifrit are like good cards, and I think Clive with Dion, or sorry, Clive like RFG a Bahamut 16 and have Clive on the field, and it's scary as hell. Um,
yeah.
ooh, one electric jellyfish. That's right. That is right. The electric jellyfish exists. As does
Really,
the
jellyfish guy is suggesting
crazy. I
electric
know.
jellyfish.
Oh man. I
Also, I
mean,
love
yeah,
I love whenever people collect one card. As
yeah.
someone who has an absurd amount of poo poos, oh, I love it so much.
You don't just have an absurd amount of poo-poos. You bought TCG Player out of poo-poos more than once, and Troll and Toad,
Yeah,
and one other
yeah.
site, I think.
Rest, Troll told me they rest in peace.
Yeah,
I think they're still around. They just don't do Final Fantasy anymore.
yeah. And there's also the Curl.
Oh, Electric Jellyfish would be so funny with like Ravana in this
Yeah,
list.
that'd be funny. Yeah. Um, Opus 20. Yeah, Rama for haste. Yeah, that's funny. Um, Mugula produces fire and lightning. Does it? Is it?
The lightning
Lightning one
one.
produces
I believe the lightning one does produce. No, does it produce water? One sec.
the water one produces lightning, I think. Or does the lightning produce water? I always have them backwards.
Produce the lightning one produces water.
Yeah.
The fire one produces ice because I used to run last well in my mono fire
Gotcha.
list.
Yeah. Curl is also an option for giving something haste if you want to be cheeky. Lightning makes water. Yeah, so then yeah. Class will scroll all the way back to the Moogle. Yeah, fire produces ice, water produces fire, and then lightning produces water. Yeah, so that doesn't really help us there. Um, yeah, what the failure rate of Arden triggers with fire and light. That's what I'm saying earlier. Like you have
Yeah,
9 chances of whiffing. Oh, sorry, no, you have 12 chances of whiffing because you have 6 Ifrit or 3 Ifrit, 3 Clive, Bahamut, and Dion. Um,
yeah.
and
Which
that's
is
that's brutal with Arden, which is why I would replace
yeah,
the Arden with Lightning. Like it's restrictive with its break, but when you kill something, you can give a forward haste, including herself, which is
yeah.
nice. She
Though
survives an Ami.
I still am wondering if we just cut Clive Everett.
You could totally cut Clive
'Cause
Ifrit. Also running Agito
here,
Cadets in the back if you wanted to run dual color. That is an option
here I'm
though,
going to. You
according
can,
to
yeah.
chat.
Like if you wanted to do, yeah, if you wanted to run fire
Kalia
lightning, it could work
Cheval
out.
is able to
And
search
Terra helps with
Miyu.
that too. With the zero cadet Moogle, yeah.
So you Kalia Cheval into. That's the other problem though, right? Is you search the fire, but then how do you play the fire?
Yeah.
Like you have to be
Okay, so
dual
I'm
color at that
gonna
point. Like you'd have to be fully
here.
dual color committed in the deck.
I'm
And
gonna
then
try to
that
keep. I'm gonna
that
try to
brings in the
keep the
struggle.
theme. I'm gonna get rid of Clive Ifrit.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for at this point. Like it's cool, it's fun, but oh boy, is it tight. Like it's difficult.
Yeah.
Um so yeah, that's rough cuz again, without like if you're not going to commit, here's a if you can commit to dual color, then that opens up a million more options, but it also takes away a lot of things that you'd be doing in a single color.
Hmm.
Um yeah, yeah.
Also, not entirely sure about as Zool. He's still damaged. Like he's a good blocker. You 2 for 1 on blocks.
Mhm.
That's nice, but it's still damage. Shoots up to 1 forward. It's the fact that it is the what's it who's it
Yeah, Citra Light is
the
fine. That's a good option.
Dataluma. That's it.
Seymour for mono summons. Seymour is actually kind of cheeky, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Um, Downside is you telegraph to your opponent, right? Like they can just not attack you for a turn, which is a deterrent for, if you don't want to take damage or something. Um,
Well, that or you just play the 4 drop Seymour, which is ETB if you have 3 more summons, break something.
this is true, actually. That's a fair point. Which I mean, this deck has summons for sure. Um,
Yeah, I guess my question to Warren is: do you want this to be like removal that deck, where you force combat as well through Jack
mhm.
Garland? Because with Jack Garland, like you would need the right forwards for it. Hmm. And that's always been my issue with a deck like this, right?
Mhm.
And this goes as far back as the other um
Oops, I hit that.
the Rama lists that we would
Yeah.
constantly get of just, oh, you run 5 drop Rama and then you just like you just kill everything. And it's like, that doesn't work how you want it to. I
Hmm.
promise that does not work how you want it to. And the idea of forcing combat, especially in a game where people don't really have, or people only swing with forwards when they know they're going to kill, is handy. I'm just,
Hmm.
it's an interesting deck. I'm trying to think of a way to make the opponent run into everything. Is the other
Yeah,
aspect of
that's
it?
the well, yeah, if you can force the blocks, then that's cool.
Yeah,
Felthanos is neat, but then it just dies to 9-drop Odin, which is in quite a few
dice
decks right now. Um,
dice to Ifrit.
it dies to Ifrit, it dies to any kind of removal of summon or of abilities like Marlboro, which doesn't target, it just blanket removes it. Um,
Though
it does kill, it does take out a lot of things, don't get me wrong.
it does force Witch to use the effect on him to do all
Correct.
that stuff, or you attack. Like Falthanos also isn't like terrible, only because a lot of the removal in the game is extremely efficient to the point where it's low cost. But
Yeah,
there's also a lot more board weight effects. It's kind of the same issue with Zeramis, right? Is
yeah.
that like, yeah, Zeramis adding a form amount of attacks on stuff is a lot, but it's like, yeah, but
Hmm.
there's a lot of ways around it.
Yeah, Man in Black is a
Let's
good
see.
point to bring up. Because Felthanos can break, like, can ruin matchups, but you need to pair it with an engine like Man in Black. I think Man in Black is fine on its own too. I think Felthanos isn't even necessary in that combo. That's just play Man in Black. Um, so that's worth keeping in mind there. Um, like I think Mono Lightning does have to kind of be removal dot deck. Um, especially on a broader scale. Um,
There was
I
also
think we have the
where
wrong
is
Ixion there as well, for sure.
there was that one lightning, the 6-drop one that searched two Odins. You can also make
Oh,
this
the
Odin
really
in that
old
deck.
Opus 10 Lightning?
Yeah,
Or was it
I
Opus
always loved that
9? I
card.
forget where it was, but it was where are
It
you?
was
Piece
Opus
of
10. ETB
garbage.
search for
Yeah.
two Odins, add them to hand, tap, remove two Odins from break zone, choose a forward, break it.
Hmm.
Okay, it's not as good as I remember. I remember it having like another effect, which is why I'm like,
Now you're thinking of people
is why I'm
pairing it
confused.
with other Odins.
Yeah, I
Um
remember getting it haste to doing like shenanigans with that,
yeah,
but
well again, someone ran it at one of the Bahamut Brawls. I think the first one?
yeah.
I think it was G that ran it. Geez, how far back do I have to scroll for this friggin' card? Oh, Aldo is a kind of a nice include. Here we go. Yeah, search two Odins, remove an Odin from break zone, choose for break it. Yeah, it's so aggressively mid as a card. Um,
Nowadays, it used to be broken back in the day of just being able to tap it, remove two things, break it
yeah, well,
forward was so
back when
nice.
not
But
every deck had a buttload of removal.
yeah,
Um,
and you were running other summon synergies with it. You were dumping stuff into break zone all the time.
yeah.
That
Forward
was
Emperor helps a lot. Red Mage gaining crystals here, Ninja gaining crystals. Um, Reno and Rude searchable backups. Barley is great. Aldo for searching forwards if you need to. President Shinra and Vivian. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff to play with in Mono Lightning. Almost too much. In the like, there's a lot of bad like Lightning cards, and there's a pretty good amount of like pretty good Mono Lightning cards.
Mm.
They just haven't seen enough success yet. I think
Yeah, I'm really not.
UCB Lightning Emperor kills monster decks. Yeah. I definitely like. I love this card. I want to see it do a lot of work. Oh, Tax Emperor can search out the Crystal Emperor if you have. Yeah, that's also fair. Um, let me bring up yeah, this one. Yeah, or no, the tax one. Where is the tax one? This one. This guy. Yeah, the downside is that no one's ever gonna kill it if they don't need to. A lot of things are ETB based these days, and um, like it was a good unit tech, but you're better off just
I think there's still some things that are relevant. It's against, for example, a two mana cost onto Witch of the Fence.
sure.
If we want to go over to mono fire, 2 mana cost on goblins. Um, because it's the fact that it's characters is also what
Yeah,
makes it really
no, I
good.
know.
2 mana cost on Tyro, 2 mana cost on Um, a lot of shit, really. It would be very annoying card. I almost wish you could run it with the Water Emperor,
Right. That'd be cheeky.
because you just trade them back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And then the
Either
Emperor is just
way,
more
I mean, there's
removal.
so
But that
much
puts you into
flexibility
water.
in Lightning. Um,
Yeah.
Hell, with Azul, you could run, because he's a Sviets. So you could run the Searchers for
Yes.
Sviets. What's his
Restrictor.
name?
Is it a Restrictor? Am I
Restrictor,
dumb?
yeah. But like at that rate, you also have, you have Aldo who can just search anyone. There is the Water Lightning Moogle, which would be funny. Yeah, that's true. Um, Miju Materia Cup because the 2 CP extra stop from hit loop. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. Um, that's fair. Yeah, I just think it's narrow in the current meta, like non-Una meta. The Tax Emperor was amazing against Una, especially in like Wall 7 decks, but I know a lot of people cut it the second that Una got banned or restricted rather, limited, whatever you want to call it. So I think the way I would suggest building this deck, the way I'm going to build it, um, yeah, it's more anti-monster tech for sure. The way I'm gonna build this deck, um, I'm gonna keep the priming Ramu. I want to play. I don't know if I keep Bahamut Dion. I think I cut those down to two. Um, they're cool, but they're not like amazing. Um, I think the Seymour is worth having one of. He's just kind of a cheeky, helpful card. Um, Sidolphus can stay, of course, because ETB search a lightning summon that's nice, and then prime it immediately if you can. Um, I don't know if I don't think the crystal package is worth a
Mm.
lot in here, but I think it is worth exploring. So I'm gonna take out the Tax Emperor. I'm gonna take out all the crystal stuff. Um, yeah, red
Oh,
mages,
god damn it. For a second I
and
thought, do you remember that Odin that costs one less for every Odin you control? Or for every Odin in your break zone?
I want to say
I thought it was an EX. I looked it
no,
up.
I don't think it's an EX at all.
It's not.
Yeah, that one was crap, which one was that? That was the 6-drop Odin from Opus 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's choose a forward and break it. Like that's
Hmm.
nice. It's not bad. It just requires your break zone to not be misdragoned.
Yeah. And also
Um,
requires you to run a lot of
yeah,
Odins.
Ricard is here already, so don't worry about that. The
Hmm.
2-drop Aphmau is a pretty nice card to stall when you're trying to build backups. Um, it's rare that it doesn't get more value than you spent on it. Interesting. Well, let's look at that Aphmau again. So we're talking about this one, or are we talking about? Are we talking about the talking about this one to build backups, or this one?
That's some silly tech. I like that. I'm looking at the 4-drop forward one.
Yeah, the four drop forward is kind of cheeky. It's kind of cute.
Because being able to do that and Objang just having specials, and they only cost one, I think.
It's just the special,
Yeah.
which is kind of neat. Yeah,
The
that was
thing is,
talked about earlier.
you pay one, you put it onto the field, you pay one, you discard the other one, and then
Mm-hmm.
you deal for 9K. Um, you also just have a floating Caholen.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Luiswa into the twins is also an option. True. That's the thing I run into with
Oh,
with
actually,
lightning. There's so much backup ramp, but the question really is like, do you just want to run a million one-ofs because you're always going to hit five backups, or do you want to run like multiples of stuff to make sure you hit it when you can't search it? Um, because like lightning doesn't have to worry about a lot of the backups doing something. They're just worried about ramping really fast. Um, because
because
yes,
a
you're right.
goofy
I
thing.
You could also Lewis Watt into an Alice or I think it's Alphino actually might
Uh,
be
yeah, you go into Alphino, the old two drop backup.
yeah. I mean
Because something I was
you could
thinking
do
of
the
is
three
like
drop Alice.
Zeralja would be very funny with it because Louis Swa into Alphino already gives you two out of your four
Mm-hmm.
required Cat 4s.
Yeah.
But do you really want to run the Alice as well? At that point, you're clogging up 3/5 of your backup line.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And Shinra and Louis, that's six backups guaranteed, two backs with turn. Yeah, like it's totally doable if you really, really want to ramp. Downside is you don't get the mid really. You're probably not gonna hit the Yogg Rosh against ice, which you kind of want that against ice decks. Um, like you really want that against ice decks. Um, and then Borrow Eye is super useful. Um, just for the return to hand ability. Searching with Aldo is nice. Vivian is okay. It's pretty nice in this one. Um, the filter standard unit is yeah, the filter standard unit's nice. Like I don't think you should have to, right? Like I feel like there's ways to make the deck more efficient without having to cycle. Um, because in Lightning, that's kind of something you don't want to have to do. Um, I at least don't ever want to have to cycle in Lightning. I want to do my loops and then just kill them. So I personally would omit the filter standard unit, but eh, you can go either way on it for sure. Um, because each forward here has a lot of individual value. The Emperor, if you're not running crystals, the Emperor ain't gonna do jack. I think Azul can come out. Um, yeah, but it's a nice 2 for 1 though. I'm kind of stuck on that one.
Fiend.
The
Oh,
Jack Garland
oh!
is
I
still
wish, I
interesting.
wish you had forwards that would break themselves. Because Fiend would be really funny with that.
Oh, Sphene, yeah.
Fiend, Fiend. Oh, one sec. I'm gonna send you a video.
Oh boy. Hmm. Yeah, cutting some backups is probably good here because there's too many, and then you add some forwards. Um, make them more consistent. The lightning element has so much random infrastructure, but nothing focused. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, right? Um, Axis, I think wouldn't help as much as you want it to. Is the downside. Don't get me
Oh,
wrong, I love Ted
that would
Mosby here.
that'd
Um,
be very funny
I
with
love her
Fiend as
boy.
well.
I love our first spoiler.
Play
Um,
Axis Mill 3, crack Axis, add something back, Fiend, add Axis back to hand would be pretty funny.
it's a pretty high cost combo for just grabbing cards, though, is the
You're paying
downside.
6 to mill yourself 3 and getting something back. It's not amazing.
Yeah.
I wish it was better. I
If there
wish it
was a
was
way to make
better.
it more efficient, that'd be great. But
Yeah. I'm wondering.
so
I'm
yeah.
also looking at that 7 drop lightning of like the idea of like that 7 drop lightning with Ravana.
Mm.
But I just feel like that's magical Christmas land, you know? Of
It
like,
really is such a like dream scenario of like, can you get the Ravana down and either make it last a turn or also play lightning in the same turn?
yeah, that's my issue.
Like,
Yeah.
because
Because
at
if
that
only
point you'd
Ravana
have
could
to
give
also
himself
run
haste.
monsters to pop stuff off Ravana.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing, Warren. In Wall 7, when you can cast them both off of the same ability, that helps a lot. Because that way you can just stack it. Um,
Oh, I also noticed that there's no LB
yeah,
in
well,
like a
LB
quick.
is yeah. There's a lot to play with here in LB because you just light, dark, lightning, and then LB, and then go, omit multicolor, and you have edge because of course you do. Nyx, cloud,
Yeah,
um,
Edge is the other
lightning,
easy grab.
Sephiroth, Gilgamesh. And did I say Nyx already? Nyx is in there, and then I think just because
Where
um
is he?
oh, lightning is difficult though because oh, you know what? You put the lightning in here. Um and then I
Yeah, she
guess
does
the
search the other
Shantotto.
lightning.
I guess lightning is tough because if you have Dion or Bahamut, you just can't play the lightning. Um
Yeah,
but yeah, Luso lets you search the Guardian or the Weaver. And like that's it, which don't get me wrong, those are fine.
yeah,
Um but yeah, having that Luso out, nobody's scared of that Luso. They do kill it pretty quick, but
yeah,
if it doesn't die,
L-
you draw. You have that on field. You have a Dion. You
yeah.
just have a dead card.
Lucia's
Um,
there to unbrick you, which never doesn't work out exactly how you want.
And I think that with the efficiency of lightning backup searching, you don't really need to worry
Mm,
about it.
yeah,
So we're not gonna probably have to worry about that. Um,
yeah. I really don't know how to feel about this deck.
and it's not even that it's bad; it's that it's mono lightning.
Yeah, like that's the thing is it's mono lightning removal, right? And like the
Yeah.
idea of getting a lot of value off of Arden is really cool. Um, hmm,
I actually think I'm not gonna put in the President Shinra package here, just
yeah,
because having Ricard at 3, reveal add a lightning card, you grab a backup. The Weavers are at a pretty good abundance. Um, all your backups provide a value or a draw for the most part, or at least card advantage. Gilg is good to snipe Lev 9. Yeah, I mean that's definitely already there. This Gilgamesh absolutely is here. No question about that. The lightning is here, good to grab a lightning summon back.
mhm,
All like this is a deck where this card actually matters. Like it's very rare that this card actually matters, but here it actually really does matter.
yeah.
Um, so for what that's worth. Um, Sephiroth I think is a funny one to play with. Um, just I like this Sephiroth. I want this card to be good and fun. Um,
I
Shantotto, I'm torn on. It's our girl, but
I
man, that's
will,
9 for grade 3.
as someone who's been experimenting with Shantotto, it's borderline unplayable.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was
Um,
hoping you wouldn't
it,
say.
yeah, same. Because the big thing is obviously it costs 9. That's a lot.
Yeah,
Nine's a lot. The other aspect to it is the fact that if they have any way of dulling one of those cards, effect fizzles.
yeah.
Um, if they like, there's so many ways to deal with it that it's really bad.
Hmm.
In that case, you'd rather just play Edge and push for game, or you'd rather
Yeah.
just play like Cloud. Because even my current Dragoons list, I was running that Shantotto till like the very end, and I cut
Hmm.
it. And I was gonna put in Sephiroth, but I put in Edge instead because I reread him, and I was like, oh, this card's good.
Yeah. Edge is actually a really solid card that has won me more than a few games in 13 Dragoons. Um,
Yeah,
and
it's the
anything
fact that
that
in
uses a
Goons,
significant amount of
Freya.
lightning.
Yeah, it's just the fact that in Goons, it 4-drop Freya kills two things on swing is
Yeah.
really
Oh,
nice.
Puppet Master is another really good card for the deck if you have a bunch of backups. Um, Let me search that. I knew there was a newer card.
Choose a forward dull it. If you control 5 or more backups, dull all forwards instead.
Like if that's your last
Uh,
like that's a go for game card.
there's also searchable off of Luso.
Yeah.
That is pretty funny.
Hmm. Because you can always get that in hand, break a backup, right? Like you can, I guess you could in theory break Ricard, give something first strike, and then do it. Put mid in the break zone. Um, do that. Um, like there's ways to that'd be kind of funny. You just need to be able to get it
Yeah.
back from break zone, which is difficult if you ever
Yeah.
want
Also,
it.
Ricard's important for Jack Garland because
Yeah.
Jack Garland forces everything to attack. You crack
Mm-hmm.
Ricard, give him first strike,
Yep. You need that
and he
at
just eats
3 for
everything.
sure.
Also, Ricard's just really good at mono lightning.
Yeah, definitely.
As someone who's been playing so much Dragoons,
Mm-hmm.
oh my god,
That
I
card's
love
so
that card to
good.
death.
It's so
I
good.
like want full arts of it now. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, this card's the goat. I totally forgot that I had a full art of it
Mm-hmm.
for the longest. I found it in an old binder of mine when I was cleaning stuff, and I was like, oh, this is going straight into goons.
All right, Ty, you got yours finished up?
I'm missing two cards, and I'm wondering what I should.
Because you haven't saved since
Um,
you copied the deck, so you still have the fire stuff in there.
yeah, yeah. Let me.
I'll see you're going robot mode again.
I don't
Took
know
a couple
why.
hours, but you're there again.
Yeah, it's funny. I clicked onto Discord and I just see the connection just like go in and out. Right now it's
Oh,
fine, but it keeps
yeah.
going from 30 to 12 to 10 to 0. Like it's just whatever. Let's see.
Warren says if Dion and Bahamut are endangering the whiffs of things like Arden and Ricard, would cutting them in general for stuff like Breakzone Hate Irvine work better? Potentially. So that's
Yeah,
the first
actually,
cuts you can make if
hmm,
you struggle with this deck, is Dion and Bahamut.
actually, let me try that out. Let me cut those and then let me just start putting in Mono Lightning good stuff.
Yeah, because you could
Really
throw in that
quick.
Irvine, um, you can throw the Arden back in.
Let's
Um,
just run Vitra if
oh
you
yeah,
want.
Virtua. Yeah. I forgot about that card.
Vitra. I love
This
Vitra.
weirdly spelled crap from 14. Um,
Vitra. I love it. Vitra is like the coolest character in the story. I love Vitra.
yeah.
Oh, what was I just about to throw in? Oh yeah. There
Yeah,
it
Virtua is
goes.
also a super cool card that can totally go in here. I actually still need another copy of this card to have my playset. Because I still don't have a lot of Opus 26 stuff, so I'm just still buying boxes here and there of that. Irvine is just generically good. You're correct in that. Um, Freeing up Mid and Vivian, here's the thing. If you have Sidolphus and Ramu in the deck, keep Vivian and well, actually let's put it this way. Um, Vivian is good at probably one. If you have them, one or two. If you cut Sidolphus and Ramu, then just don't bother with Vivian or mid, and you can go with other backup options. Um, 2 CP RNA pays itself back, which is also correct. Like if you're doing pure mono, um, and you can lean into a lot of those monocolor strategies that don't worry about whiffing. Um, Granted, you're already kind of playing with some of that, but that does re-enable Arden. It makes Ricard better. Um, stuff like that. So yeah, you can totally play around with that stuff. Um, just things to keep in mind, right? Um, Also, if you want to be super cheeky, this is a stupid idea. I don't necessarily recommend doing it, but you could, and I wouldn't be shocked if it won you one game, maybe two. But keep in mind that this doesn't require you to pay a correct color right here. Okay, this Earth Lightning. Um, you have lightnings in the deck. So you could get those out of break zone. You could RFG those to play this lightning for defenses and do that. Um that would be really funny to just be playing a mono lightning deck and then just oh yeah, lightning. The what? uh that would be get I'm sure that would
My
get some reactions.
I have my build. I'm not super confident in it, but I threw in just some generic Mono Lightning good stuff, and I
Mm,
think it makes it pretty good. Because I'm trying to play around Jack Garland a little bit more,
okay.
and having first strike's really important. Yeah, I'll just wait for you to click onto it.
I pulled it up already.
All right, cool. Yeah, sorry, the stream's lagging
Hmm.
behind.
No, you're
But
good. I do. Oh,
actually,
that's
I'm
a
wondering if
good.
that's why
Yeah,
my
those are good
ping's
cards.
messing up. Yeah, so obviously Irvine is Irvine. Especially when he forces a block, being able to give him haste first strike, or with Jack Garland forcing a block, that's really good. Otherwise, he's just good. Um, Three of Emperor because he's the Emperor. Um, I also needed to fill in space. I threw an X step because you don't terribly care about your forwards outside of getting Sadalphus back.
Hmm.
Um, Estinian is another card that, if you have the Jack Garland up, is really disgusting because if you warp him in, or even if you just play him, if you play him swing, he's an 18k first strike that they have to block.
Hmm.
Like anything's gonna die to that. Um, you could probably switch Azul and Estinian's ratios, put Estinian up to 2, Azul up to 1. The issue with Azul is he doesn't give himself haste.
Yeah.
And then Vitra is just a card that you're just pushing for game. You're already playing pretty aggro. You're already swinging a lot. So to have a card that says, "All right, when the center is like you could just push,"
Hmm.
is nice. RNA is another EX in the deck.
RNA
Also
just
first
is just
striker.
good. That card's just really good.
Yeah.
Arden is there
And then
because you
Arden.
don't whiff on it in this version.
Yeah.
John
And you're
mentioned
killing
in
stuff
chat
left and right.
you
So,
could also throw Rug in if you're changing out which light cards you have, which is completely
yeah.
fair. But if you don't want to run
Yeah.
light cards, then that does kind of detract. Um,
Or because this is removal that deck, you could run Cecil.
mhm,
That'd be better if you were still running Dion Bahamut, because then you just pitch the Dions and Bahamuts to him.
mhm.
But no, I think yeah, I'm willing to call this Mono Lightning
Yeah, I mean we've shown a
for
lot of
approval.
options here. I think Warren has a lot to consider and think about. Mono Lightning is very complicated in terms of building it. Like there are so many good lightning cards, and it's a question of like what do you pick and prioritize. Um, there's so much to play with. I also very much like your inclusion here of Exdeath and Estinian. Those are always good generic lightning cards to have. Um, I don't think they're completely critical, so I didn't put them in. But Exdeath is probably the better of the two in this particular like type of deck.
Yeah,
Um, and the RNA is definitely a good include for sure, especially if you want to search it off of Aldo. If you hit it off of a burst, like that card off of a burst just feels great.
yeah,
Um, I also included, if you noticed, an Ixion for board wipes. I have two of those in case you face a big weenie deck.
yeah. Especially
Um,
because you don't. That is a entirely asymmetrical card, 90% of the
yes,
time.
in this particular deck, it's an opponent board wipe. You're not going to be paying
Yeah,
the kicker a ton. Um, So like, and even if you are paying the kicker, you're only killing one to two of your forwards at most, and you'd be wiping a lot of theirs potentially. Um, Lightning Zandy is huge if running a bunch of big. Oh, let's double check that one. What I haven't seen that one in a while. Um, this one. Oh, right. Break a thing, and then you can also play a forward onto the field. That's also a fair point. You're probably gonna have a lot of characters too. Um, I think this one benefits the most if you're playing with monsters. Because you can then it's harder for the opponent to remove any of your stuff before you play Zandy. That being said, that's not me saying don't run Zandy. That's me saying if you got sticky stuff, go play Zandy. Just be cautious and careful with it. Don't have high expectations. But again, here's two options. We pointed out a lot of good cards. Chat gave a lot of good suggestions and points to include here. So yeah, I agree. I think we can call this deck adjusted for the time being. Um, let's move on to Yuki's deck.
Summoner's Requiem, right?
Let me double check. Oop. Yes. I'm gonna run to the bathroom for a minute, so you go ahead and take this one tie, and I will make my copy
All
of
right,
this, and then I will sit on that for a sec. I'll be back in a minute.
all right, cool. Hi, chat. Um, Now that Eric's gone, I was going to say that I have to go to the bathroom, but I'm going to wait for him to come back first, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. But either way, so Yuki. So I've been chatting with this player. She comes to the Good Games locals. Uh, So let's just take a quick look. I think did Eric open up the list? Yeah, Eric opened up the list. It's interesting, and I'm trying to figure out what it's trying to do because we have some summon synergy, but it's only running 14 summons, which like that's fine. Um, like I'm not entirely sure what the Yunas are doing here. I'm wondering what other. Oh, wait, copy. I'm wondering what other units we could possibly run. Because I could have swore that there was choose a Tidus added to hand. What was the 5 drop? You may discard one summon if you do cancel its effect. Whenever you cast a summon, draw a card. This will trigger one OBT. Actually, that's not too terrible. The Odin is still 2 active lightnings. Like, I think that you can build a water lightning summons list. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure what that would look like. So, like, there's already a good start here. I think we need to consolidate it. We need to be running the 5 drop Yuna as opposed to the 2 drop ones. Like the one that is wait, does she have a special? She does have a special. Choose a forward deal 3,000 for every summon. Yeah, so I'm gonna suggest the 5 drop Yuna. We could probably cut the Steiner. I think Steiner's only target is Kuja here. Double checking. And Freya, I'm not entirely sure why Freya is here either. Because she only hit something for 4K? Yeah, only 4K. So, Luna Freya enters the field. Your opponent selects 1/4 they control, put it into the break zone. Enters the field, choose 1/4 the opponent controls, return to his other hand. I'm not. I think we could probably cut Luna Freya. Seymour's fine here. You're running enough EXs. I do want to recombobulate the EXs a little bit. Like 3 drop Leviathan, I just don't think is there anymore. You just run the 6 drop. All in at 3 is perfectly fine. Odin Ixion. Odin, I want to swap out for a different Odin. Ixion's fine too. I'm not crazy about it. 4 drop Leviathan. Choose a 4 to 5 or less. Put on top or bottom if you cast 3 or more elements, which is impossible in this list. Oh wait, yeah, impossible in this list. All forwards also is 2K. Not very good. Also draw one card. Just yeah. So I think she's just kind of working with what she's got. But let's clean up this list a little bit. Let's try to find some more summons for her. So we'll narrow it down to Water Lightning. Let's go straight to summons and see what our options are. 5 drop Leviathan. Plays Lulu out for free. I don't know if that's worth it. 3 drop Leviathan. During your turn, dull 2 actives, choose a forward or monster, return to its owner's hand. Also not great. But if we're running enough water in this list, it's probably worth it to run. Still damage, reset damage. Okay. It's probably worth it to run the 6 drop Leviathan. Obviously, because it's good. You also probably want to be running Aquatros as opposed to the Bounce Leviathan. Checking comments. Lightning's End is, let's see. If you use it to summons Opus 20 for specials, while it's being a draw engine, let's take a look. Let's see. Okay, so we're thinking of at least one of the first ones, or one of the first, and then you said can abuse Opus 6 Light Una for specials while speaking of draw engine. Una. Turn off summons. Turn on light. You said Opus 6. Reveal top card. If it's a summon, you may put the cost. Remove 3 summons from a break zone. It might be worth. I'm just wondering what summons you really run, right? Because like, or rather, what Unas you really run. Because obviously you want summon synergy Unas. You're not super crazy about having. Wondering what other Unas you could run.
Okay, I'm back.
Howdy.
I went to the kitchen for some eggnog.
Gross.
More for me.
So this is an interesting deck. Um, it's running a lot of interesting cards. Uh, I'm trying to find a way to make lightning water summons to work.
Well, first things first, Siren.
The deck's running a fair amount of forwards. Is the issue?
Well, that's why you cut a lot of the forwards.
Yeah, because I cut out Freya. I'm probably cutting out the Yunas, or at least some of them. Because the other, so if you want to run a Lightning Water summons list, right? You,
Mm-hmm.
you want the 5-drop Yuna, which is when she's chosen up by ability, you discard a summon, cancel it. Whenever you cast a summon, you draw a card. So Kaholan effectively draws you two, which is really good. Um, if you actually cast the 6-drop Leviathan, it does a lot for you. Doing an Aqua Taras draws you a card.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot that can happen. She also has Steiner at 3, but there's only 3. Her only targets are Freya and Kuja, and I don't think either of them need to be there.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so I'm gonna cut the Steiners. Uh, if she wants to focus on Yuna, keeping the Tidus is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Seymour is good. When card named Tidus enters the field, choose a summon your breakstone, edit your hand. Like, I think the 2-drop Yuna isn't terrible to search a Tidus. Tidus ETB search the other Yuna, but the problem with that is you have the other Yuna stuck on your field at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm also just trying to find a way to like fill up your hand, you know.
Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of options here right now. Um, right now I'm kind of building this into a monsters deck.
you just you just send her like Viridians. It's just
Like
like, oh yeah,
I,
yeah, this
I
is
wish
close
I was
enough.
kidding. I'm kinda accidentally going down that route mentally already.
Uh,
Um, like
uh, I wish that there was a Yuna that would break herself.
I'm running the backup. It's solid.
Ooh, actually, Garnet's not a bad backup for this deck. Mill 3, remove a summon from your break zone from the game. The opponent selects a forward they control, put it in the break zone. Oh, she's a forward. I don't know why I thought she was a backup.
Yeah, Leviathan thinking about your own bounce your own stuff. Yeah.
She has an EX, though. You EX mill yourself 3.
Which one do I think? Oh, right. Wrong Leviathan for sure. Well, no, you could play that. That Cahalan is good. This Odin is it's okay. Wrong Ixion for sure. I think you still do this. I think you do a bunch of Odins. Definitely the 9-drop. You do maybe one of these. Do a couple of these. Do. Not that one. Where's the other one? No. This one? No. Wait, that's light. Maybe that one. Maybe that one. I think this one's better though. Yeah, monsters has to be tweaked. Backups have to be played with a lot. This one feels very much because I know Yuki is a player who doesn't have a ton of stuff. So this does kind of, to a degree, feel like a hey, I'm playing with what I have kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Which is fine. It's perfectly fine. This whole thing is meant to be, hey, here's what we suggest, not a shame you if you don't have it kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's just a little interstitial reminder of that.
Also, now that you're back, I told chat I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
That's fine. So
All
now
right.
we got all the
Yep.
Odins in here. Now we bring the Leviathans in here. So I actually, so Aqua Tarasu for sure, but I also like this Leviathan a lot. Um, this one from Opus 19 is super goofy. Warren can attest to how this card has done some work in certain matchups. Um, it is super funny, and I think there's some value to it, some merit. Um, Yeah. So, oh, Opus 20 Una and Opus 6 Una are a very strong control combo. Noted. Um, your new starter unit was able to play Witch and Siren, mostly use monsters. Yeah, that's fair. Um, better on their turn, ironically. Yeah, no, definitely. Like, there's a lot of things you can do with these color combos. I want to reread a bunch of these Leviathans because I haven't read all these a lot recently. Um, Oh yeah, no, it screws with priming. That's a really good point, Warren. That's a really good point. All right, so choose one forward, four or less point controls. Turn it to his owner's hand. You may play one forward constant. Okay, so this one also does some goofy stuff. For five, it's not bad. It bounces things, and then plays you a thing. This Leviathan has arms and like abs, and I'm uncomfortable. Um, but that's a whole different discussion. You can deal two active water forwards while choosing forward monster controls. Okay, so bounce. Here's the Garnet Leviathan. Remove four Leviathan from your break zone as an extra cost. Your opponent selects one forward monster control. Put it in the break zone. Then extra cost. Select two instead. Do the thing. Here's a one drop. Choose a card in your break zone. Add it to your hand. Draw one card. Then put one card from your hand in the break zone or damage zone. Okay. So yeah, so you rotate, draw, and then switch. Um, yeah, Tros and Titus. Yeah, Tros and Titus can be nasty. And then we have the six drop of from 21. Reduced by two on your turn. Choose a forward, put it on the bottom of the owner's deck, and you may play one forward, two or less. Not really useful here, because you only have a couple of those forwards. I definitely need to slim these down. Um, so yeah. Uh, Let me double check the Unas that we were looking at before. So this one is the rare. Choose Titus
Oh,
in your
I'm
break zone.
back.
Add to your hand. That's neat. Starter one though. Play a forward of cost three from your hand on the field, which is nice. Just a three, which is cool. When she attacks, look at the top three cards of your deck. Add one card among them. Yeah, one card among them to your hand. Return the other to the bottom of your deck in any order. And then with the Gull Wings from 26. Enters the field. You may put the top two cards of your deck in the break zone. Yeah, we don't really particularly care about this one right now. Um, but yeah, so I think monsters are the way to go. Um, what is oh, Graph. Yeah, we don't have an LB here. That's right. I was like, what's the LB stuff for Lightning Water that you would kind of goof around with? I was like, oh yeah, Graph. Graph is a thing. We like graphing. Um, Graph. Yeah, we don't really play that. I think this, Cloud, and these. Oh, oops. Kind of went crazy on the LB. My bad. There was an LB. I just didn't notice it. I'm just an idiot. It's fine.
You
Um,
silly.
derp. Yeah, Leo's already filled. Okay, so we have still have too many of these. Yeah, Tomberry Cactar is kind of cheeky, but not really that great in this matchup. Um, Cloud is good. Lightning is decent. Nyx we could probably get rid of. Sephiroth doesn't need to be there. Edge doesn't need to be there. Um, yeah, so I think we can lose a Leo. We can. Um, Graph is only useful if we have Melusine, so maybe. Uh,
Mhm.
yeah, the Leo being the World to World one. Yeah, the promo.
Damn, you really did just copy paste the.
So
Like
okay,
next
so
on your
hold
list, I'm
on.
like,
I'm
what?
not done. I'm not done. I'm
Uh,
not entirely done. The backups aren't anywhere near done. Um,
yeah.
Dragoon definitely needs to go. Uh, Ayla, I don't think that one's really worth having. The Kuja isn't really worth having right now. Um, yeah, just the take away LB, put in backups. What backups do we want to have for these colors? Um, man. Seth is good with Siren to protect him, and you only swing when they have stuff to kill. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Yeah, Barley for sure is worth having, I think. Um, where are the other things I'm thinking of here? Um, I think Alice is pretty good. Oh, you could just do um, oh man, wouldn't it be funny if you just did the ooh, Lena, of course. Definitely got to have those Lenas. Um, I think it would be really funny if this is where you do ooh, call me so you don't get your stuff removed by anyone but yourself. Aside from Miss Dragon. This is where we would do
Oh,
the
actually, yeah. Call
Louisoix.
me is. Yeah, I put in Louisoix who can search Alpha now. The only problem is the Alice is not. Well, actually, choose a character without. Actually, the Alice to search another Yuna isn't too
Yeah,
bad.
Alice is definitely useful here. Get another Siren, get another Yuna, get a Lulu, get whatever you want.
Get another Seymour. There's a lot of
Seymour.
things. Yeah, there's a lot of decent targets.
Yeah.
I also want, as opposed to the Isla, let's run 3 Lena. Lena's a little greedy, but 14 summons enough.
I'm at 17, but I also have too many cards in deck, so don't mind me.
I'm also debating, what does Zephos do again? Nothing. Okay, let's. Because I think Tros is fine as the monster. Because the deck's running a fair amount of Leviathans that bounce stuff. Oh yeah, there is that one really cheeky Leviathan. Let me see if I can find it. It's the water one. You may remove 4 card named Leviathan. Select one forward, put it into the breakstone if you pay the cost. No, that's not the one that I'm thinking. What's the one that I'm thinking of? There's one that it's
Back if you can crack to get a monster in water, the Fisher?
there it is. Water forward. Choose for until the next turn they can't cast it again.
Yeah, that's Opus
That's the
18.
other card. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that
goofy.
or
There's a lot of
19.
cards.
Yeah, no, Warren and I were
There's a
talking about it
lot of
earlier.
decks that messes with.
That card's good.
It just messes with so much stuff.
Yeah, that card bonks. Um, yeah, Fisher goes to hand. Oh, let me do this. Water, backup, effect text, monster. Um, you have Blue Mage, which discards a monster, draw a card. Um, it's all right, but you might as well just play the monster at that rate. Orator bounces a monster. Um, Gao becomes free if you control monsters. I actually kind of like that.
Also, just a heads up, I could probably do one more deck and then I have to bounce.
That's fine. Yeah, I know I have the 9 in LB. That's just because Melusine still exists. so so.
Wait, Larsa's really good in here, isn't she?
Yeah.
Searches Men in Black Yuna. Oh yeah, Lena. I always forget that. Yeah.
Yeah, Lars is the guy.
I always forget. I don't know why I
Son
always
of the
forget that, but
Emperor.
I always forget that.
Ty's over here doing the what's the Dark Souls character's name?
The
Who
coffin.
No, the one who is there's a Dark Souls character who was raised as a girl because the father was disappointed in him. And so it's just like you don't get to be a boy.
Is this what I want to do? I think
It's
this
from
is
Dark
what I
Souls
want
1.
to do.
Anyway,
Mhm. There's also a character in Elden Ring that I think is the same.
I have to play Elden Ring still. I've been slacking on that
Oh,
one. That's probably
same.
gonna be my next. That's gonna be one of my games I stream one of these days. Just take forever to go through it. Is there a 10 searcher in water or lightning?
Good question. I think you're stuck to Brother and Wind. I want to say you're stuck to Brother and Wind.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I saved my version of the
Okay.
deck because I wanted to stay on the summons theme, and I think there's something there.
Mm.
At the very least, it's a very annoying deck that either kills something or bounces it back to your hand infinitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, brother is not in these colors, unfortunately. Yeah.
Roller.
Schultz, you saying? Or is there a spelling error? What character you Merlewib searches yeah, true. Merlewib searches water. Yeah, Merlewib does search water. Which is kinda nice. Does search for the Siren and Titus and Lightning and Witch. Oh, the new water EX. Water EX. What's new? What's new? Not the Garnet, right? No. Oh, Shoal. Oh, that's Shoal. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. The top three cards of your deck turn real talking. Oh, okay. All right, that's not bad. I don't know if I'd run it in this deck, but it's not bad. Here, Ty, let me pull yours up real quick. Let me save this real quick. I'll come back to this. This one's yours. Nope, that one's mine. Okay. This one's... Nope. Dang it. There we go. Okay, so Ty has 17 forwards, 16 summons, 1 monster, a bunch of backups, and a correct amount of limit breaks. 2:30 a.m. not very lucid. Yeah, your time zone's a little different than ours, huh?
Yeah. It's 5 p.m. over here. I'm feeling great.
Ty, what time zone are you in?
I'm in. Friends tell you I'm in Hawaii, right? And that's why my internet connection's so iffy.
Oh, okay.
Uh, I
Don't
think
start
Hawaii has
another.
the time zone. I don't know. I'm not going to
Yeah.
question it.
No, it's about yeah. Hawaii's a few hours away. I think it's 3 or 4.
Yeah, yeah.
Should be
So
midnight
yeah.
or
So anyway,
sorry,
I wanted to
4 p.m.
stick to this. I wanted to stick to the summoner theme.
Mm-hmm.
And I just realized that Water and Lightning has just a lot of really annoying summons. So you could run the 3-drop Water Leviathan, which alongside Man in Black, as long as you could pump out characters, will always be free. Um, you have access to 5-drop Yuna and her really good special. Um, and then on top of that, like obviously if she's targeted, you just discard a summon. Whenever you cast a summon, you draw a card. Man in Black play stuff. Tidus is nice, protects Yuna and also searches a Yuna. Also an EX for the deck. What's the EX count? 18 EX bursts in this deck.
Yeah, it's kind of hot. That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to keep some of the like lower cost summon or backups like classics, the Moogle and Kuja.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously a 3 Lena's really good You run 3 Luna. I'm running 2 Alphino because he free plays the LSA,
Mm-hmm.
which both could be searched off of Louis Swa. Aiko searches Yuna, searches Seymour. Um, you mentioned Kamiya. Kamiya is just really good.
Mm-hmm.
Kamiya is just really good. And also in this deck, you care somewhat about the break zone with Man
Yeah.
in Black
Yeah. Well, in
and
Lulu, you wanna
Lulu.
make sure you have ammo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So Kamiya is
Call me a
nice, and then
maybe.
one Larsa. I'm sorry,
I said call me a maybe. Call
Kamiya maybe,
me
yeah.
maybe. Yeah.
And then Larsa searches Yuna and Man in Black.
Mm-hmm.
So it's also Titus and Seymour. So Larsa searches a lot of the deck, but I don't think you need more than one. Like you don't desperately need that 5-drop Yuna
Yeah.
turn one. Um, but also just being able to get some extra mana. Like being able to play the Yuna and then you play the free Leviathan, bounce something, draw a card. Like that means that Yuna already costs 3 instead.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you're also neg one-ing your opponent. And then I kept actually 1 sec. I'm going to swap out that Ixion really quick. I'm gonna
Yeah, that's the
live
wrong
swap out that
Ixion.
Ixion.
I'm gonna take some
Yeah, yeah.
inspiration from you, by the way,
Mhm.
because I kind of see where I see more of the summoner strategy with it, so I'm probably gonna nix the majority of the monsters here. Um,
uh,
but like, yeah, I have there's things that I think are good value here, but
yeah.
other discussions to be had. Um, I do want to keep the Melusine in the graph though. Um, do I though? Eh, kind of narrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
Xephos.
Melusine Graph is nice. You could probably take out like I want to keep the Trost there, obviously, because Trost just gives you a lot of advantage with the
Mm-hmm.
Leviathans.
Yeah.
Um, but you're not going to see it all the time. It's also just like people just kind of forget how good Trost is by himself too. Of just
Yeah.
having a monster that sure damage 3, but being able to bounce something that says attack, remove a block, or draw a card is
Mm-hmm.
really nice.
Yeah. Um, no, I'm definitely gonna put the Opus 20 unit in though. That's a good one to have. Um, and the Opus 22 unit. Um, I think I'm gonna keep less forwards than you, but I want to take a couple ideas from your backups as well. The Ico is a good one to have. That one, right? EX, yeah. And then I think the Aldo is worth having for searching a big forward. Although Larsa does kind of take care of searching the big important stuff you want. Yeah, yeah, I think I'll just yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll crumble and go for the Larsa. I have too many backups though. So can get rid of Gao because he's not going to be worried about. The class Moogle isn't really necessary. The backup Yuna, I'm actually pretty. I kind of want to do that though. Hmm. Yeah, I mean we're pretty close to this point in strategies. I think I can cut the blue worm. Don't really need to worry about that. Spectral Keeper is kind of nice to have, but not critical to the deck. Um, yeah, I think I'm pretty much solid here. Um, yeah. So I think your strategy, your approach is pretty solid. Um,
Yeah, I also wanted to keep it relatively budget. I know she doesn't put a lot of money into the game,
yeah, and that's completely
and
fair.
I yeah. So Trost being the only expensive card, Yuna being a little pricey only because she's hard to find.
Mm-hmm.
But I know I'm relatively sure that there's a handful of players in our community that have 5 or 6 of these and just look at it and just be like, I
I
have no use for
used to. I
this.
traded a lot of them away. Um,
Yeah,
I kept my play set, and that's about it. Um, if it's a card that ever becomes valuable again, I mean, they're out there. There's plenty of them. So, yeah, I kept the forwards and a lot of two ofs, especially the name conflict ones. But other than that, I have 17 summons. You have 16, so we're close there. I have 5 monsters instead of the one. Just because I think Marlboro is a pretty good card to get around some stuff.
Yeah.
Um, like especially Man in Black, you pop the Marlboro and the Man in Black triggers at the same time. You get a summon back and then cast it on the Marlboro. Um, so if there's protections or anything, you don't have to worry about it. Um, I have. Hold on. I need to swap the ratios of the Lev 6 and an Odin. Um, Lev 6 is pretty good. I don't think it's like the most critical card, but it's nice to have one or two.
Mhm.
There's plenty of kill spells in this deck, and there's plenty you're gonna get back and be doing stuff with. Um, Backups. I have the Una backup for if the forward dies, you can play the backup, and you have that, which is kind of nice. Reducing your summons by one isn't bad, although that can get. You know what? You know what? It's nice to search it off T Dispersed, but that does limit you playing the forwards. I could probably cut that. Um, Lena is $4. I'm not worried about her getting those. Um, so I think at that rate, um probably bump Ico to 2. I think bumping Ico to
Yeah.
2 is probably
God, seeing
safe.
Lena cheap makes me incredibly happy.
I'm so happy about that. It was like, dude, even seeing it at $8 instead of 16 was great.
Yeah. And boy, am I happy I got rid of mine.
I I'm
Boy, am I happy I got rid of my extras.
I just wish foils were out there more and cheaper because my Odin
Yeah.
deck needs the foils. Sniffle, sniffle.
Sniffle, sniffle.
But yeah, our limit breaks are pretty similar. Um, I think yours is lacking Cloud. I put Cloud in there because
Oh,
I think she has a copy of
uh,
Cloud in her possession, but I don't know for sure.
yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take out a lightning, put it in the cloud.
Yeah,
You're right.
that's what I did. So one or no, sorry, I took out a I took out a Leo.
Hmm.
That's what I did. But yeah, so I think this is pretty good. Um, Also, for anyone curious, I'm going to timestamp all this on YouTube, so don't worry too much about like trying to find your deck. I will tag you. Um, so yeah. All right, so shall we move on to the next one?
Yes. Which one?
All right, so now we are going into the thread because people posted in the thread. So go all the way up to the top of the thread. I think Shabab submitted again. Is this the same deck? No, this is his FF4 deck. Um,
For
which this one I played against this at locals.
hmm.
Um, and this one it did work. It did some cool
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, I see its issue. Not running the wind Cecil. You just need to
Yup,
throw on the wind
totally.
Cecil.
Yeah, I
Oh,
know.
what a miss. Not running a Rosa. Oh my god.
God, scrub.
Amateur hour.
Right? Complete
Oh,
fool.
oddly enough, this reminds me of the deck Kyle built ages ago.
Yeah, well, so it's funny because Kyle messaged me recently, was like, hey, I kind of want to build Cat 4 again. What do I do? He threw me an idea that was Earth Water, and I was just like, man, this is a 3 to 4 color deck. Um, the only suggestion, so I gave him suggestions. I gave him kind of ideas based off of what I remembered of Shabab's build. And what I ended up suggesting was Theodore, the one that reactivates stuff. Because you can color fix with Tyro. Um, and it's kind of iffy. It's kind of wonky. There's not any real ways to free play stuff in the deck. If there were, I'd say more with that. I think the new light Cecil can go in here. I think a one
Yeah,
of light Cecil.
getting it off of the Earth Cecil
Actually,
is really nice.
yeah, or I should say there's two. I should say I put it the Earth Cecil at 1, light at 2 of them. You have the water ones to play with as well, so you're not too worried about it. Um,
Mhm.
so you can special all the Cecils in different ways or whatever. I kind of special the light one, whatever. You get the point. Um,
Mhm.
but like I don't really think there's much to tweak here. This is just you got to play the deck right.
Yeah.
You got a really good toolbox at your disposal. I think Zeromus can be a two of.
Yeah,
Um,
I put Zeramus to 2. I want to swap out the Edgar. I know Edgar is a Sarah target, but I think Sarah has better
I would rather
targets.
see the Edgar be the
3 drop
three drop
one.
Edgar. Um, I'd rather see it be this Edgar. Um, as someone who's sort of new to the game, hearing all of this deck building strats is scratching my brain. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about these streams when we do them, is that the idea is not necessarily to tell you guys right from wrong. It's to give you guys kind of an insight on how experienced players build or tweak decks. Kind of get help from the chat to use kind of crowdsourcing as like a manner of getting ideas together because we don't think of everything. Um,
Mhm.
and we have a lot of good players pop their heads in and give us ideas or chime in with stuff.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
that's the fun
hell,
of it.
Ryan Chen was in here earlier. Like
I mean,
he was checking in, but
I'm pretty, yeah, if that was, I don't actually know if that, I'm pretty sure that was Viridian's actual name, like Twitch name.
it could be. Yeah,
But I've also seen somebody else named Viridian pop in, so I don't know if that's, I don't know which one's the real one, if either is the
yeah.
real one. Um, I like to think that it's the real one. I like to convince myself that's the case. Um,
Mhm.
But Sarah into Princess Sarah gives you the wind. The downside, though, is that you only can use the 1k buff then on the Theodore. Um, so it's super narrow. Um, Only reason I don't want to do that, because I have thought of that. Thornton can also search stuff as well, the same thing, same way. But yeah, I think with the way this deck is built, it's a very like look at the pie chart here, right? Like the water is 20, earth 17, or fire 13. Une offsets both a little bit for both her colors, water and earth. But otherwise, it's a pretty balanced deck. You don't have a lot of fire to cast, but you don't have a lot of fire to produce, so that's pretty even. The earth and water are very even with each other, and that's where a lot of your utility comes from. The Amaterasu is a very useful card. But as long as you've got that Edgar or the Tyro, you're good. Um, I played against this deck at locals. I played I think 3 games against Shabab. And he gave me a lot of trouble with the Ami early game. He had them ready. And then he smashed a zero miss on the field, and I had to play around it for a little while until I got my Vanille specials ready to go. Um,
Yeah.
and I
And
will
also the
say,
other thing
one of
about
those
zero
games,
misses.
I got lucky that I top decked a Vanille when I had one in hand. That's if I hadn't done that, man, a turn or two and the Palamon Porum would have just wrecked me. Rydia free casting all the time. Rydia being on the table with with herself and one other forward. Oops, now Ami is free. That's scary. That's terrifying. Um,
Yeah.
so things worth talking about. Um,
I
Suggestion
want to
of
run
Cryle.
backups in this list.
Um, 3 more elements, one character you control. That's actually not a bad suggestion. The only downside is it's not category 4. um, Granted, so Edgar isn't either in this case. Actually, a lot of the backups aren't. In fact, Lenora is the only Cat 4 backup in this whole deck. Um, so it's not a big deal, but I think you want to maximize the amount of Cat 4 characters because of the Rydia. Um, or the
Yeah,
Cecil,
but
both.
Rydia ideally is that you play Rydia, then you play one other, and then you're fine. Because the
For
thing
the
is,
most part, yeah.
you don't care about getting a free cast off of
Yeah.
Leviathan. You care about getting the free cast on me. You care about the free cast
Sure.
Misty.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about this deck and the beauty of this deck, in my opinion, is that it's so low to the ground.
Yeah.
Of being able to just Rydia and then you just get a free summon every turn is so nice.
The only downside, though,
Um,
what do you cut to make that Kryl happen? Like, even if it's a one of Kryl, right? Like,
oh wait, Kryl? One
what
second.
do you cut?
Are we talking about Kryl?
The Kryl 14, yeah, the new one. That's what I'm saying is like you like that's why I'm trying to say that you know generally you're maximizing your category forwards,
Oh, okay,
and
yeah,
then Kryl is the only forward that's not Cat 4. Um,
yeah.
so
Three more. Yeah, if there are three more different elements, yeah, I don't think Kryle's worth it. Kryl, like it's,
like your
because like
backups can do it.
if anything, I want to put more backups into this deck.
No, Sarah being able to search Kolka or Edgar, and then Leonora, like that's the thing is that for the most part, Shabab was only on three backups at most.
Yeah,
There
he
was
just wanted
one
access
game
to
he
all the
played.
colors.
There was one game he and I played where he ramped really hard, really fast, and he did.
Yeah,
I think he either won that game or got very close to winning. Um, but there were also mistakes I made that made I gripped defeat from the jaws of victory a couple times.
yeah,
So more evaluation needed there.
yeah.
But as it stands, the way I saw him play the deck, the 3 games or so that we played, I think 13 backups is okay. I don't think it's too
Okay.
greedy.
I just wish that he
More
had a
data
better
needed.
fire backup to run other than that Edgar. Because the three drop Edgar's fine, but you don't want to rely on playing a four drop.
Yeah.
And ideally, this deck would run Lena too, but I'm not sure if that's in the cards for
Mm-hmm.
this. Because I think you kind of want that Thornton. Um, I'm just wondering if you cut the Thornton and run two Lena. Because right now I'm at 48.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is the issue that we always run into when we do Fix It Fridays, where you're 5 cards over and I'm 5 cards under, and I'm just like,
Yeah. Yeah.
because like I want to cut the Edgar, run three drop Edgar, and then like
Mm-hmm.
two Lenas,
Yeah.
maybe. Because that's the thing is Lena reviving a twin or reviving a Rydia is really nice.
Yeah.
Uh, Edgar.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are
Hello?
you?
Wait, what was what? One sec. It just closed the deck for me.
Oh, crap. That's weird. 51
Uh
cards. Um, honestly, I
oh,
think.
did I somehow put it into light mode? One sec. Is the changes here? No. Okay. What the
All right,
fuck?
well,
What
I finished
happened?
mine. So you can rebuild yours
All right. Yeah. Copy.
while I do this.
But what the hell happened? It just logged me out too. Log in.
Oh, weird. That is super weird.
So I was like, why am I in light mode now? This is weird. All right. -1 0 miss. -1
Opus 4
Edgar.
Phoenix, right? I think. Hold on, let me
Uh,
remove the LB from that. Is it Opus 3 or Opus 4? It's Opus 3,
I
you're
always
right.
spelled
Okay.
Phoenix wrong.
Yeah, that one does
There it is.
play any of the 2 drops, which is nice. Um, yeah, it's cool, but I don't know if the board wide damage is gonna matter. Like at that point, you're just playing it for the
It,
pure recursion, and that, I don't know.
you use it when you get radiated to 4 counters.
Sure, yeah,
You use it to just get the Paladin Porin back.
sure,
We saw some use of that in Wonder Twins back in the
yeah.
day,
No, I know.
but I don't think it's.
Yeah,
I
that's what
agree
I'm
with
saying.
you. I don't think it's
I
100.
yeah, I get the idea. I just don't get. I don't get the sense that it fits here.
Yeah.
It's a cheeky like opponent's turn play, but I don't know if I don't think that would matter in most cases. But yeah, so to go over mine while Ty reassembles his, um, I have the cryo in here. I bumped Lev 6 down to 2. I don't think it's necessary to have a lot of them because you only have so many water forwards that you care about. You are not often going to be hitting a light or dark forward on the opponent's side. At least we'll know that better after Worlds, I suppose. Backups I left almost identical except for Edgar, which frankly, if we look at the old Edgar that was there, which was this one, um, it buffs a forward by 3k, but that's not terribly consequential. Mind Flare is a decent proactive summon to cast off Iridia, but I think Iridia is best when used with more of an explicit goal in mind, not so much spinning the wheel or like rolling the dice. I think she's best used to like Mist Dragon or Ami, um, stuff like that, because she can do that every turn, which is super cool. So I think it's best used for a more explicit purpose, I guess. That's just
Mhm.
my opinion. But then the last thing, the limit breaks, I thought it was pretty straightforward. Um, Zach for pings, Leo for draws, Shantotto if you need a board wipe. Um, I did tell Shabab to put a backup Shantotto in here because there are situations where you might want one. So in that case, you might cut a Tyro and put a Shantotto in here. Um, but that's that's like a what's your locals like kind of thing. Do you need a board wipe that often, or
Yeah,
can you handle it based off of the effects of your forwards and your summons?
yeah.
So that's a
If you're not playing
discussion
against
point.
like, if you're not playing against aggro heavy locals, it's
Yeah,
very
like
handy.
our locals, there are aggro players. I'm one of them. I'm an offender there.
Yeah. Mhm.
At multiple shops in the area, we have aggro players. If you don't have aggro players in your locals, you don't have to run the backup Shantotto. It's kind of moot.
Yeah.
But then the Cloud, because Tyro can color fix and play a Cloud. Vincent can pop an Edgar, let you play another Edgar if you want. Um, and then you have Noctis for recursion if you need the recursion there and you don't have a Kusith in hand. Luna Freya because like you have how many? You have 17 bursts in the deck, right? You have Cuchulainn, Kusith, Brunhilde, Leviathan, Thornton, Lenora, and Tyro. So that's a pretty good amount of a pretty good chance of it, about a third of hitting Luna Freya burst. Even worst case, you draw a card. So that's pretty cool. And I added the light Cecil from Opus 27, which that one honestly, I don't know how it is yet. I want to see people experiment, which is why I put it in here. So that's it's a selfish include. Um, so yeah, that's my version. Ty, are you good? You ready?
Yep. Yep.
Cool.
Yep. Yep. Let me click
ShantottoCast
back onto it.
Ty's version.
Cool.
Let's see. Let's
Yeah.
get it. Oh, you
I
don't have
I
a limit
didn't want to
break.
mess with perfection that much. Huh?
You don't have a limit break.
What? Oh. Okay. Actually, let me do that really
I
quickly.
mean, if you want to just copy
Um,
mine.
what's yours?
Zach, 2 Leo, Shantotto, Cloud, Vincent, Noctis, Luna Freya.
Hmm. Here while I flip through LBs, but decks. I didn't want to mess with perfection too much. The deck looks really nice. You said that it was giving you some
It gave me
grief.
some trouble.
Yeah, like that's the thing is I think I in my opinion, Cat 4 was there, and then they banned Cecil and Rosa. And they 100% deserve to be banned. But,
Yeah,
like, years down the line, I know I'm going to be like, they should have banned Yuna. They should have kept Cecil Rosa. And Cecil with zero miss on the field would have been disgusting.
that
Would
would have
have
been
been
oppressive.
absolutely bonkers. It would have been
Oppressive.
oppressive. It would have been mean. It would have been
Yep.
ugly. And God, do I want it.
Yep.
God, do I want it.
Of course you
Um,
do.
it would,
Control
it'd be
player.
so good. I love it. Oh, yeah.
Filthy
But
control player.
let's see. All right, we had the Leo, the mandatory Leo. Those the deck runs okay. EXs. We run a Ludifreya. You will not get Ultima Weapon online, will you?
No, you'll never get that, realistically.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do you really want Graph? Not really.
No, you never care. You don't want to lose forwards in this deck.
Yeah,
Like
I
you have
think
zero miss to
Ludifreya
protect
is.
your forwards from dying, so why would you ever kill one of your own?
Yeah, let's see. Missing one LB. Hmm. Yang is technically a cat 4.
I guess. If you want to stretch for it.
Actually, what was it? You may cast one summon 7 or less from your hand without paying its cost. Whenever you cast someone choose character and break someone out of your hand, this effect will trigger. Wait, what's the other one? One sec. Where's that card I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I threw Noctis in
What's the
there
other?
as my other one.
Oh wait, Mott. I threw Noctis as well. Let me read Ico again. Free cast Leviathan isn't terrible.
Are you looking at
Okay,
Dark
why not?
Fina? Or
No, I'm
no,
looking
not
at Ico.
Dark. Yeah.
Because you meet the conditions really fast. Here, one sec.
Mhm.
Save. All right, now I have the updated version.
Okay. Refresh. Okay. Oh yeah,
So
the
I didn't
Ico.
want to
Yeah,
mess with
yeah, yeah.
perfection. I cleaned up the back row. I think Lena's really good. Lena revives Rydia, revives
Mhm.
Porum, revives Palom, which are like I love Wonder Twins. I've always loved Wonder Twins. I've been playing like you remember back in Opus
Yeah.
2 I built it.
Yep.
I loved that list, and I still love that list. I've been debating. I really want to put together what I call the pajama party list.
Mhm.
That I think Porum's the more important out of the two. So the idea is that you run Porum alongside the Palom that free plays itself, just so you get Porum to 3 counters immediately.
Mhm.
But I don't think this is the deck where you do that.
No, I agree. That's not the place for it.
Yeah, Cecil's really both of the Cecils are really good.
Mhm.
Like both of the Cecils are bonkers. Une's perfect for like that's the thing is we got sent a finished list. We got sent a toaster that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, this is purely
I just
customization, not correction.
so I just wanted to punch up the backups. I think you need the because I think he was at 12. I just bumped it up to 13. Cut a zero miss. Zero
Mhm.
miss is a good card. I don't know if he's that good of a card. We're still early in the format, so it's hard to tell. But at least in my experience, I'm not super impressed.
Yeah.
So, and also because you can't free play him off of Win Cecil,
Mhm.
it's not as good anymore. Whew. But all
All right.
right, I I got the bounce.
Okay.
But obviously you can keep going. If you want to do this again this weekend, I'm open. I'm going to be visiting my mom for a late Thanksgiving.
Mhm.
But outside of that, like if you want to do this tomorrow night or something, I'm down.
I mean, I'm gonna keep going for a little while.
All right.
I'm gonna see if a special guest wants to tag in.
Ooh, yeah, grab E-Man. Or I don't know. Grab someone.
Stop reading. Get out of my head, Ty.
Yeah. Yeah, I just come in. I come back, but I like put a mustache on my username. Uh
Right?
but yeah. Yeah, I'll be checking in on the stream later then.
Yeah,
But
sounds good.
uh all right, I'm gonna bounce.
Cool.
I had fun. Also, good luck on if there's any list that you should do, you should definitely do B's list.
I mean, I'm gonna do as many as I can until
Yeah,
I'm burned out. So
they're the one that put it into FF decks.
yeah, I
It's
see.
the Noctis list.
Okay.
It's I've been playing against them. It's kind of rough, but I think there's something there.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, I'm gonna bounce.
Cool.
Goodbye, chat.
Good
I love
night.
you all. Deuces.
All right. So, let me real quick. I'm gonna move Discord over to the other screen so that if I get a response. Oh wait, no, I need to move YouTube over is what I need to do. So I get the YouTube chat. Pull this over here. Eh. Okay, and then I will pop out chat. Boop, like so. Do this, scrunch it. Okay. No, I don't want top chat. I want live chat. And no, I don't want to look at Facebook Marketplace. I want to do this. Okay. So with this knocked out of the way, I'm going to open a deck from Knocked. And so here we have Let's Just Luneth, which this card spoiled at Nats as well. We had a fun time showing this one off. This deck purely seems to want to capitalize on that. So what we're gonna do here is um, here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, Nate. Okay, yeah, Nate. So what we're gonna do here is Warrior of Light. We're gonna scroll over till we find the 7-drop one. Which where the hell are there you are. Do that. And we're just gonna do that. Um and then we're just gonna go kind of ham with that. It's gonna be the deck. Because there's the beautiful thing about looking for 3 drops is like you just kind of load up on 3 drops and go. Um, so yeah, it's a crazy world out there, but turns out there's some ways to do it that kind of are a lot of fun. So the LB I think is perfectly fine. I don't think graph is worth having here. So I'm gonna cut graph. I'm gonna replace that with hmm. What do I want to replace that graph with? That's a tough call. Um, Let me think here. I'm just gonna actually look at LBs. So we'll do that. We'll take a look at the LBs. What is easy to cast from Limit Break? Um, hmm. I need one that's easy to cast here. I think Luna Freya is the call. Or Vincent. Luna Freya or Vincent could be good. Cloud, of course, is always valid. Scale Toad is funny. Force your opponent to discard every turn. Downside is you'd have to, so we have to color correct for it. Um, or play it off of Wall or Luneth. So options are available there, but like nothing's guaranteed. I think what the players also trying to do, I don't think I've actually met Nate yet. I might have, and if I forgot, I apologize so deeply. Um, but I think the key is staying in the Terra colors here. Um, so trying to stick in just these, with the exception of Lightning and Furion. Um, it's just the one of for cheating in, yeah. Um, and then the Chocobo for bouncing, yeah. Um, let me think. Yeah, because the Moogles, the Earth one produces lightning, which doesn't help because we don't have Earth to play it. The lightning one produces. Oh, so sorry. One sec. I'm getting I might be getting a tag in if I'm lucky. Hold on. Do we get the E man himself? Hold on. Hold on. He's seen the messages. He's seen the messages. He said right there. He said today. Like I messaged him. You want to, if you asked if you want to tag in. Um, this is one of the kings of jank of our local crew, who moved away and is still an honorary local crew. Very very good player. E-man knows his stuff. Oh, he's typing. He's typing. Ah. Do we need Odin? So okay, so here's the thing. I will replace this Odin with the 9-drop Odin because um let's put it this way. That card has won me games by helping me survive. So I think it's worth keeping around as an option. Um because oh my god, like just oh yeah, hit the burst, they hit you in the face. Oh no, and then just death. Um and the lightning being, you need it for the lightning as well. Um Let me see if I can get another one of our jank bros. But if the player wants to get lightning out there and can pitch a Furion, then good to play with, good to have. Edgar is very much worth putting at 3 for Lightning, Furion, or Zidane. All three are good options there. Um, Anytime you can free play any of these is a good time. I think the Sphene is the Zero Miss is not always a big deal. In fact, the Zero Miss isn't even really necessary if you have the Warrior of Light. Um, so that's something I'm keeping in mind here. And I'm not trying to turn this into a Warrior of Light, like a Wool 7 deck, because that is really easy to do by accident. Um, but I do want to maximize the value you get off of that. So I'm going to. Okay, the Philo though is a cute option. That is definitely something worth keeping in mind there. But here's what we're gonna do. These 3 colors, 3-drop, backup, get rid of the name, go. And we're gonna go all the way back here. Okay, so Alice is definitely a good one to have for sure. And then what else am I thinking of and looking for here? Because there are good options. Oh yeah, Princess Goblin for sure, because she searches out the Warrior of Light. So if you want another one of those. And then we have, I swear there's one more character I'm thinking of for the back row. Go more stuff. I guess you could do Lumina if you wanted to search the lightning, but I feel like you'd rather search a lot of other stuff. Moody if you want to search the Ami, that'd be cool. Wing Wraith is good with the new Terra. Ooh, that's a good point. That's actually a very good point. Yeah, let's consider that. So let's look that one up again. That's the summon that replaces itself when you cast it. So deal at 3k, search for one, add it to your hand. And then the Terra says when you cast a wind or lightning card, you may dull active Terra, choose a forward, deal at AK. Downside is that she needs to be reactivated. So just things to keep in mind. Yeah, it's a little tough, but doable. But doable. So yeah. Let me think of what else. I think yeah, we're at 50 cards. Chocobo isn't entirely necessary, but we definitely, well, you don't really need to bounce things, to be completely honest with you. It's not mission critical to bounce stuff. I think we can get away with not having the protection Ishtola also. Although it's nice to have. Oh my god, why is this card listed at $49 a copy? That's absurd. The Ishtola is 49 a copy. Hey, TCG player, what's going on here? Let's go look. Okay, 2 listings and they're both bogus. If we look at the 6-month, let's look at the year trend. They spiked after February. So yeah, these are sales. Like look at this. View more data. The 1-year snapshot. Look at yeah, 18, 20. This is not great either, but it's not $50. So let's Oh, TCG player. What a wild west. I think Terra is also worth having it too, just to maximize 3-drops, especially Irvine. Irvine's a really good fun one to have. And then we'll throw the Wing Wraiths in there. I think the Zidane can go down to 2. The Lightning should be at 3. The Furion should be at 2, I believe. And let's put the Chocobo at 1 in case we need to save something. But that helps us maximize stuff. What's our curve here? We have 23 3-drops. I think we should go a little further with that. Do something like that. Uh, and even maybe get some more backups of cost 3. Um, because there are some fun options you can go with. What's Lego do? Same number of cards, backups you control. Kind of nice to rig your next draw. It's kind of cool. Um, so consider that one perhaps. Um, I don't think you ever really care to worry about Drace. Yogg Rosh is nice to prevent, backups getting frozen. Let me take a sip of water. So, yeah, we're at 25. So half the deck is 3 drops. And you could go even further, honestly. You could definitely go further. Oh, Reeve. Reeve is a fun card to have. I really like Reeve. Um, we could take out a Borrow Life for that, because that Reeve helps you recur Lightning, Furion, and Zidane, all of which are pretty good. I run this Reeve in my 13 deck. I think it is very fun and cheeky. Um, so that's cool. And then once we get to a lot of the older stuff, it's not really worth having most of these. You could lose SWAT to search out an Alice, I guess. If you wanted to cut an Alice for a Louisoix, you could do that. Because again, remember, this is all suggestion. This isn't a demand. This isn't telling you what is perfectly optimized or perfectly right. If I were that good at deck building, I'd be at Nats or Worlds, playing and not running the stream. Which, by the way, I had a lot of fun running the stream. Thank you, Square Enix, for bringing me and Ty out for that, and Sarah as well. Thank you to the people who recommended us. Very much appreciated. Um, that was not taken for granted. Awesome experience. Would love to do it again, if they have us. Um, but yeah, so I think that there's a lot of value to play with here, and it really comes from maximizing the benefit off of Lilith and Warrior of Light. Um, Warrior of Light is actually held very stable in price over time, from what I recall. I mean, it's spiked recently, but like, look at this in the 3 month. Like this has gone down a little bit after January, December. That was after like Winter Cup and stuff. So like Winter Cup was right about here, I think, somewhere around like this. And then it dipped a bit because we weren't in the competitive season yet. And then, oh, hey, competitive season, it rose a bit. But the rise is not drastic. Like $4 to $9 is a doubling price, but it's not a crazy doubling price. Um, right now the foils are $20. We looked at other cards where they've doubled in price from like 18 to 36 or 20 to 40. So I think that 4 to 8, 4 to 9 isn't that insane. Um, so yeah. Um, yeah, I also think Sphene is like a one of. Um, she's a neat card. Um, but she really benefits the most off of letting, like, if your stuff dies and then you get it, like, you can get it back. Um, and that only it handles a few board wipes, which is cool because you can just play her and then get stuff back to hand or whatever. Um, but yeah, it's all right. It's decent. I think it's a one of or a two of. Ratios TBD. I'd rather see some other fun forwards there. Um, like I think Axstar is a super fun one to have. Problem is there's not a lot of 3 drop fire forwards in the deck. So if we were to go switch this from forward to backup, or back up to forward, so now we're looking at a whole different pool of options. Um, we have a player in our local community, Conrad, who built a Cat 16 Wall 7 deck. So he has Clive, Joshua, Byron, Phoenix, and a whole bunch of other stuff that primes into those. Primes into the icons from there, and he built that, and it's super cheeky. Um, it still needs work, but the fact that he did it is really funny. Um, and so we just keep showing more stuff here. Oh, that would be really funny. Just get a hope and then just pay two, go get a lightning. Chat, I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to do that. Like that's funny. Um, I think that's really really funny there. I would play that. I'd do that. That goofiness. Um, Zach and Akstar, Zach Star, as we sometimes say in the business. Um, oh hey Dan. I pinged you on Facebook. Since Ty left. Um, do you want to tag in? But yeah, so yeah, Akstar is fun to play off of Wall 7. Bosch is fun to play off of Wall 7. They all have value and you can play other stuff off of them, which is nice. Sphene can loop the wall special, for sure. Uh, but has to go from field, which sucks. So, you know, eh. Am I still in the call of the Discord call? No, okay. Okay. Um, but yeah, so like that's the downside is that it has to be the wall has to die. So, eh, that sucks. But yeah, we can definitely spin this a bunch of ways. My personal preference is just do the traditional wall 7 stuff. Um, but I like being able I think playing the hope and going into lightning is really funny to me. Um, I could do something like this. I think that'd be funny. Um, but then yeah, like as an option, I'm just gonna put these here. Um, I'm gonna do that. Uh, this Emperor has been used in decks like this before. I mean, as discussed with previous decks, I don't think that card is extremely necessary right now. It's good, but it's not necessary. It doesn't really fit the meta. Um, and yeah, Zach in the LB. If you use Axstar, Zach can be really powerful, but I don't think he's worth having if you don't have Axstar. At least not in this deck. Um, I don't know if Terra would get enough value off of it. Um, I think there's a lot of excess combo work you have to do there, but yeah, the also for what it's worth, the Princess Goblin can help you special either the Luneth or the Warrior of Light, which is huge. So things to keep in mind there. Um, yeah, just a lot of goofy stuff to play with. Um, so yeah, I think I'm just gonna remove Zach and just point out that the Axstar and the Bosch are options worth having. Can always remove Zidane, remove Firion. I actually don't think Firion's that big of a deal in this deck. I don't think he's worth it. Um, so take that as you will. Um, I actually would probably bump that down, bump up the hope. Keep raising that 3-drop count to get your value off of Luneth and Warrior of Light. Because Luneth only reveals it's the single top card. So there's a lot of chances to whiff off of that. Warrior of Light gives you a lot more variety and opportunity there. Because he reveals 5, grabs 2 of any character, which is great. And I do kind of like that. I do kind of. So here's the other thing, right? If you play the Axe Star, so let's say for example, let's just wipe this Axe Star. You have ice. That Scale Toad can be ice CP here if you need it. It doesn't. Axe Star doesn't count the Scale Toad for your forward cost, obviously, when he's calculating his 3K, his 3 time multiplier, or 3K multiplier rather. Um, but you can use that ice CP, and then if you have a Kuja in the limit break, you can use that ice CP for a Kuja if you're in a desperate situation. Um, there's just a lot to play with there. Um, so yeah, things to consider. Um, yeah. So let me think. I don't think anything searches the Philo, except for the Pinello that was in here before. But frankly, Philo isn't like a mission critical thing, so I don't think you need to search for the ramp. Um, and with the chance to whiff off of it, well, actually, could take a, you could put a, yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Eh, maybe I'll put the Pinello back in. Pinello to search the Philo. That one, right? Yeah. Um, yeah. So you can ramp that. That's kind of neat. Make sure you get that wind CP. Um, yeah, I really think the Furion is worth cutting. Um, I don't know if he does what you want him to do for the most part. Um, Forgot she had to have it come from field. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is that Sphene has to have it come from field. So otherwise, yeah, she's just rough. Um, yeah, so Pinello can search Philo, and then yeah, we just bump the Irvine. And we're at 26, 3 drops still. Uh, and I'm just gonna save this right now while we have it. And this is pretty much where I'd put it. The zero miss is definitely able to be cut if you wanted to cut that. Um, I think you have enough options for a lot of stuff here that yeah, you have ways to play it, but ideally you're going to use that light warrior of light to play out a bunch of stuff, get at least one card off of it, um, go into the Luneth, kind of bounce with them both, keep playing, but you kind of need to build the whole deck around them. And without the player here to kind of bounce off of each other, talk and whatnot. Um, if I were playing the deck, if I were building this for myself, honestly, I would build a purely Warrior of Light deck for Wall 7, plop the Luneth in there, and call it. Like that's all you're doing. Um, but I don't want to take too far from the theme of this person's deck because again, this is more about customizing and improving what is already here than saying, "Hey, if you want to do better, play a meta deck, play a high tier version." Um, so yeah. All right. Cool. So that's 2 tag in rejections. Um, because we got a lot of people out and busy tonight. Who else could I ping to jump in on this? Ooh, you know who might be fun? You know who might be fun? I have an idea. I have a fun idea. Uh, hmm. Hmm. Let's see if we get a response there. Yeah, we're trying to get guest stars. A lot of our guys are busy after, Ty left, so here we are alone, sad and crying at the bottom of the pit. We're in the mines. But yeah, so I think it's worth having basically this whole backup line to provide more value, and basically a guaranteed hit for a backup. If you reveal a backup, you're gonna hit a 3 drop, which is great to hit off of the Warrior of Light. Um, and they all just do good stuff. Um, so Like again, Louis Wass searches the Alisei, Moody searches you an Ami, um, which is super useful to have in a lot of situations. The Reeve will bounce you back a Lightning or Zidane mid to late game or early game if you're lucky. Princess Goblin will search you a Luneth or a Warrior of Light. Um, um, Card name Warrior of Light. Sorry, not a job Warrior of Light. So it'll search a Warrior of Light, but that's still fine. Still good. Yogg Rosh will protect your backups from being frozen, which is a big deal against ice decks, which are potentially going to be a big thing with mono ice and earth ice becoming kind of popular right now. Yeah, we'll see. Might be a good thing to have. Alisei will search you another of whatever you want. So, you can do that to get a wall, a Luneth. You want to replace any of your other stuff, go for it. Baralai will grab you back from grave, obviously, super useful. Pinello searches a Philo. So anything the two backups you can't really easily hit off of the Warrior of Light, you'll be able to search them out that way. Limit breaks are pretty straightforward. They do exactly what is on the tin. I think this Terra is fantastic. She is a really fun card, really useful. This Furion, give or take, I could take it or leave it, but but for what it's worth, I think it's a fun card to try and pop off. So and it's definitely going to have value on your backups because you have wind and fire, um, and you have you just have a way to play with it. And then you can also, grab cards off top of deck, and that's awesome. So if you reactivate 3 backups and you grab a 3-drop, you just cast the 3-drop right there. Um, sorry, Dan. Shouldn't have been working. I would, why don't you just, be sad and not have a job instead of me being sad and just getting a job again. Um, but yeah, so this is what I'm just gonna call this deck here. That's my suggestions for that, and we're gonna move on to this one is according to Nick, who brought Dan's and Ryan's in from outside the thread. Let me double check what's going on here. Do do do. Where you be? Okay, so this one's Ryan's and this one's that. Okay, so these are those are the same links. Okay, cool. So we don't have to worry about those. So Dan, this is the Viking Zodiac deck that you were showing me the other day. Um, this one is pretty cheeky. And I'm sorry, I'm sad that Ty didn't get to see it because this is pretty great. Um, this is a fun one. Um, let's see. So yeah, if I can get through the thread, we have like 6 decks left to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to go. Okay, 7 to go. Oh my god. This will be one of the longest ones. Holy crap. I don't think it's gonna be like that one where I stayed up till like 3 a.m. But oh boy. Ty likes to leave these things early and leave me with you guys. Ah. Okay. So, the Vikings are pretty much the same way that this is I mean, it's a Vikings build, right? So you just slap everything named Viking in here. You use the Rosa, the Sage, BK, Ferris, Miwa, of course. This forward lineup is exactly what you want it to be. No notes. Zodiac is hilarious. That is a hilarious include. I love it. Lots of ways to get value off of the Vikings on this. Not gonna lie, I think there is like a 3 to 5% chance we see something like this at Worlds. Maybe not in top 16, maybe not in top 8, but at Worlds, someone might try it. Um, in terms of backups, Thornton, duh. Larsa, duh. Sarah, duh. Like these are all just big duh kind of backups. So let me copy this real quick. And then And what I'll do here is I will put a Loppy in the back and put a Yagrash in the back. And I will take out the Alchemists. Um, and I think that's pretty much it for the backups. For the summons, I will say that I will suggest the same Leviathan from Opus 19 that I suggested before, that Warren and I have both agreed on being good, and it's this one here. I think we'll slap those in if we can find a way. I think Lev 6 does not need to be at 3 in most decks anymore, um, because it just kind of doesn't. Um, and to make that happen, um, I think I can drop Waka to 2, just because we have the Loporrit to do kind of a similar thing. Um, so yeah, the other option is Astrologian. This one, um, like so that's if you want to play the same kind of game with Loppy, like you can do one Loppy, one Astro. That's fine. It's whatever. Like I just want all of my backups to do immediate value, to draw you stuff, cycle you through stuff, make sure your next draws are going to be good and whatnot. Um, so yeah, um, got that. I mean, this one, not a lot of, not a lot of change to do. This is pretty straightforward. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, the limit break. Okay, like okay, wow, you put a bunch of water cards for limit break in there. You only have so many options, right? Okay, we omit the multicolor. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. You do 2 of those. I get what are you really gonna do? I guess like do this. This seems fine. Not a lot to change. Very little notes here. Viking power. They just kind of go burr. And we've seen Warren do it. We've seen Warren do it with give a lot of people a lot of trouble, because of just the value of this deck. It goes wide very fast. You don't really have a board wipe, but frankly, you don't really need a board wipe, because you just have everything that you want. So yeah, that one actually was a lot quicker than I was expecting it to be. So let's go to Ryan's deck. If I can highlight the correct thing here. Um, so Ryan went a different direction with FF4. Um, the Mitsubishi Minute. Oh man. Okay, so Ryan went way heavier in the summons. Went with a Siren Zeramis Cecil package with Une. Pretty. At this rate, you guys are just showing off your decks. Like this isn't even. There's not much critique here, guys. Um, like it's good stuff. This just is pretty solid. Crystals for. What are the crystals for? What are the crystals for here? Because you have the Geomancer, and you have the Geomancer. What's the Geomancer for? Is it just is it just for Earth? Why the Geomancer? Am I missing something here? Like Ico does, yeah, no, this doesn't, none of these use crystals. Am I dumb? Or is there just no reason for the crystals and it's just, is it in case the opponent has Zero Miss? Is that it? Like, is it for the mirror? Because like honestly, I don't even know if I need to copy this and make my own. I don't need to know. I don't know if I need to make changes. Just kind of just kind of have it. Um, yeah, like 21 summons and 20 backups. I think backups you could cut back a little bit. put more summons in there or monsters or something. Um, maybe, but like at that rate, what do you like? What Marlboro? I guess. Um, Kryl searches for the Siren, which is great. Edgar plays backups. Like, okay. I guess maybe the Edgar could be cut to two. Although he is the only fire backup in the whole deck. Um, Jim answers anti-mirror, Edward target to color. Yeah, like, yeah. Um, we have another Dan W in the chat. Is that, does Dan have two accounts or is that a different Dan? um, like it's a Sarah target, so it's obviously pretty good. Um, Kryl getting a summon back. Um, yeah, I knew what you meant, but yeah, Edward, Edgar, close enough. Um, honestly, I think Thornton should be at three and Tyro should be at two. Like I'm struggling to make suggestions here. Um, there's not a lot that you have to worry about in this deck. Um, okay, that's what okay. I was like, no way. Um, that's just a coincidence. That's crazy. Yeah, I think Sarah can be at two, like 20 or 19 backups is a lot. Um, but you kind of need a lot of these backups as they are. Like maybe Thornton can be two. I don't know. Like you're not gonna bump up the forwards. You don't want to hit them. um, it's okay. Three Misty, uh, three Ifrit, I guess. Three Titan. I don't know. I guess. I mean, I don't know. Um, like I guess I don't even want to say put Rydia in here for free casts because like you're always gonna play these first. Um, you've got backups to search backups. You've got a lot of summons that do stuff to control the board state. Um, your LB is around. You don't want to have a Vincent to pop your. Well, maybe you want to use a Vincent to pop the Shantotto to play another Shantotto next turn, but like that's kind of counterproductive because you're killing something on the opponent's side. Um, just to board wipe the next turn. So it's like you don't get the value as much value from RFGing. Um, it gets wonky, it gets weird. So yeah, I guess um I I don't know, man. I don't even I got nothing. You could say Earth Cecil to to search for another light to search a light Cecil, play it or something. But like again, you don't want to add too many forwards to this because you have Siren. Um, it gets dicey. It gets dicey. So yeah, crap, dude. Like I'm just gonna leave it here. I'm just gonna leave it here, and that'll be that. Um, can I spell my own name right? Probably not. Um, there, cool. Sorry, no notes, really. Here we have a really interesting one though. So this is another Warren deck. We have Ice Water Chark. Um, I don't know. I want to see if this is here. I want to see if it's there now. Because I know this was discussed a couple times in chat. But let's see what we've got. Let's see what we can improve, if anything. Um, see what we have to play with. So obviously Chaos and Arc. Shiva Ifrit, Shiva Clive, Jill. That's where you want it to be pretty much. The Fiend, which I think is a fine inclusion. Len, which I think is bait. A lot of people say this card is a trap. In terms of like the value it does or does not get, maybe. Um, I I don't know. I don't think there's a point in the game where it gives you anything or gives you enough that you'd want that you'd want to do, like you'd want to do its effects. Um, Early game, you're not ready to use it. You're not established, you're not set up yet. Late game, there might be situations where you want it, but I think that you're better off doing something to affect your opponent more directly or more immediately. Um, so like Len is just not convincing for me. So that one we're just gonna, I don't know, I would sideline her. The upside is she's a summoner, so she's searchable as a summoner. Larsa's kind of a given here though. So we'll come back to her. Leslie is kind of neat. Um, there's another forward that I'm thinking of that does summon stuff. I am blanking on which one it is. Hold on. So water forward of water 2. I'm gonna figure out which one this is. Uh, where is you? It's not Mist. It's not Rosa. It is. Is it this one? Can I attack or block? Chosen must no. It's not that one. Maya, here we go. Haste, cannot attack or block. Choose a summon from your hand. The cost required reduced by 3. And can be paid using any element. Can't become 0, though. Remove that summon from the game after its use instead of putting it in the break zone. So that's super useful and cool. I think this is one that I was thinking of. So yeah, because you're not gonna be discarding. You're never gonna be discarding a Category 7 card. Like there's nobody in the deck besides Leslie that's Category 7. So I think Maya is a good one of two to have. Um, and then I swear there was another one like it. Is it this one? No, no, it's not that one. There was another super cheap water forward that was like when you cast a summon something something related to that. I might just search text. Where is text? When you cast a summon. No. Ah. Um. Hmm. Interesting. Water. Hmm. Interesting. It must be crazy. Or is it not in water? Is it ice, maybe? No. Am I crazy? Hmm. I I was in the wrong text box, chat. Shame me. Shame this man. Here it is. I found it. Um, so let's pretend we didn't see that. Let's all just forget that happened. Word of this never gets back to Ty. He's not going to go back and watch the full thing later. I doubt he will. Um, anyway, you could also do this, I guess. This is a thing. Um, so yeah. Uh, yeah. You could do that. And then there's also what the hell is his name? I am blanking. Seymour. The new Seymour, kind of wild. Um, like he does nasty, mean things to people. He make people sad. Cagnazzo. Um, I don't. So if you're, I find it hard to justify this one right now. Um, it's tough. Uh, and I, yeah, I think I'd just rather see the Seymour in the deck because he does more stuff. Um, like bouncing something is nice, but if you don't have, so let's put it this way. If you don't have the Golbez from the LB, uh, it's I don't know. I don't think it's great. Um, hey Ryan, yeah, no notes, dude. I didn't really do much to your deck. I think I changed like one card, maybe two. I think I bumped ratios of summons up. Um, yeah, I mean the Golbez you could do like from LB, and then you can't cast your multicolor chaos. Can't you get a cheaper arc, which is cool. Um, but nah, this Seymour actually like if you slam this early and you use it to keep your opponent down, you can throw off their whole curve for the rest of the game, and they struggle to get it back. Um, so yeah. Oh, dude, what are you doing here without what's her name? Emina. Where's our girl Emina that searches ice character of cost 2 or less? You need to be able to search that Torgal. Absolutely need to be able to search the Torgal. Um, so let's do that for sure. Um, the ice summons definitely need to be here. Um, which I genuinely think that you don't care to have the Lev 6. You actually would much rather have like any card named Shiva, any summon named Shiva. Uh, so like, obviously you got this. You have the free one. Shut up! I know I have more than 50 cards. Um, like you have this one. You kind of have like all the Shivas. But you actually, you know what, let's just go ice and summons. Summons, and we'll just look. Um, so Moomba is kind of funky. I wouldn't be doing that one, just throwing that out there. I would uh I would probably go with stuff that like has more guaranteed kills. Um, yeah, so like Mateus is a good option. Zalera is a good option. Um, Mateus is a good option, especially against aggro. Uh, this Mateus is, people keep saying it's not that great. I think it has value somewhere. Couldn't tell you where that is. Um, Free Shiva is cool. Um, Goth GF Shiva, up for debate. I wouldn't run it. Um, but like you get the idea. Um, there's a lot of stuff to play with. If you feel bold enough to buy the old Zalera, the Death Seraph, uh, I guess you could do it, but I mean, it's kind of you rely on a lot there. Um, so yeah, I think going less forward heavy and more summon heavy is a better way to balance it out because this is as much control as it is kind of like a stompy deck. So this one's gonna take a lot of reps to kind of understand the ins and outs, I think. I don't even necessarily know what the lines are because this is so outside my comfort zone of decks, with the amount of ice that it includes. I am not an ice player. I play everything else with it. Um, but yeah, no, so that's the thing. Nick D and Leo are trying to make that summon work. The Mateus from Opus 3. And that's the thing, is that like it is probably decent because a lot of stuff in the game costs 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, or 2, 3, 5, 7, 2, 3, 5, and 7. But the question is, how do you get them all dull, right? You have to be able to dull the whole board and then do this. So if you can dull and freeze the whole opponent's board, cool. But realistically, if you're just gonna Jill into Shiva, you're killing a lot of that dull stuff already. It's kind of is redundant. Um, so things worth considering. Um, so yeah, Sid Waff is kind of nice to have, and by kind of I mean very. Um, Torgal absolutely got to have. Lena definitely got to have. You should probably have a Sarah to search the Lena, but not really necessary. Yagrosh I put in there, I think, but that's a good one to have in mirrors, especially with ice stuff being popular soon. Unalesca is always a perfectly fine include. Tella and Terra, I think. Do I want to recommend bumping the Terra down? I think I do, because the curve is kind of high. Um, yeah, the limit breaks are probably fine. The chem makes perfect sense at 1 or 2. Or sorry, if you control the Dark Force. Yeah, I think the Shuyin is really a 1 to 2 of. I don't think you really need to go above that. The Kuja is a 1 to 2 of. Let me double check though. Ice and water. LB. We'll just double check here. I always forget to hit omit. Um, I think you could do. Well, let me double check. How many bursts do you have? 11. I think you could probably justify Luna Freya here. Um, because it's digging for you. So I think you could nix a Shuyin and go for a Lunafreya. Um, or you could nix a Kuja and go for a Lunafreya. Either or. Um, things to consider. And yeah, maybe cut summons down and like get multiples of certain stuff. I think Shiva, um, uh, this one is kind of like optional here. Um, you don't want to get rid of too many of your ice things because your summons you want to be able to get back with like your Terra and your Tella. Um, but at the same time, RFGing stuff is pretty natural. So, probably don't care about it as much. It is cheap though. That's the nice thing. You probably don't need this Shiva from Opus 23. I can cut that comfortably. And we're at 50 cards. Aqua Tarasu, nice to have. Kahulan, really nice to have. Um, so yeah. Uh, this Mateus is solid. This Shiva is like maybe you play it off of like you cast Jill, do the thing, then prime into Shiva. Um, it's there's options here. There's ways to play around stuff, but I don't like having all of these summons at one. You definitely want to play around with it. I think probably Chaos can go down to 2 because you're going to be killing and dulling and freezing stuff a lot more often. Um, and you already have the Unalesca to ditch and cycle stuff if you get bricked. So that's not a huge deal. But we definitely want to go more summon heavy still. So I think you can do that. And just keep kind of playing with those ratios. I think the Fiend is probably a 1 of. Just because you don't need to worry too much about protection when you're doing all the other things you need to do. That's kind of where your summons are coming in. So, do stuff like this. Um, yeah. I mean, you're going to be wanting to grab those summons back with Tella and Terra for sure. Um, Tella also nukes off of Arc. Holy crap, I forgot about that card. Um, yeah. Woo! Uh, jeez. Um, yeah. And then yeah. I mean, that's pretty much it, dude. Um, that's my notes. It's cheeky. It's cool. I don't know if it'll do what you want it to do, but I want to see you try. So go for it, and I want to hear how it goes. After you've repped against a bunch of decks with it. So moving on from there, we have so Warren again. Man, this guy just keeps coming in. We have Samurai. Wake the hell up. Um, so put Brynhilde in. We'll put in the promo Ifrit, this one, and this for sure. So this deck, Samurai is funky. It's a mono fire deck without all the traditional mono fire stuff. Um, it gets wonky, but I do like a lot of it. I would cut Elwyn down. The Culinarian, I'm gonna cut completely. You want as many samurai as possible. You do mostly want. Let me search the other. There's other 2-drop samurai backups. Um, you don't really care about that one though. Uh, where is it? Where are they? They just not, am I just crazy? I hallucinate them? Yeah, I guess I did. But anyway, so, good to have. Okay, yeah, decent to have. I think this belongs at 3. Um, this guy's okay. I'd rather see some of the newer ones. Um, double check though. Oh, this is the one you didn't include. There it is. I was like, where's this one? You definitely want this samurai. Oh, did you have 2 copies of the same Crystal Samurai? I think you did. Um, oh, this guy. This one also. Yeah, this guy. Solid. Moody is good. This Samurai is okay. I mean, you get the draw off of it. So like it's cool. It's fine. Um, so new Ayame, I'm gonna check out in a sec. Board wipe Cyan. I see why you had the crystals now. Um, but I think you'll be fine with this one. Actually, let's do this. Let's take that away. Let's do that. So you have a better 2-drop curve. Um, like so. And frankly, you don't really need that many of the higher cost stuff. They're pretty much fine where they are. Um, okay, I see. Yeah, Ifrit's there. Um, this Ifrit is free in most cases. Bryn and Ifrit. Um, yeah, honestly, this one can be pretty cheap. I don't know if you need the Hero 25 one. I think it's not bad, but it's also a little costly, and you're not really going to need to use it most often. I think the other summons that you have are pretty great. Um, you also are going to want Hien. If you can get 3 copies of Hien, and he's pretty cheap right now. I think he was in the reprint set. He's just fantastic with this deck. You have to have Hien. Zeromus, you don't really need. You could, like, maybe have him at 1 if you want. That's a completely optional card. Tenzen is good at 2 or 3. Ayame, though, let me read this one. Top 2 cards of your deck. Play up to 1 Samurai of cost 3 or less among them on the field. Add up to 1 Samurai of cost 9 or less to your hand. Return the rest to the bottom of your deck. Solid. Yes. That card makes Tenzen worth justifying it too. Um, solid. Um, this Samurai is really good to have. Um, this guy is perfectly fine. This Cyan is fine. This Samurai, I don't know, man. I know it costs 3, which makes it a little compelling off of the Ayame, but oh, is it just so bad? It's just a bad card. Um, Let me double check what the LB Tenzen does. This builds 3K Brave, can attack twice. Yes, you definitely want to have that. I think Illuso is fine, perfectly fine. Vincent, Machina, yep, those are good. Those are fine. Um, I think the Mont you're best off actually having two Machina or two Vincent. Um, for the removal, that is completely optional there. Monsters, we've seen a lot of good fire monsters tonight while talking about stuff. So, you know, you have stuff like for example, we already had the Phoenix on. I think the I think the Hedgehog Pie is pretty solid if you want to be cheeky. You have the goblins, you have the two-headed dragon, the deadly nightshade is funny. Swinging with these guys can get real deadly that way. You already have the Jinn, and then the old Hasty Gobbo, which isn't particularly necessary. Um, but things to consider there. Um, it's just super cool to have for a lot of that. Monsters can go. You can take any one of these monsters and make it useful. Some of them you would need to include three to make them actually worth running. Hedgehog Pie, the Goblin that searches goblins, for example. Two-headed dragon, I think, is kind of not necessary. It's kind of overcosted. Um, it's nice, but you kind of in a lot of cases you'd rather just have the Phoenix for the one-time slap and then make it a big guy. Um, but these are two kind of two sides of the same coin for the two-headed dragon and the Phoenix. Um, take it with a grain of salt. Um, the Opus 27 Ifrit, let's take a look at that one. Forward summons this guy. Remove an Ifrit for okay, as an extra cost, deal 8k instead. That's not bad. I actually would kind of like that over the Bryn because you can play with Ifrits a lot easier. Um, so that's cool. Yeah, yeah, for sure. The Bahamut can be a one of, but you still have all these Ifrits to play around with. Um, but like let's say you cut down to one monster of any of these varieties. You don't need the Hasty Boy. You probably don't need the Deadly Nightshade. Probably probably don't need the damage increasers realistically, although you'd probably rather have the Jinn than, you know, the Goblin. So let's just take those out for now, right? Um, let's just say the Jinn is still there. I just wanted to show you the options of what monsters there could be. You swing with the Cyan, buff by 1k. You have full, like a whole bunch of backups. You have a whole bunch of forwards. You wipe the board on swing, which makes this Cyan only necessary at 1. That was a whole long explanation just to get there. It's nice getting that Cyan off of Ayame, but realistically, are you going to pay 5 and then pay another 5? I don't know if you want to do that. So, worth considering. Um, partially why I think the Zeramis doesn't need to stay though. Um, just throwing it out there. Um, don't have the camera on, but kind of I'm just looking at the camera with a shrug, like sorry. um, but your 3 drops, you have 22 3 drops, and almost all of them are samurai. And it doesn't have to be a forward, which is great. So you can play the backup. You can play backup, backup, backup. So you can play actually a lot of your 2 drops off of that as well. Um, like you don't get the 4 drop samurai, moot, but like man, you get to grab one. Um, but what's his name in fire? There's a 9 drop. Why don't I just search 9 drop fire forwards? Fire 9. Takutsugu. There we go. Um, yeah, he's a card that people have tried to make work. Don't. Just don't. It's not gonna happen. Hate to say it, but you just yeah, you're shooting yourself in the foot with that guy. But yeah, this is where I'd put Samurai right now. Um, Honestly, I might even cut the Bahamut to be completely real with you. Um, because the Ifrits work so well together, and you kind of don't need the Bahamut and RFGing off of it. If you're not winning by the time you're getting all this together, you're just struggling. You don't need to worry about RFGing their stuff. Probably, I would probably just slap in more of this guy. Um, the free one is super nice too. Like, play around with the ratios. Um, but this is probably where I'd put Samurai right now. If you're staying pure Samurai, if you worry about no other fire cards besides the Samurai stuff, here's about where I think you're at. And to be honest, I think pure decks like this are more fun. That's why I was struggling to like pull away from the monks earlier because I like those the purity in the deck of the archetype. Even if it's not as technically optimal as it could be. So that's how I'm thinking with it. You could definitely make this better if you do some more fire stuff. Um, but that goes more into some other goofy territory that isn't always worth it. For example, you could do Idolus to play some of those 4-drop forwards onto your field, but like you're kind of already getting stuff back with Selfie. You're searching with Elwyn. You have this Samurai to get 4 or less back. Um, if it's a job Samurai, oh hey, Hien, all the stuff you're gonna replay anyway, it's all under the cost of this guy. So why would you have to worry about Idolus paying extra when you can use this as a backup? And if you need this, if you need the ability, you have the ability. This gets standard units back from Grave, so like you're just kind of like, there's some stretching you can do, but you're trying to go for a similar strategy with Dragoons, where you just hit the ground running and go. The only difference is that your draw value comes from Tenzin and Ayame rather than Alice and then the board wipe with Freya. You have Cyans, 2 of them. And you have the multi attacks with Hien or Tenzin. So they're I think Dragoons and Samurai are 2 sides of the same coin. Dragoons just does it a hair better because there are so many card name Freya. So yeah. Keeping it there, not a ton of notes on it. It's mono fire Samurai. And now we're going to get to B's list, and I'm going to go to deck maker, create, and import from FF decks, and go. I'm not going to use FF decks tonight. The URL or like the login wasn't playing nice, and so here we have B's Noctis deck. So I'm just going to save that as is. And we have retainers. To remove Bahamut for the Opus 27. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I already responded to that one. So, this is a deck that B has been playing with, sort of, and tweaking and building since they came into the game. And this is just the latest iteration of it, hence the name. And I'm always torn on it. Retainers is one of those decks that a lot of people want to be better, but there's so much name conflict and so much kind of so much pigeonholing with the names that you're just kind of trapped. Kind of the same reason that we haven't seen a Kingsglaive's deck in a while. Most people don't build that, except for shoutouts to Warren and Leo, who are who have been sitting on it for a while and just waiting for their day where they get better Kingsglaives. Completely fair. That said, Um, so let's look at the amount of maximum forwards on the field at a given time. Okay, so we have Noctis, Prompto, Gladio, Ignis, Vossler, Regis. That's 6 forwards maximum at most. You'll never get more than 6 forwards in this deck because the name conflicts are what they are. Um, that can be very dangerous against a lot of decks in the game. Sure, playing your forwards will get you more forwards. You can use the Noctis to search. Vossler will also search the Regis if you do. But that's a very costly search. Even using the Kolka to search for it, or the Claris, the Tyro, the Cindy, like that stuff gets the high curve of this deck. Like look at this curve. 14 4 costs, 9 5 costs, sixes and sevens actually have a number above one. And you have a lot of 2 drops, but they're they're mostly backups and summons, and there's a couple forwards, but it just feels tight. First things first, we're cutting the Death Gaze though, for sure. The Death Gaze, I just don't think it has enough value there. Wind, Earth, and LB. Um, Omit unchecked elements there. And let's look at what we've got. So I think the Emperor needs to be in here. I think Sid Highwind is worth having. And the rest of the LB is fine. Um, the downside is you need the Shantotto, the backup Shantotto for the Knicks. And that gets funky. Because you still need the one. So without something producing that lightning, the old Cindy is what they're working with. And the value you get off that in a category 15 deck for this old one is pretty good. Um, let's take a look, I guess, at um, take a look at the new Cindy and see where we're at. So this one, um, so you can get 1 earth, 1 ice, or lightning card among them. Oh, 1 earth and up to ice or lightning. Cool. But you're only ever going to get 1 card off of that. The rest go to bottom. And then then she's a color fixer for lightning. So I don't think that's worth it just to have access to Nyx. I gotta say that Nyx should probably go. Because while I'd like it to be useful there, you just can't color correct it. Unless I'm missing something. If you guys know that I'm missing something, then by all means call it out. But yeah. So I don't necessarily think that this EX Ignis is worth running. Um it's nice, but you're probably not going to get the special off. You'd probably rather have the starter version on the field for protections. Um, the Brave is fine, but it's just so vulnerable without the protection that it gives off the 4 drop. Um, and the reactivation is huge. So this Ignis has a lot of value to it. Um, yeah, the Dig Noctis is fine, but you'd rather have the Searcher, and you don't care about breaking a monster. Um, it's really tough to play retainers in this format. I don't think the Sylph is worth having either. It's it's super rough. Um, but let's pull up Earth and Wind summons and see where we're at. We're gonna hit no hits if we have Cindy that's still there. Um, I think uh, I think Chaos is good to have if you're gonna have other Noctis. This Chaos Walker the Wheel super cool for that. Then you have the Atomos here. Let me see this one. That's okay. I wouldn't bank on that one. Double check Fenrir. The Ico Fenrir. Um, yeah, no, that's too way too vulnerable. Um, let's see. This one is a cheeky card that I run in one deck, and it's still kind of a meme. Um, this Titan is probably worth running over this Titan, so I would run these. Um, if you're gonna run Titans at all. There's not enough wind to justify a free Alexander, let alone, a lot of the other Alexanders that are in here because they don't do a lot. I think the Heka for a board wipe if you're in a desperate situation is good. Um, yeah, there's just not too much to play with. Um, why do we have no audio? Oh, I have audio through OBS. It's just YouTube is screaming about it. Can you guys hear me? Like, you guys, yeah, we good? Are we good here? Um, because if I'm talking into the void, that sucks. That's awkward. Um, yeah, with the new what should we call it? With the Noctis. Okay, we're okay, good. Thank you. Um, appreciate that. I think being able to have a lot of the new guys, a lot of the new what we call it, a lot of the new retainers that we have kind of help a little bit with Chaos Walker of the Wheel. Um, because this helps with the name conflicts. You can swing with stuff, and then while it's dull, you can swap it out for a different one in the deck. If you swing and they block with it, okay, cool. Switch it out before it dies. Stuff like that is kind of cool and cheeky. Uh, it's kind of nice. Um, there's a lot of good Gladiolus cards in this title. Um, I don't think this one is worth it, to be completely honest. Regis, I think, is a one of. Um, even if he has a really good effect. Um, the Ignis, I don't know if there's ever a backup you want to get rid of, despite the good effect. Um, it's it used to be helpful, but at this point, getting rid of your backups really screws your curve up. Because playing them back out, look at the curve of the backups as it currently stands, expensive, pretty pricey. So, yeah. Um, so I'm gonna pull this Ignis out. Um, and I'm gonna pop in a different. Where's the other? There, I think with where we currently are, we could probably comfortably pop back in. Do we have another Prompto that we could pop in? Yeah, we have this one. Um, well, that's nice. Double strike or dual attacking for Noctis. Control a Noctis for okay, all three. Opponent breaks it forward. That's pretty neat. So we could put a Prompto like that in. Kind of cool. Um, but I also see this Noctis is super goofy, by the way. This is a super goofy one because you can get this for free. It doesn't restrict it. Um, but like it doesn't get helped by a chaos because it removes it from the game. Um, you're protecting your stuff, so if you Heka, then you're gonna kill your own stuff a lot of the time, and you can dull stuff, but like it gets cheeky and risky. I don't think that one's worth the juice ain't worth the squeeze on that one. It's funny, but it's not gonna get you the value that you want off of it. Um, So yeah. Uh I think being able to have a digging Noctis is fine here if with the Chaos Walker. Um the yeah, I still just am not convinced on this Ignis though. The special is neat, but this card being 5 is really costly. Um Searching for Noctis is cool, but you have 30 other ways to do that, so I'm just gonna cut that Ignis. Um And yeah, so let's just say that let's just leave that as is. Um Maybe cut how do I want to do this? How do I want to shake this out? We have too many backups though, that's for sure. Um and I want to figure out what wind backups to add because there's got to be something better than the old Viera here. Um Maybe the Leko is a good one to have. 'Cause we definitely whoops. What did I just cut? Oh no. Oh, I cut the Leko. That's what I cut. Oops. Okay. And then what's this Larson do again? Ash, Bosch, or Job Judge. Nope, we're good. Um, okay. Millefui? Nah. There's a lot of these things I have to read because I haven't seen a lot of wind backups lately. Um, Zidane is also cheeky. I think that's a good card to have to play around some stuff, especially in situations of the unknown. Um, but we also do struggle for a lot. Like wind backups are tough. Um, yeah. So this Prompto. Oh, it is character. Ooh. Oh, you can have a Prompto backup. That's cheeky. I think that's really funny. Um, okay. Okay. Hold on. Now we're in some goofy territory. Okay. All right. Honestly, I actually kind of want to leave it here. I kind of want to leave it here. Because Chaos goes for character. The only thing we don't have is a way to search for summons. Um, to find that Chaos Walker. Though it is category 12. So do we have a way of searching category 12 cards? Hmm. Let's search it here. Whoops. Nope. X I I. There we go. Okay. Um okay, that's specifically for forwards. I don't want 13 stuff. Can I search with quotes? There we go. Ash is not gonna help us here. Kites is not gonna yeah, that's not gonna help. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, no, okay. So we're just gonna have to try to find that summon desperately. Which you know it is what it is. Um, so yeah, I think the deck is about where it wants to be. Obviously your limit break expands your forward pool a bit. Um, so play with that here and there, you know. Um, but yeah, just things to play with, things to consider. It's a tough archetype. It's really a tough archetype. Um, but yeah, just this is where I'm gonna leave it because if I do too much of this, I'm just gonna turn it into a full-on storm deck with way too much goofy stuff, and it's gonna get real wonky. So so yeah, we're just gonna enjoy where this is. Hope the curve isn't too high, and I'll hear back. I want to hear back from B when they have that ready to go. Um, and we have two more decks, so I'm gonna pop these out, and we have Ice Water Monsters from Warren. Um, Man, oof. Oh boy. Let me analyze this for a second here. Okay. Okay. Let's talk. All right, so first things first, there is a new Gao that is a good backup to have. The Alchemist, you are probably never going to get those backups as you want them. The Lena, I think it is worth having. Um, I think you can have some Searcher backups. So you can do the Emina again, as I've said before, and you can have Sarah, and those will help you search out those backups a little bit. Um, is there a category 6 backup searcher or a category 6? Let's see here. Okay. No, 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 no. Where are you? Where are you? Strago is a reveal. Um, those are fire. That's a forward recursion character. That's a forward Banana Sid does. Okay, so yeah, no, so you're kind of stuck. If you're in water, going for monsters, yeah. So yeah, so you with Realm and Gao, you could do the Gao backup to search the forward Gao for sure. Um, which is super cheeky, I think. I think that's pretty cool. Um, Glaciella, I think you're gonna struggle to use because you only have her as an outlet. And the Go-Go, I don't think copies specials. But it's special copies of special. Um, so yeah, okay, that's an option. I see where you're going with that. That's funny. Um, Menad is expensive though. Um, yeah, it's wonky. Uh, let me evaluate the monsters here. Paco's Amethyst. If you control 2 more monsters, also becomes a 4 with AK. Chosen by your opponent's summoner ability. Your opponent discards 1. I don't know if you'll ever get that. Um, so keep that in mind. I actually think what I'm gonna do here is water and ice monsters. We're gonna take a look at what we have there available. Because there's a lot of good monsters to play around with. Um, where is the monster I'm thinking of? Do do do. Where are you? Yazamaluk. That's one to play with. Cripshay during your turn becomes a 4/7K, first strike, and when it deals damage to your opponent, put it in the break zone. Opponent discards 2. That's fine. I think you're actually more likely to get that off than the Pacos. Scale Toad and Gesper, perfectly fine. Um, I think you would want to probably have a Biblos. I will always advocate for a Biblos, just because it's cheap, it does its thing, and it's super good. If you can get them to discard, which is why you have a Biblos, and you'll want something like Unalesca. So you play Unalesca and you make them discard with a Biblos on field. They discard, and you Dolan freeze something, and it's kind of just a dick move. Menad, I'm gonna bump down to 2. Um, the Realm you gotta have. You also definitely want to have a Larsa to search out the whatchamacallit, the realm, because you want to have that realm as often as possible. Just trust me. Um, the Astrologian, I think you can probably either cut or reduce. Um, honestly, I kind of want to just say cut it. Yeah. Um, your backup curve is evens, which is weird, but I think when you're running a deck like this, you don't your curves are all over the place. It's gonna be like look at this roller coaster. You got weird ass curves all over the place. Um, you're just a monster. So so yeah. Um, I see the vision. I get the idea. Um, it's just so hard because there's so little discard here. There's a newer Edward that is a Sarah target to color fix, and a 1 CP Boonavels. Ooh, yes, you're right. Boonavels, thank you. I knew there was something that that could play around with that. Edward. Is it no, this one or this guy? Um, Sarah target. Yeah, it would have to be. It has to be one of these, right? Probably the Opus 17 one. Um, I don't know if I call that newer, but it is definitely a Sarah target. Um, or sorry, an Emina target. The 3-drop one is a Sarah target. Um, but it doesn't color fix. Um, unless you mean an Edgar, which no. Um, yeah, Edward would probably be it. Because he's a king on this one. Um, yeah, this guy, yeah, so this guy, yeah, no color fixing, but um the Boonavels I really like for the board wipe. That is lethal. Um, definitely a good lethal card there. Because you just sack a bunch of monsters, but do other stuff on the stack, get their effects too, and then go. Um, super cool, super fun to use. Um, honestly, I think you could probably bump Glossy. Do you? Mm, yeah, Sarah. Yeah, Sarah searching the Edward is nice. Um, but I don't know how critical it is here because I mean, I think you're probably fine as is without searching that Edward. Um, but yeah. Uh, I also don't know if the Cahalan is necessary at 3. I think it's fine as a 2 of. Um, yeah, I think this is probably where I want to leave the deck. Go-Go and Glossiella are there to do their thing. Glossiella, I'd like to have another Go-Go, but there's literally just not enough room. I think the witch does enough on her own. Um, and Go-Go can copy that, so that's cool. Let me double check other card name Go-Go though, just to be sure there's not a better one. I think this is nice to have, but you're not going to be concerned with it because you have the Aqua Tarasu. Um, this is not worth it. Yeah, Opus 15 is where it's at for that. So we just call that. So yeah, I think. Oh, so limit break. Right. Water, ice, omit, LB, go. So here we're going to want um, Kuja. Does Kate Sith? It's specifically ice backup, so we don't want that. We do Victoria Sturgis, Leo. Uh, Tidus only counts forwards and or backups. That's not always helpful. Um, Hertical Knight Garland. Yeah. Definitely play that one. The lock. Um, yeah, that's solid. You play that for sure. And then it's just ratios, right? Because we do that. Um, yeah. So here, I think you would do two Leos. I think two Leos is always the safe call. Always a safe option, and save. Go ahead, Warren. Try this one out. Um, you've been really hot on ice water monsters or ice water stuff. Um, and credit to you for it because I know Ryan has been trying and thinking about it for a while. He's tried some decks since like 3 years ago at least. Um, Honestly, probably further back. So you're the latest in line. Give it a shot. I want to see it work. Um, and then the last deck that we have for the night. God, Ty and I went through a combined like 12 decks. Um, we have another. Wait, what? Hold on. I. Okay, there we go. I was like, there's no way. Okay, so we have an avalanche deck in very different colors than normal. So let's play with this one. Uh, Interesting. Okay, let me take this in. Okay. Huh. Okay, this is yours. Okay, cool. So yeah, let me. I'm still going over this stuff. So Cloud Pod, multicolored Tifa with the punch, the fight rather. New Sonon, gets cheaper by Yuffie, or sorry, yeah, it gives Yuffie haste rather, and forms a party with Yuffie and attacks. Activate all backups you control. Draw one card. Um, Big Yuffie, Cloud, the new Wind Cloud. You can warp it. Real topic. What are we doing? Okay. Um, Zanyan, of course, for Tifa shenanigans, as you do. I've seen that in action. I love to hate it because it's good. Barrett, duh, Vincent. Okay, gotcha. Um, okay, yeah, okay, and then there's a first deck built from Opus 26. Okay, cool, gotcha. Yeah, Jellyfish guy's cool. Jellyfish guy is cool. I think I met him a couple years, not more, way more than a couple years ago. I'm pretty sure he came to an LQ I hosted back when I worked at a card shop back in like 2018, or 2019, maybe. Um, I don't remember if I've met him since. I'm blanking, but he was a cool dude. Um, some bigs, Ifalna, of course, Jesse, Kate Sith, Aerith, Sheeran. I haven't read this one. Actually, I haven't read this. Okay, so that's active. Okay, nice. Characters other than Aerith. Woof, brutal. That's nasty. Shannon's Field, choose a category. Okay, as your hand. If it's Tifa, then it's reduced by 3, cannot become 0. Cool. Marlene, of course. Madam M, of course. Sid Highwind. They search for 2 category 7 forwards out of your hand. Okay. 7 forward. Okay. Okay. All right. So, first things first. There's some fun to be had here. First thing I'm gonna do is cut this cloud. Um, I know it's recent and it's easy to get your hands on, so completely understand there. I'm gonna swap out this Vincent. So I'm gonna explain why I'm doing some of this. I have some locals who've been playing similar decks, that are way heavier on the Earth side with wind as a splash, which is kind of how this is, but you have a closer to even split than they do. So what I'm going to do here is just go straight up over to the wind and earth and then select category 7 and I'm going to hit go. So Cisne, you're going to want to throw in here. I like the Cisne. I think she's solid. Fun character, by the way. Um, let me double check this new cloud because yeah, one sec. Okay, he's all right. Okay, and then this Vincent here, this Opus 26 Vincent Legend, the promo one. I'm looking at it right now because I haven't put it in my collection binder yet. Um, this card can do a lot of work. I don't think it's expensive. Yeah, it's 24 cents. Um, as per the current listings on TCG Player. Um, obviously, you don't go back more than 6 months, but the price has gone down on them if you get the non-foils. You're paying more for shipping than you are for the card. If your people in your locals have the card, try to get it. It's a very solid card. Um, Barrett, I think, needs to be at least two, maybe three. Um, Vincent could be at two. So I'm gonna do what I always do, and I'm gonna bump up ratios before I narrow things down. That's kind of how I build a lot of decks. Um, if you were here earlier when Ty and I were doing this, he says he's always five below, I'm always five over. It's we've known each other for well over a decade and played card games together for most of that time. So that's accurate. Um, very true. Um, so yeah, uh, I'm gonna do that and then keep searching here. Um, is Dime? No, not gonna run that one. What about Dio? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, just making sure, just checking. I don't know, because people pop in, pop out. Just figured it's worth checking on that. Oh, my throat is getting dry. Been at this for too long. What does OBS say that we've been streaming for? Hover here, 4.5 hours. That's actually not even close to the record. I think the record is like 7 hours. Okay. Dio is not as much of a threat as in JoJo's. Um, do we have Yuffie in the LB? Yes. Good. Cool. Nice. That's what we like to see. I think you should be running main deck Yuffies as well for the specials here. Because this special is gross. You can clear boards with that Yuffie special if you do things right. So just keep that in mind. Um, again, we're gonna build up before we narrow down. Let me double check Dine. Opus 25. Backups. So fight. Okay, no big deal there. Soldier Cannon, we don't want to worry too much about. Forward Aerith is really nice. Or the LB one, you already had it. What am I doing? Okay, so then the other thing to consider is am I thinking about this one? No. It's nice, but unlikely to be popped off. Um, so there's two forward Aeriths that I think you should consider as well. And I really wish you could run this Sonon and this Billy Bob. This Sonon is much harder to run than the Billy Bob because the Billy Bob you can play for free off of, say, Barrett, which is super cool and super fun. But worth considering. So think about the Billy Bob if you want to get cheeky. Um, if you're a newer player and you don't want to deal with kind of worrying about the color correction stuff or like having an awkward hand with Billy Bob, don't worry about it. Although keep in mind, if you run the Billy Bob, you have the lightning CP to cast an LB Cloud. So there's a trade-off that you can actually take advantage of there. Just throwing that out there as an option, okay? This Aerith is kind of nice to have because she buffs all your other forwards, and she keeps coming back, unlike in the video games. Sorry to spoil it. You've had almost 30 years to play it. And then you have a lot of the old Avalanche operatives, which aren't amazing anymore. Old Tifa's, which, this one, man, this one, there's some play to be had with this one, maybe, but the newer Tifa just does a lot of work. So I'm not gonna get hung up on it. However, going back to where is it? This is Opus 11. There was an Opus. Oh, right. I didn't include light. There's also a cloud in that color that I love this card. I think it's awesome. There's a promo Aerith that just gets her value back. Um, so like literally she's a free card if you discard two, or you discard one, tap two, just go grab two category 7 characters, things to consider. But then you also have a cloud that is oh boy, is it dangerous. It's further over here. Oh, also this guy, ZJ. I don't know pronounce his name. I don't know. I haven't played remake yet. My wife has. I was not in the room for all of it. Um, but yeah. So where did I? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I put Yuffie. Um, is this the Yuffie I was thinking about putting in here for that? Is it just different? Ah, yeah, this is the one that I wanted to put in over this one. So we do that for the specials. But yeah, I'm trying to think of where is the light cloud? Because there it is. This card is a real pain in the butt to get your hand on. It is $20. I don't blame you if you don't want to spend that money. It's an old card from my lockdown COVID set. Pandemic was rough. Uh, Playing this game during pandemic was a time. The price has only gone up on this card. It went down a little bit for a while, but it comes and goes. There's only 3 listed, all 7, I guess, if you want to, whatever. Also, Kasar's Games, it's a guy, Adam. He's cool. We know him personally. I'm not super close with him, but he's a cool guy. So you can at least trust him if you really want to get the cards. But if you can get your hands on this is a fun card to include. It was very, very useful in the Ice Lightning category 7 build. But it's a cool card to have. It's good to use. Again, if you put that Billy Bob in there and you put the LB Cloud in there, then you have 2 cards that do some of the nasty stuff, like just killing stuff. Oh, cool. Yeah, good. Then, yeah, I hope he treated you well and shipped the cards well. In my experience and Ty's experience, he's been very trustworthy, very respectable. So yeah. DFF 7 cloud, is that one of the promo clouds? Because we have even older light clouds like this one, which as you can see was printed differently with the bubble instead of the angular box. Or perhaps it was the 3-drop EX promo cloud that was this one. I'm just curious which one you might have gotten because those clouds are also really fun. And story time real quick, a little pull back. So I forget I think it was this one or I think it was actually the 3-drop. Um, so back in Opus 4 or 5, the first time I ever won locals, was yeah, back in Opus 4 or 5. I'd been playing the game with Ty for about 6 months or so, and we had I think like 6 or 8 people in the card shop. It was late at night, and it was me and Ty in finals, and I had built a mono fire deck with 8 different copies of various clouds in there. So I had 3 of this one, I had 3 of the other light one, and then I had a couple of the fire ones from like Opus 1 or 2. I played this card, and I had one other forward, so I dealt 7k to one of Ty's forwards, and it died. I forget what other category 7 forward it was. Might have been a Zac, might have been a Tifa. I don't remember, but I was lucky enough to have drawn both during my first turn. So I slammed them with no backups. Um, Next turn comes around, Ty plays a forward, passes. I top deck. It's a cloud and a fire card. I go, okay, special, 8K, 4,000, whatever. Okay, cool. And then the Tifa swings and deals a damage. Uh, Ty plays a forward, dulls and freezes my Tifa, or my cloud. I forget. He dulls and freezes, whatever. I pass. And we go back and forth, and I keep top decking more clouds, and he can't freeze it anymore. So for 4 turns in a row, I break a thing and pass with this cloud. And Ty just goes, concede. And I'm like, Ty, I've dealt you 2 damage. He's like, I literally can't play a forward. I'm going to run out of cards because I'm trying to keep up with you. I can't do this. And so he conceded. And I won locals. And I was so proud of myself for freaking top decking clouds for like 4 turns in a row. Like he wasn't even mad. He was just like a little salty. And I was like elated. Um, we laughed about that for weeks, and I never pulled it off again. I ended up shelving that mono fire deck for a while. Good times, good times. Not a viable card to run these days at all. It's a cool card, very hard to get your hands on now. I still have a couple of them in my promo pile that I'm gonna use for tournament prizing when I have like run my own tournaments and stuff again. But anyway, back over here to modern FF7 stuff. Um, so yeah, I think the majority of the stuff that you want to do with like Tifas and Yufis and Zangan are completely viable. This Tifa is perfectly acceptable. The fighting Tifa is cool. Um, I honestly think that you could run. There's a different Tifa that I've got in mind. I think you could cut this one down. Well, sorry, not this one. This one, the fighter one. Um, I mean, they're all fighters. You get the point. This Aerith is also very good. This is a very good Aerith. This answers a lot of decks. Not perfectly, not completely, but it'll set them back. So worth considering there. But there is another. I forget. Did you have this Searcher Jesse, which is good. That's fine. Um, I am blanking on the other card. Oh, Polk is a good one to have. If you want to have some Avalanche stuff. Um, the other one cost Tifa the case of board. Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, don't get me wrong. You definitely want to be able to have as many Tifas as possible for specials and stuff. Um, Whereas, yeah. So, you have this Tifa, you do you do nasty stuff with any of the Tifas really. Um like worth playing with. Um the wedge backup, yes, fully agree on the wedge backup. Um you can also play Polk to get yourself some avalanche ops, which are, you have Barrett, for example. If you want to get a Barrett back, that's pretty good, pretty important. I think this Heka is not as I don't think it's a big deal to have it. Um, you're not so worried about forcing fights when you have a whole bunch of forwards that all have removal. So don't worry too much about that. The other backup that I'm thinking of, so there's the wedge that Dan mentioned, and then there's also Hojo. Here we go. Enters the field, choose a forward you control, remove it from the game. When you do, choose a forward in your break zone with a cost inferior to that of the removed forward played on the field. So with this one, um, that can get really useful. Like if your Vincent is like dulled and frozen, you need to get rid of it. It's not getting targeted. It's not getting, your opponent isn't letting you do stuff with it. You can pop it, get a Barrett back. That's cool. Um, just nice to goof around with stuff like that. Um, so That's kind of nice to have. It's just an option. Where is the wedge backup? This guy. This guy is really good. You can combo into that with stuff. Um, this Jessie is an option. I wouldn't run it because you have the Searcher, but just throwing it out there. She discounts Cloud and Barrett. That's fun and nice. Um, and so with all of those options, let's let's narrow down the options because you've got 59 cards. You need to lop off 9 of them. So I'm gonna suggest first the 4-drop wedge 4. No, Opus 4. Or wait, hold on. Let me look up wedge real quick. How many? Which? Oh, this one. Search for one Biggs and add it to your hand. Yeah, so you can combo this one into a Biggs if you wanted to do that. Um, this one searches a forward, so you can go either direction on that and be perfectly happy. You're gonna do good searches on both. Um, yeah. So Dan is completely correct on that. I think did Ryan build that deck, Dan, or did you? I forget which, or like, did you both goof around with it? I don't remember. Um, but yeah, I know that that combo does exist for sure. Um, you can do either one actually, and I do recommend doing what Dan said. Um, it's good stuff. It's helpful to ramp your back to build your. Okay, so actually, do you know the term, Kinamori? Do you know the term ramp? I should. I don't always assume. I don't know who has what experience in card games. I'm using technical jargon. I haven't even checked if the person knows what the hell I'm saying. Um, that's what I thought, Dan. Okay, that checks out. But yeah, so I think ZG is a useful one to have in the back row as a one of. Oh, I'm also forgetting what's his name? He's a wind backup in Cat 7. Fujito, this guy. Um, you can, you can do a lot of fun stuff with him. Um, assuming it's not just build up, it is build up mana. By build up mana, it is build up your backups. Um, because you have a maximum of 5, so you hit your max ramp pretty fast if you try. Um, certain decks want to do it more than others. It's very subjective. Um, so just keep that in mind. Yes, the ramp, your ramp is very powerful in decks like this where you are using a lot of mana to do things very often. Um, and you're trying to combo multiple things per turn, or each ability or each character that you're playing or casting is kind of high cost. Um, so yeah, I also think for what it's worth, um, I gotta recommend our girl, our old classic Opus 1 Shantotto. Uh, the reason we named our podcast, our channel, what it is this card. Very good card to run in anything that features Earth, because she just wipes the board. If you're on the back foot, she evens the game state. Um, it's just it's a fun, good backup still after 26 sets have come out since Opus 1. She's still a really good card. Um, so yeah, I think Sid Highwind is really good to have, but he's a 5-drop. Um, this is a rare situation where I actually don't particularly care if you have Tyro or not. Tyro would be a good backup to have, but because so much combo potential comes from all the Category 7 stuff, cool stuff. I actually kind of want to suggest maybe cutting the Kate Sith or dropping it to 1. It feels weird. Um, but like your best case for it is to use the Kate Sith to play another backup, and you only have four backups to play off of it. Um, but you can then break it to grab do some recursion, grab something back from break zone. So that's nice. That's cool. It's not so narrow and limited, but keep that in mind. It's an easy cut if you need to cut something later and swap out for something else. Um, with the Aerith in back row, I don't think you're going to want to run this one. But this is also an option. It's a promo, so you can get your hands on it pretty easy. Um, so yeah, just keep that in mind. That old promo Aerith is an option. This Cloud, if you can get your hands on it for for cheap, go for it and throw it in. It's not a mission critical card. You don't need to have it. It's just fun to include. It's another name, but I don't think the Cloud Pod, the birthing pod, quote unquote, Cloud, birthing pod being the Magic the Gathering card that this takes after. I don't think this is an inherently necessary card. I don't think you're going to get much opportunity to use this card, is the real problem. I think it just dies before any real value comes of it, because it doesn't have haste and you can't pop its ability off fast enough. Um, don't get me wrong, it's a cool card, and I think there is eventually going to be a deck that really abuses it and takes advantage of it to a nasty level someday. I don't think today is that day. Um, so yeah. Yeah, when your Zangan breaks and you can't use the Tifa special for free, um, or do the thing, um, it's it's tough. It's really yeah, that's part of the struggle of decks like this. I think the Cloud has just been a second half of Opus 26 Tifa. That's fair. Um, and that's kind of why I think you should have like this Cloud. Um, because he enters, he searches. You can use his action ability, his pay 3 to break something. Um, and you get the benefit off of using the Tifa ability. Whereas this Cloud doesn't always do much on enter. I mean, he's just gonna sit there and probably die. He's probably not gonna get attacks in. But what's really nice is Cloud can go search for a replacement Zangan or Tifa. That's some value there, I think. Um, worth considering. Just throwing it out there. Um, so yeah. I just don't think this Cloud is worth it. The only rough part is this is really screwing up your mana curve, being your overall cost of things in the deck is going to go up a little bit. You have 13 2 drops, 3 drops, and 4 drops. So you have 39 cards that are all even. Your count of each is even. You'd rather have it be slowly angling upward as opposed to like a flat plateau here, kind of a spire, obviously. Um, but historically, Category 7 decks have been a little bit expensive on the more mana expensive side. So it's par for the course. Hate to break it. You can get around it. You can play other ways. And I do actually think this Aerith isn't necessary. Just wanted to point out that that 2K board wide buff Aerith as an option. We still have to slim down the backups significantly. Alternate clouds to recommend. Okay, so let's talk about the alternate clouds. Let's just search card name cloud. Actually, here, let's do this. Specifically card name cloud. Put it in quotations. There we go. Okay. So also keep in mind, let me see if yeah, so it says card name cloud. It doesn't say forward name cloud. You can play a backup name cloud, such as this one, or perhaps even no, no, just this one. Is the only backup cloud that would fit in these colors. Um, you can play this cloud as a backup. Guarantee yourself that always is there for Tifa. Um, so yeah, that's worth talking about. Um, we can just throw this there as an option for a moment. Um, and then Dan is right about the carbuncle. Carbonuncle. Uh, carbuncle, if I can spell correctly. This carbuncle is super cheeky and useful in this particular scenario potentially. Kind of like I said, I've thrown this in my Odin deck. In fact, I'll pull up said Odin deck. Um, I'll pull it up and show that real quick. This deck is a custom brew from the ground up. Um, and it is not the best. However, it is so much fun to play. It's not meant to win. It's meant to strike the fear of God into a man. And boy, do I do that often. Um, as you can see, 2 copies of Carbuncle. And what I tend to do with this is I get this. I do the Barnabas into Odin Prime. When this Odin is on field, I will, as necessary, cast the Carbuncle. I can always special the Odin to reactivate him with a Barnabas or an Odin. I can do it on swing, so the reactivation of Odin is on the stack. I can do this with a Stinian on the swing to protect him. I can do it with lightning. I can do it with Roche. I can do whatever I want. Spectral Keeper if I'm feeling saucy. But this Carbuncle actually kind of does some utility. It kind of works, kind of pretty well. The downside is that it costs 3. I really wish this card cost 2 or 1, but that'd be asking a lot for the text on the card. Just throwing that out there. So if you want this list, then I can always send it to you. You can copy it off of what you see here. If you want to, if you're in the ShantottoCast Discord, I've posted it before. I can post it again, or I can share it directly to you if you want to DM me, whatever. But this Carbuncle has helped the deck a little bit here and there. Just worth considering. So yeah. Throwing that out there. You could also no, that's not the right one. You could also, where is it? Yeah, you could also do this Carbuncle. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. It's kind of old. Um, it's kind of not as good as this one, which just says, "Hey, can't do the thing," and then they would cancel it because it's an invalid target. Power crept completely gone. Debatably good art. I mean, the art is well drawn, but some people find it a little uncanny and creepy. Did join the Discord. Okay, good, cool. So you have the option of contacting or seeing the deck in the deck tech stuff if you want to see it. Do not recommend building it, by the way. It's a very funky deck. Mike Powell kind of made fun of me at Nats for playing that in the lobby when we were all drinking and playing games in the lobby. But a bunch of us had fun trying to OTK with it because I've OTK'd and FTK'd with it. So it's a fun time. Back to your deck though. So really what we're looking at here at this point, at this stage, is the light cloud and trying to back up cloud because, like I said, the Tifa looks for a card named Cloud on field. It does not look for a forward named Cloud. So things to keep in mind. Now we're struggling with the backups being bloated because you have 22 of them. Let me throw a couple of these carbuncles in here for now. You can always change your mind on it later. So this is a delayed search, but it's an unconditional category search. So that's cool. good to have. You don't search this backup, but if you have him, you have him, and he's cool. Um, it looks for a forward, but if you want to search for a forward, you can find any of these forwards, even an existing name. Playable off of Kate Sith, which is cool because it plays a character for you. Um, I think Polk might be nice, but since your only Avalanche op is Barrett, um, like you don't really care to have that search that bad. Or I mean, you can search the Cowgirl Tifa, but like, do you really care that badly about searching that Tifa on ETB? Eh, probably not. Let's cut the Polk. Um, so Sheeran is nice. Searches the Tifa, reduces her down to 1. That's cool. That's awesome. Um, Marlene, of course, you got to keep that. Hojo, not really critical, not desperately needed, but it's nice to have sometimes. Fajito, it's a tech card. He adds some of the color you need because this deck does have some wind, but you're still kind of not really even on the wind a lot, right? So, okay. I'd rather have the Fajito over the Madam M, to be completely honest with you. Um, Madam M goes for half the deck or a third of the deck, technically. So you don't really necessarily expect to hit it all the time. You have a pretty good chance of whiffing it. Up to you, though. I think cut her down to 1, if not 0. Granted, every wind card you cut reduces her chances. It's always a tough balancing act to play there. The Aerith is good. I say keep that for sure. The forward one, you can play the forward one, and then when that dies, go and play the backup one. That's perfectly fine. Um, if you have something like, so check this also. The Chaos Walker of the Wheel is a cool one to have if you want to replace something. So that actually is a good reason not to have Fujito. Um, what else? We're kind of in a real tight spot here. The Gorger is a cheeky, fun card. I think it's a one of. I think it's a sneaky, interesting card that you should search off of a Category 7 searcher. Um, but it's tough. Um, like it. Yeah, the Chaos Walker the Wheel. So we'll go back to one of my decks again. Um, I will show off another one that I've been working on. Where are you? Here, wait, no, it's not that one, not that one, not that one. Oh my God, I've been playing with so many. There it is. There it is. Okay. This is another deck I've been playing with that I haven't actually tested yet. However, I have ideas for it, and I think it's going to be a fun deck. It's not going to be a great deck, but Chaos Walker the Wheel might be playable here. Um, so it goes for a character, so you can pop backups to do stuff, search another one to replay it. You can do it for any of these forwards. Um, Mono Earth Similar's concept: go turn 1 Barrett into Wedge into Biggs, turn 2 play Kate Sith into Free Cloud and Jesse, search out Zang and Tifa and 5 backups. Nice. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you and Ryan showed me that at Leo's last week, 2 weeks ago, or was it this week? I don't even remember. No, this week I was busy, I think. Um, anyway, though, point remains that that combo is super strong. Chaos Walker the Wheel is just a nice, like, it's a good, decent summon. It's a hero for a reason. I think it's got some legs. Um, but I included it in a deck of my own, so I can vouch for, the idea of I like the idea of running it myself. I built the deck. Um, I've run test hands. It's okay. It's okay. If you get aggressive enough, you can get an OTK or a 2-turn kill. Um, yeah. The Tifa specials are great. The Yuffie specials and the Tifa specials are great. Um, Sonon is fine. No issue with this card, but I still there wasn't there a different Sonon that let me find. Oh, Melfi. Search for a Sonon, add it to your hand. That's kind of nice, but like really not necessary when you have so much other search that is not name conditional. Um, this Sonon looks for a Melfi, so never mind. Forget that. Forget it. Um, yeah. Uh, I think we should cut one backup, and I think you can probably not worry about this cloud. Um, finding this cloud is good. Um, if you can manage to do that, but like, yeah, I think having this cloud as dream scenario really really nice, but not mission critical. Um, Getting a backup cloud if you can search a category 7 character, good stuff. Um, is there any way like the Aerith the LB Aerith actually searches a cloud, so you can do that. Um, the Sheeran is nice, but he's good to get Tifa if you like as a backup to getting Tifa or getting another one for a special. Or getting any character. He discounts Tifa, but he gets any category 7 character in your break zone. That's basically the whole deck. uh I think he's worth having for sure. Um Especially in a deck where you don't have all the recursion that, a lot of Earth decks might have traditionally. Um yeah. So yeah, because Ifalna does have some, but she's costly. You have to pay the X cost. Um, and it's Earth forward only. So you can't do that with Yuffie, Sonon, Cisne, Aerith, Yuffie, all that. So yeah, Marlene is just too solid to get rid of because she's also recursion and she's a burst, so she gets you value. Um, and I do struggle with the whole like, well, we don't have a lot of wind in the back row kind of situation. Shantotto is there, but if you don't board wipe, then you don't have that. Um, it might be a case where you just got to find a way to play around with the wind, the ratio of wind you do or don't have. Um, so yeah. Um, and then yeah, I mean, we have three cards to cut here. Uh, Art, it's real. Ah, man, I'm struggling. I'm struggling of what to cut here. Wedge is good because you go Barrett. You go Barrett into Wedge into Biggs or Jesse, right? Or Wedge searches specifically Biggs. So yeah, you go Wedge Biggs. Off of Barrett. That's already solid. Oh, you wrong Biggs, I think. Um, this Biggs probably. Yeah. I'd rather go with this Biggs than the starter one. No reason to get the starter one if you can just get the rare from Opus 4. Um, Searcher Jesse is good and solid. No issues there. I kind of think you can cut Ifalna because you have Kusith, you have the Sheeran, um, you have you have Marlene, um, and you have the Sid Highwind at damage 5. Uh, so yeah. Um, I think you have options there that you can just cut. You can just cut the Ifalna. It's nice to be able to play it off of the Kate Sith, but like I said, that's kind of a best case scenario. So it's tough. The category 7 is just tough. Um, and hey, that's why I say more power to you if you wanna push it as your first real built deck. Because a lot of our locals have done that and they ended up having a good time. So not here to say that it's not going to be a fun deck to play. It just might be a little steeper learning curve than you'd expect. That's all. Um, oh my God, my glasses are dirty. I just realized how smudged they are. Un momento. Odds of Madam M hitting. So that's something I was pointing out earlier, right? It's it's kind of rough. Not counting LBs. So take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 LB that's not factored in. Because we have 51. Oh, it's only counting main deck anyway. 21 cards. So if she reveals four cards out of deck, goes for one wind character, which includes a multicolored Tifa, which is good. Um, she has basically a one. It's like a 1.5. Um, yeah, I'd say it's like a what's the math on that? Um, Let me think. With the overlap you got there, I would say it's probably a good like 45% chance she hits, which is not amazing. Especially if you have less of her, right? Because she counts herself. It's a wind character. Um, it's hard to justify it, but also taking out more wind coming out makes playing wind tough. Um, I'd say she's more than a 1 in 3 because 21 out of your 50 cards, so it's almost 1 in 3. But considering the multicolor plus herself adds a little bit, it's not great. But again, taking out her means you still have even less wind. So unless you have a guaranteed way of searching wind and getting it on the field, it gets even more rough to take her out. And that's why I struggle to do it. I'm hesitating to do it. Um, and of course, yeah, you have to discard another wind card to play her, which, your odds of drawing wind isn't awful. You can always discard her to play something like Sid Highwind, which is good. Um, so, there's that. Uh, Yeah, you go to three. So you can go back to three Sid, or you can go back to three Aerith. Like those are options. Um, if you make up for Madam M missing, which I think is fine. I think you can get rid of her. You can go ham on this. Yeah, you know what? I think you can go ham on the Sid Highwind because he costs a lot, but he gets such value back. Um, that's pretty good. I think that's solid enough. And you can always play with ratios in the deck. Um, like Ziggy, he's a good card to have. Just sitting and waiting on field. If you get desperate, you can always pop him to search for something. Um, so you could always take a sit away, put a Ziggy in. I still don't know if I'm saying the name right. And another thing to consider is you may also find yourself taking out the Gorger. Um, like it's at one of right now. I- You know, I don't know how well it stacks up. I haven't played with this card yet. Um, so that being said, I have a deck idea that I can slip this into. Um, a very old deck, but you might end up cutting it. You might end up bumping it to 3 and taking something else out, or lowering ratios to something else. So things to keep in mind. Um, Hell, you might even find yourself taking out the one drop Tifa. I very rarely have seen people actually pop this card off and do it completely. Um, and having a bunch of Tifa already doable. Um, Removing LB Yuffie and adding LB Zidane. So LB Zidane, let's take a look at that one for a sec because I don't know if you'll want that one. Specifically, yeah. So this guy cannot be blocked by cost 4 or more. That's a pretty broad window of blockers. that text almost doesn't matter. Um, opponent mills too, but there's not. I mean, you're considering the landscape of the game right now. You have a maybe 1 in 4 chance of having the opponent be playing a monocolor deck. Um, so there's not a lot of guarantee for this LB to hit that and draw you that card. Um, if they're in a dual color deck, yeah, there's still obviously a pretty good chance they'll mill two of the same color, but I wouldn't rely on this card for anything. Um, so I think you're perfectly fine having these LB cards. I don't know if Yuffie is worth having two of. So, um, having I genuinely don't know which one of these is worth having two of. It could be Vajradhara Wu. It could be Mott. I don't think Yuffie is it. I don't think Sid is it. Emperor for sure isn't, although matchup dependent it might be. This whole lineup here would depend on your locals. If this were my locals, I think the Vajradhara Wu would be the two of. It's expensive, but he does a thing, and he sits there being a menace. So that's kind of cool. Um, and it's modular, so you get flexibility with it. The Aerith really only searches your backup cloud, but if you have a wind backup, you can get that cloud playing this Aerith, let her die, and then or use her to cancel an auto, whatever. You get to do stuff with her. So that's that. And then yeah, honestly, where the deck is at right now, I man, I think you could probably ugh, so tough. I almost say you could cut Kate Sith. I hate that, but you could cut the Kate Sith, put Ziggy at 2, and call it a day. Um, because at no point are you able to search this Kate Sith in these colors. If you had lightning in the deck, like the color lightning, you could play Reeve, which searches Kate Sith. But it's like, okay, so your 2 drops in the deck, you have 10 2 drops. You have to have a Kate Sith and a 2 drop. He recurs by grabbing back, but Ziggy just grabs from deck, which is probably just as good. And you also have Marlene and Sheeran to recur with. You have the Sid Highwind to recur with. You have Kusith to recur with. You're probably okay on the recursion at this point. Chaos is a 50-50 on the recursion. I think you can cut the Kate Sith comfortably. Put Ziggy up to 2, so you have a more wind balance out, right? 22 and 30 instead of 21 and 31. Obviously that math doesn't add up because your cards in deck were higher. You're over the limit, but anyway, I think I'm gonna settle on this for now. And I'm always curious to hear Ty's input or anybody else's input. If anybody's watching the VOD, by all means, it's cool if you build your own version and put it in the comments of any of these decks that we're playing. Or not playing, tweaking. You get the idea. I'm tired. It's 11:30 here. I've been up all day, running, doing errands, and driving all over the place. I am one RTX 3070 richer, but it is potentially a broken one, which I knew purchasing it, but that's why I bought it. Is it might have been broken and it's super cheap. So we're gonna see if I scored that for a friend. Um, but that aside, I think this is the final deck. Because the deck that was put in here is actually show off deck that was supposed to go in tech deck discussion, or deck tech discussion, not tech deck. That's a skateboard thing. Do they still even make those? Man, I feel old. I'm only 32, but those are over here in deck tech discussion, so those are irrelevant. And yeah, so I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna call it on this one. Double check one last time. And yeah, that's it. Cool. Well, save. Cool. And yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Um, Catch you in the next one. Stay tuned for content coming up as always. Give us your opinions and feedback in the comments and stuff. Not that we're like too worried about YouTube engagement stuff, but like YouTube likes when we talk about it and all that. So, um, always let me know how these decks are. We're always happy to hear back on it. If you want to talk and throw, after you've gotten some games in, anybody watching, throw your feedback for our feedback in the various channels where they're appropriate. Always more discussion to be had about it, and love to help you guys tweak the decks further. We can always play, do it again on another Fix It Friday. It's always an option. Um, so yeah, catch you guys later. Thanks everybody for stopping by. We had a good turnout tonight. Hope everybody stays warm. I know in the Midwest we're expecting like 12 to 15 inches of snow. Uh, Northern Wisconsin and Minnesota already got it. I think New York is getting hammered too. So stay warm and catch you guys in the next one. Good night.